live? All good. We're all good. We're chilling. We're live.
We live?
In New York City. I think we're live right now, big fella. How you doing?
We're doing it again.
Across the pond.
Bro, life comes at you fast.
Crazy, man.
Fast. It was a week ago.
Yeah.
We were in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium going crazy as Conor Ben, Chris Eubank Jr. went to war. And now we're on an aeroplane. We're on different time zones. Our time schedules are so out of whack right now. It's insane. And this is what's happened to the world of boxing, right? We got this craziness going on in London. Tonight we got it in New York. Tomorrow, Saudi Arabia are treated to the arrival of Canelo Alvarez. It's never been more mental, boxing right now.
Ever before. And for us, especially here in the middle of Times Square, the fight is happening right over there, right behind us. They've shut the city down. The A-list celebrities that you would have imagined and some you wouldn't are here live with us. We have our first sanctioned bout about to go down right now. Rito Suzuki, a high-level prospect out of Japan, 59-2 as an amateur, coming over for his pro debut. He's stepping out of a yellow cab right now. A classic. I love that, by the way. He's in his gear, ready to go.
Man, what are we watching?
This is insane.
What are we watching?
I'm pretty sure there was a Snoop Dogg lookalike carrying one of the cards around in the FDNY versus
we love
NYPD.
the lookalikes.
We do love those.
Have they not got a lookalike of me and you? That's what they really
what we need.
Are we famous enough for that yet?
I'll go shake my ass down there in the ring right now. I don't care. I'll go twerk season.
Oh, God.
Give me a card. We just watched the FDNY versus NYPD. FDNY coming out with a victory. The firemen throwing fire, throwing heat in there. Shout out to
firemen.
We are firemen.
Remember that? Yeah. Look,
we live in a fire.
Let's talk about the main event, right? This is what everyone's here for. Ryan Garcia is returning finally after Devin Haney took him to court for taking him to school, right? And we've got the drug issues. Is Ryan looking different this time? Is he not looking different? There's so many accusations. He's sounding different, they're saying. As if, I don't know, performance enhancers change your voice. I didn't know that was a thing.
A voice changer in
I know it kind of works on the women who take them.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like, I think
like you have some experience.
I've seen that. Okay. We've all been on the internet. Now, the smoking, I think, was what did that to Ryan Garcia. Luckily, he's clean, right?
This time, cleaned up.
He's living a good life.
He looked like he was a part of Wall Street with his suit on at the press conference.
I like that. He looked like a lawyer coming to help out P. Diddy.
Well, he was maybe coming to help out Devin at that point. You know what I'm saying? He'll fight the case himself.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this main event is big time because you talked about it. Implications, right? Both guys. Devin Haney on this card versus Jose Ramirez, a former unified champion, a former Olympian.
How's Devin Haney going to look? Because let's be honest, Ryan beat the brakes off of him, and he was a tentative fighter before that fight. He was always a safety first guy, defensive guy. That's why he was disliked. He's got to show a lot and he did show heart in that fight. That's one thing actually I think a lot of people sort of overlook. And Ramirez is in his prime, is the type of guy who's going to stick it on you. Is he going to do that today? I need him to do that. I'll be honest, I need that.
It really does depend which Ramirez shows up and which Devin Haney shows up. I saw him in the open workouts trying to sit down on punches and show a little bit more spike, and I'm like, that ain't you. You know, I don't want to see a completely, Devin Haney 2.0 that's like a completely different fighter. I want to see better defense. I want to see him back on his jab. I want to see his
That's the only way he can win.
I want to see that.
That's the only way he can win, though.
That's how he's always.
If he thinks he's going to start like being this domineering power puncher, forget it. And if anything, I'll be honest, I think Devin Haney is one of the most overrated boxers in the game.
Hold on.
And I think that's why people dislike him.
I'm going to tell Bill.
We wanted to
tell Bill.
Tell Bill. Tell Bill. All right? I know Bill likes you. He was giving him credit for these press conferences. Suck it up to him. Well, Bill, I don't rate you. I hate you and everything you stand for.
No,
I don't. Not that bad. Not that. Remember that one? Remember that one? I took a line from KSI there. Shut shout out KSI. I think he's in the building somewhere.
Yeah, he was down there. I heard he was getting his butt.
Can I just say, right? A lot of people followed our story up till now, right?
Yeah.
We're just a couple of country boys, right? Just from other ends of the world, but we're still the same kind of dude, right?
Yep.
And we made these videos, you know, starting off in bedrooms and crazy stuff like that. For me, it was an iPhone and an ironing board. An iPhone and an ironing board. And now, I was at the top of the Empire State Building today.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Tell him about that.
Singing Alicia Keys and all of that. New York, Frank Sinatra. Right? I was dizzy. I was so high. I was on top of the world. And it felt like an ayahuasca trip. Right? You know where they say, like, you know, shit goes to your head and you're like, oh my God, I'm the smallest little ant on a piece of bread and I've just realized how insignificant I truly am. You didn't think you were going to get that word of wisdom when you were tuning into a boxing show, did you? Well, yeah. Throwing a bit of a curveball at you.
It wasn't swaying,
but I've had a bit of an epiphany today.
Yeah.
I don't matter anymore. I'm nothing. None of us are. That's the big secret. That's what they don't tell you before you go up to the Empire State Building. But here I am, figuring out my own insignificance. But
Beautiful.
You know what is important?
Well put.
Ryan Garcia
Well put.
versus Rolly Romero.
Way to come
He
back
brought
to
it
it.
back. He
Way to
saved
come
the
back
day.
to it.
Don't worry about it. Right?
We got I'm just gonna let you know.
Where did that
We
come
got
from?
Rito Susumi and LaVale Whittington, both southpaws. By the way,
They don't care about that. They want to hear more about
I know,
it.
they were like more epiphany stuff. I called a LaVale Whittington fight in Puerto Rico.
Can we just have a little bit of a chat about your week, right?
Okay, let's tell the people.
Wade, you know, Wade's had fun on Kingpin Wade. He's had the
And
moments.
I love when you narrate it because your voice is just so soothing, and
Bro,
it makes my
bro.
story. It's like Morgan Freeman from The Cloud. So go ahead.
Wade's done it all right. He had fun on Kingpin. He fought on Misfits. He's presented, and he's done the best apprenticeship and commentary, in my opinion. Wade. He's been all over the game, right? But this week, he got thrown a last-minute curveball by the ring, and they said, "You want to do this press conference, right? Someone can't do it. Can you step in?" Out of nowhere, he's got to host a press conference with the likes of Ryan Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya, Rolly Romero, Teófimo Lopez, Devin the Dream Haney. These are some of the biggest names in boxing. And do you know what Wade said? Yeah, motherfucker, I'm down. I am down. And he picked that microphone up and he did the business. I got to say, it was one of my proudest moments as a friend of yours, mate. I knew you'd smash it, right? I knew it would. But tell me, how did it feel getting up there? Because I know you're a little nervous.
Right. No, I was nervous until I got a couple of, maybe that first 30 seconds under my belt, and then the words of Conor McGregor, it felt familiar, man. It felt familiar. It really did, man. I felt comfortable right away, and maybe that was because
you've done the apprenticeship.
Yeah, I've been everywhere, done a lot of it. Not on the scale I did yesterday. And by the way, big thank you to the ring. Obviously, we're here, Fatal Fury, Times Square. Thank you to the ring. I'm rocking it on the chest today, and they believed in me. They called me when things went wrong, and they said, will you? And I said, yes, sir. So I had a blast.
That's what we want to hear.
I had a blast.
That's the type of dudes we are, right? The call comes, we pick the damn phone up. That's what you're looking at.
Is that Elmo in the crowd? I see an Elmo impersonator back there.
It wasn't just that. Wade also, he got to share a microphone with Iron Mike Tyson. This is a man who Wade's father, shout out Papa.
Yeah, shout out Papa Flim.
Come on. This is a man who he idolized, and Wade obviously did the live stream with his dad. We all know that, but this was a moment where he got to interview Mike Tyson. Mm-hmm. It's a dream of everyone in podcasting and boxing, in any sports field, right? He's one of the most recognizable sports people in the world. What was it like to have a little bit of fun with Mike Tyson?
It was incredible, man. His energy was off the charts, but you never know with Mike. You've seen him in podcasts before where
We've seen him on the mushrooms.
You've seen him, in front of his seat.
Remember when he just took a big old on the Logan's podcast, and that was a wrap then.
He asked for something at one point before we went on camera, and I thought maybe they were going to slide him some. I didn't know it was
Can we get some over here as well?
Yeah, we need some of those, vitamins. But yeah, he had just great energy. Our microphone didn't work at first, so he had to do the old switcheroo, but that's how we work on the fly. But he was talking about what I think the easiest thing for Mike Tyson of all people to talk about. There's our Ed Sheeran.
Oh, this man's making bang.
I got
Ed Sheeran's impersonator. I'll tell you a story about me and Ed Sheeran, right?
Okay.
I once got invited to do some sort of talk at a dinner party in the south of France.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, what the hell am I doing over here? This was early on as well, right?
Okay.
And Alan Shearer was there, my hero.
Okay,
was there.
yeah.
A few of these legends were there, right? Sports legends. And afterwards, I was like, right, I got my money, I'm ready to go now.
Ready to bounce.
Yeah, you know who I am. And they go, yeah, but Ed Sheeran's coming to perform. I was like, I'm good. Get me playing. I'll see you later. He was going to perform at a garden party. I didn't care. I don't know what it is, guys. Am I missing out on something here? I prefer the lookalike. I prefer the lookalike.
There you go.
Ed Sheeran, useless to me. The lookalike, he tells me what round it is.
I'm not about to go bad on Ed Sheeran. He got a nice voice.
Yeah, he's a good writer. But I didn't know, mate. It's just a bit.
That kind of deal, you know what I'm saying?
I need a bit of grit in there, you know what I mean? And he's just not giving me that.
Little James Brown in there.
We're getting some grit in this because your boy, Tatsumi, is pushing him up against the ropes going to work right now. What's happening with?
Well, I tell you, Whittington is not an easy guy to get out of there. He was brought in as a B-side guy when I was down in Puerto Rico for one of their fighters, and he just clipped him with the left hand. He's a tall guy for the division. He's tough. He's gritty. He says yes. He's like us. He's just a yes guy like that. So it's a tough fight right off the rip for a guy that's never had a pro bout, never gone 6 rounds in Susumi, and they're throwing him in the fire.
I give credit to Turkey Al-Sheikh because he is finding fighters, these star talents from all around the world, and he's putting them on the big stage. And you got to think how grateful these guys must be to share a card with 6 of the best fighters in the world, right?
Yeah.
I know people say what they want about ROLLY, Romero, and these are world-level guys, right? I've got to be honest, if we want to talk about the main event tonight, do a little bit of preview on that early on here. I am a bit worried for ROLLY, right? I do rate him to a degree. I think he is, he's a dangerous fighter.
For sure.
But he's also a danger to himself. Right,
Very good point.
I remember Amir Khan, for example. You kind of wanted to watch him because you knew it was kill or be killed, and he had danger in his hands. But you also didn't know how he was going to respond when his chin got checked.
I think we have Mike Tyson on the broadcast right now.
Mate, let's not advertise that. Well, listen to us, all right? We're better than Tyson.
He said it's a great fight.
We
going
can't
on right
hang
now.
with him in the ring,
It's
but we
so
can
good.
do
The fight's so good. It's a good fight going on right now.
Yeah, that's just as good. You nailed it.
But yeah, no, I'm with you. ROLLY is. I like the way you put it. Sometimes he's dangerous, but a danger to himself because he will pull the trigger. He will risk it all.
Wow, look at that.
Your boy.
Yeah, he's got tagged.
Dropping this kid
Yeah.
right now.
Good body work from
With ROLLY, look, he's had 2 stoppage defeats in his last 4 fights, and it's against Pitbull, it's against Tank Davis, 2 of the best fighters in the world.
Oh, big uppercut.
So there's no shame in it.
Absolutely not.
But equally, I think he could have avoided. He actually gave Tank Davis some problems, legit problems,
And also
that is
did
something
well
that is totally overlooked when
he did
people
well in the
joke about.
Pitbull fight. He did well in that fight
Yeah,
too.
but for Tank, people suck Tank off, right, and they say he's the best thing ever. And he is a great fighter, but ROLLY Romero genuinely had Tank occasionally quite tentative. And early on in that fight, he was like, I don't know what I'm doing with you here. I need to work you out before we go to work here.
Yeah.
And for me, ROLLY has to be as unpredictable as possible with the fast hands of Ryan Garcia, because if you don't set your attacks up against Ryan Garcia and you're even a little bit predictable, we've seen Devin Haney, who's really good at jumping in and out, landing a shot and getting out of danger. Even he got tagged big time early on in that fight. And I think ROLLY is a little too predictable, despite him having much harder hands than Devin Haney.
Yeah.
And I do think
It's almost worse. It's almost worse that ROLLY does have the hard
because
mentality.
it gives him that confidence.
He's going to come forward. And to be fair, Devin, for whatever reason, that was a nasty left hand. For whatever reason, Devin decided to fight uncharacteristically against Ryan. I think maybe that left hook that Ryan hit him with early got him out of his comfort zone and got him out of his game plan. Tagged him in one, and Devin was like, I'm embarrassed a little bit. I'm going to go get that back. And that was the entirety of the fight. He planted his feet, went flat-footed, and tried to stand with Ryan Garcia, which is not a good idea. And ROLLY might do the same tonight. Yeah. ROLLY's not, as a counterpuncher, I don't look at him the same way I look at Ryan Garcia. I think he does need to lead the dance to be successful, which kind of walks right into what Ryan does well. And yeah, man, I'm in the same boat you're in. I'm looking for a Ryan Garcia stoppage tonight.
I think if Ryan does stop him, it's the perfect setup fight. Because what you want if you're Ryan Garcia, you've been out of the ring for a whole year. We've seen with Conor Benn in that last fight. He was rusty, right? Ryan is going to be a little bit rusty here.
Yeah.
You want a fight that's just dangerous enough that you've got to train for it. You've got to take it seriously. but not the 100% best fighter you're going to face in the next 2 years.
For sure.
And I think they've done exactly the same. Oh, we got our drinks.
Oh,
coming.
look at
Beautiful.
this.
Beautiful.
Nicole, our girl.
Service with a smile.
You don't
Thank
have to
you
hide
so
from
much.
the people. Look at Nicole
Thank you.
coming in helping
Cheers
us
to
out.
everyone out there who's
Cheers,
watching.
by the way, cheers
bro.
to you, my
Cheers
brother.
to New York, bro.
There you are.
What happens in
and
New
to the
York
crew
stays
behind
in
that have
New
helped
York.
us put this on. Thank you, boys.
The
Appreciate
top
it.
of New York.
Rob, right? No, I'm just playing, Dan. I got you, baby. Don't worry.
Shout out all the team behind the camera, killing it.
Killing
the
it.
game.
We got 3 cameras. We didn't even look at this one yet.
We
There's
got
that
the
third camera over there.
Third camera.
The third man, as they
Are
say.
they
Hulk
switching?
Hogan
I don't know if
style.
they've been
The
switching.
third man.
Have you been switching cameras, boys?
The
You've been
third man is
showing
here.
off? What are we doing?
There's the third. Okay.
Basically, for those who want to know, right over our shoulder, the ring is right below us. You might have seen it on my social media. We both put out a nice
even
little
finished this
video.
one yet. Jesus.
How's that going down for you, sir?
I'm figuring it out.
Right, let's talk a little bit about Devin Haney, bro.
Go ahead.
Mentally, I am fascinated to see where he's at before this, when he comes into this ring, because he was already tentative. The last fight would have really left some wounds, and I think that that's a big reason why we haven't seen him in an entire year, son.
Yeah.
In an entire year. Like, you didn't get no drugs ban. Where you been?
Right.
Like, what have you been doing?
No, the mental part of this is more than the physical. He looked like a shit brick house. Let's be honest. Yesterday he was shredded to the gills. By the way, those diamonds on his neck were dancing.
Can I just say, right? I've been watching a bit of Devin Haney.
Had my house on his neck
in the background of his life.
Yeah.
That boy is done with money.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, lads. If you ever get money in your life, look at Devin Haney, and there's a what not to do. Right there. And to be honest, it takes one to know one, right? I was stupid myself, but nowhere near as stupid as Devin Haney. The amount of watches he has spent, hundreds upon hundreds of thousands
Hey, the
on.
watches appreciate.
I'm like,
They
bro,
appreciate.
this could go to shit at any moment for you. Like, at any time, you get knocked out one too many times, you become chinny, the big paydays go away like that, and you're selling all your diamonds. You're basically, you know that rapper 6ix9ine? You're out of nowhere. You're him.
How do you not know? Come on, 6ix9ine's
You know
that
what?
guy. Come on.
This could be you, Devin Haney. Your dad thinks he's an expert, thinks he's a genius. I'm talking to you, Billy.
Not again. Going on.
I'm talking to you, man.
brother.
All right. Now, credit to Bill Haney. As a father, he's done a good job in raising a world champion boxing son, right? But you know what you do when your son becomes a world champion boxer? You tell him how to look after his money. And you don't let him spend it on shiny pieces of metal to stick around your neck on weigh-in.
I'm just saying, those diamonds was dancing.
We don't care, though.
They were dancing.
Here's the thing. We've seen Floyd Mayweather and all the diamonds years and years ago. I'm over it. I'm bored of it. Show me your knockouts. That's right. You have so few. I forgot. So
don't disrespect Regis Prograis like that, all right? Regis, Devin, I got your back.
That wasn't Regis in his. That wasn't the best of him, though.
You said that was Regis Philbin before we got on camera. That's what you said. Is that what Regis Prograis? It was Regis Philbin.
That's right. I don't think that. I just think Devin. Here's the thing about Devin Haney: a brilliant technical boxer.
Yeah.
Very tactical, very defensive.
Yeah.
When it turns into a fight, he's fucked.
Dead
Right.
screen.
Lomachenko, if he'd had a bit more power in them hands in that fight, we would have found out in that fight what we found out in the Ryan Garcia fight, which is he can only fight one way, which is behind the jab, everything his own way. When it gets bad, if he's in there with any power, I think he's in trouble.
I'll tell you what, I tried to tell people that LaVale Whittington was not going to go away in this fight. Now, did I say he would win? No. Hey, what's up, Ak? My man Ak over there. That's the boys. The boxing bully around here somewhere. I said he wasn't going to go away. It's round 4, and he has not gone away. Now, he's not winning this fight, and Susumi has put some big-time leather on him. But look at that one, too.
On this Devin Haney
sorry,
fight,
back to that.
Ramirez, right? He's not looked his best lately. This ain't the best we've seen of him. Has he got enough
That's the
to
question.
bring the fight? Because if you can make a fight that he doesn't want to have, if you can create that environment, I think Devin Haney will struggle. But I just don't know if he's got the tools.
This is what you have to do with Devin, or at least this is what it seems. You have to goad him into a fight. Because if you try to just come forward on him all night, it's not going to go well. We're in New York. I had to throw pause out.
Yeah.
It's not going to go well because he's so good with his feet. He's so good with his jab that he can elude and then reset, elude, reset. Or he can stifle all your rhythm with his jab. Head off center jab, head inside, up jab. He has all of that. So it's a matter of getting him to box your game, fight at your pace.
They're switching angles now, bro.
Okay,
we're switching.
We got a third. We got the third man going.
We got it.
Third man.
Let's have a little look here.
Oh, okay.
All right. Show us the other angle. But can you show me the other angle, boys?
Let me see it one time for the once.
Can we switch it up? I just want to. I'm waiting.
We have the feed, so it might be a couple seconds.
All right. Okay.
But yeah. So my point is, if you can get Devin, kind of like you said, if you can get him out of his rhythm, because when he is controlling the pace of the fight, it could be 12-0.
That's why Lomachenko struggled, because Lomachenko gradually turns the heat up on you.
Yeah.
And it's an unsuspecting, it's like you're a lobster in a pot, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden it's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
And I can't get out.
Yeah.
I want to get out.
Yeah.
Do you know, and I think that that was the thing with Haney is Haney he judges your rhythm, like quite genius-like, right?
He's very good defensively.
And that's why Ryan confused him, because he fought in spots. Out of nowhere, he just exploded. When
I say defensively, too, a lot of people give Devin credit defensively, as he should get. His defense is primarily his jab and his feet. When it becomes, like you've talked about, a fight in the pocket, things go by the wayside pretty quickly. That's why I want to see him get better at it. That's the thing. When I say the evolution of Devin Haney, are you defensively sound in the pocket?
He's just a jab, mate. He's a jab. That's all he is. Don't get me wrong, there's a bit more sophistication to it.
Yeah, for sure.
But when I watch him, I'm just like, God, this is boring. And I think that's why people love the fact that Ryan Garcia, a fighter who just throws caution to the wind, lets his balls hang out and just goes for it. We wanted that kind of fighter to beat a fighter like him, and the only thing that makes a fighter like Devin Haney worth watching is his zero. And when he was robbed of that in front of the world and then tried to claw it back through, this guy had tested positive or whatever, it's like, you can't erase it from our minds, though. This isn't Men in Black, mate.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The flashy thing doesn't work.
Yeah, when he said, I got my zero back, that was like...
That was embarrassing, wasn't it?
That was kind of crazy. And I get it from his perspective. Again, mentally, what do you have to do? All the greats of all time use a mental tool to help themselves when it maybe even wasn't there. Oh, there's our Hulk Hogan.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. I love it. A bit of Hulk Hogan. To be fair,
brother, I was there in Times Square
Hulk
17
is cheap
years
enough to
before.
get the real Hulk.
Oh, you could actually probably
I really don't think we need a look-alike. We could just get the
probably
real
could have
Hulk
gotten Terry to do it, yeah.
He would do it.
He probably could have gotten it.
Come on, Hulkster. He's been getting booed a lot lately. God bless.
For Devin, another guy, not a crowd favorite right now. I just think I want to see him with all the things mentally that's gone on.
Yeah.
You can tell that Bill has done a good job of putting him back in a good mental state to get back in here. We need to see a dominant performance. Does that mean he has to knock out Jose Ramírez in 3 rounds? No. I think it can be 12-0. I think it can be a 10-2. I think he can win by decision going away. But I need to see something I haven't seen from Devin Haney before. If we see the old Devin Haney, and like you said, jab and footwork and that's it, how much confidence do we get going into a Ryan Garcia rematch that things will be different? And that's the coolest part about this card, is that we get to see whatever versions of Ryan and Devin are going to be here and how that potentially, if they win, can play out in the rematch. And one guy we haven't talked about, though. Go ahead.
What do you think of Teofimo coming in?
Thank you.
Because that, for me, is the hardest fight to predict. Hardest.
It's a tough fight for Teofimo, because I say this sometimes, and people, oh, nice freaking lead hook there from LaVale Whittington. I say this sometimes, and people get upset when I do, because I don't mean it in a negative way, but Arnold Barboza negates a lot of what you do well as a fighter. Now, Teofimo is very springy. He's very explosive. I think he's got some, people talk about Devin Haney's boxing IQ, and he does have great boxing. I think Teofimo on the card has the best ring IQ of anybody there.
Really?
I think so, because he can fight in multiple different ways, and he can switch it on a dime, and he can fight you forward and backward. Teofimo is, I think, pound for pound, out of these guys, and potentially in boxing, one of the most talented guys on the planet.
I think he's very talented in how explosive and how quick he is and powerful he is.
Here too. He really does have it. He's had to show it in some fights.
There's other fights where I've been left with more questions than answers.
Where you do have him show up, and it's like,
the way he lost to Kambosos, he threw that away. He went in there, stubborn, pig-headed. I've just beaten Lomachenko. Bear in mind, Lomachenko didn't show up for about, 7 rounds?
Yeah.
Lomachenko basically threw that fight away. And I'm not saying he wouldn't have won anyway, but he didn't turn up the way we've seen Lomachenko turn up.
Right.
And I think Teofimo Lopez came in massively cocky, overconfident. And he was like, I'm going to knock this guy out in the first round. He was a 13-1 favorite. He got dropped in the first round. And that's where you think to yourself,
good shot.
I get he's young.
Good shot.
And sometimes when you're young, you get overconfident, you do dumb shit.
Yeah.
But I think Teofimo Lopez, when he puts it all together, I totally understand what you're saying. It's what version of him turns up, how switched on he is, because
I agree.
I do think this Barboza, he does things that Teofimo has struggled with before.
It's tough as nails, too.
In moving backwards and throwing that jab out and letting you sort of overcommit and
He's
catching
a boxer.
you.
He's a boxer. Teo is a puncher boxer.
Yeah.
Barboza is a boxer, and I wouldn't even describe him as a puncher, a boxer.
Yeah.
He's a guy, 11 knockouts and a 32-0 record, by the way, undefeated 32-0.
That's a big thing, right?
We're just acting like that's not a massive thing.
Jack Catterall convincing
in his backyard.
In his own backyard. And I remember watching that thinking,
damn.
You know when you're thinking Catterall, the home guy,
right.
obviously
right.
UK, I'm thinking, yeah, probably win this. And just each round goes on, you're thinking, you're struggling here, mate. This is not going well.
We just saw it.
And if Teofimo isn't dialed in for this fight, he will lose.
Absolutely.
It's a case of you're either coming in on smoke at your best or you're going to lose.
Absolutely.
And this is where all the shit talk has to amount to something, because he has been hot and cold for me.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I'm gonna make a bold statement. I think Teo might have the best performance of the night.
He's going to need it.
I think he's going to have the best
There's
performance
more pressure
of the
on
night.
him.
Absolutely. And he's in his backyard again. Not the backyardigans. That's what your little brothers and
I think he's
sisters
got massive
watch.
potential to be a megastar because he's such an entertainer.
He's stolen the show up until the press conference where, Ryan came alive a little bit and Bill was over there. They speak in Spanish. I think somebody's lying. So he kept saying. Teo was stealing the entire promo.
Yeah.
He was the one that was going out and having the moments. And the little round table they did, he stole the show.
That was such a good idea.
Stole it, by the way. Come on.
I don't know who it was at DAZN or The Ring or whoever.
Shout out.
Someone sat these 6 characters around a round table and did a podcast with them all. And they were just shooting the breeze. And it was such a cool thing to see because, there was this boxing camaraderie where fighters who aren't even fighting each other were just taking shots at each other.
Yeah.
Because they all know they're going to probably all end up fighting at some point, right?
Yeah.
It was amazing. That was such good content.
If we don't keep doing that for these big cards, we're obviously going to have. It'd be a huge mistake. But let me tell you something again. We're checking in on this fight. It's round 6, and LaVale Whittington is landing, is not only just hanging in there, he's having success to the body upstairs. And I don't want to overstate it because I do think he's losing this fight, but I think he's won at least 1 or 2 of these rounds heading into the 6th. So we may potentially, I think that it's going to go to Susumi, but fair play to LaVale Whittington because he showed up and gave this young prospect who has had, Japan's 2024 national champion, youth world champion. LaVale has none of those accolades, and he's putting it on him and making him work for it.
This is the matchmaking you get, though. I think the thing that's most underrated, and I know people obviously we're part of the ring tonight, but let's give credit where it is due. Turkey's matchmaking is one of the best we've seen in terms of all of the promoters, and I think that a lot of it is because Turkey's motivation is different to a lot of the promoters. A lot of promoters, and I love them all, right? I get on really well with them, but they're protecting their guy, right? They got to look after the cash, right, for the long-term rewards that they can get out of a fighter.
Yeah.
Whereas Turkey is putting on the fights that the fans want to see.
Yep.
And that's why you see a lot of 50-50s, massive upsets. We've never seen as many upsets in the last 10 years as we've seen in the last 2 years. Is that a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. It's because of the kind of fights we're seeing. So shout out to Turkey Alashik for doing that.
And also, Turkey, but also boxing is on fire right now.
Mate.
On fire. And you know what? You pointed to something. Promoters have gotten a fire in their bellies because of this explosion of boxing, because of Turkey Alashik, because of the Ring magazine, and how it has made everybody elevate their game.
I've never seen these guys more inspired.
And everybody's working together.
Yeah,
How about that? Look at Oscar and Eddie on stage. Look at Eddie and Frank on stage.
The hatred that they used to have for each other, it's simmered enough so that they can be competitive, but actually put their guys against each other's guys because it's worth it now.
It's opened up so many opportunities. How about the 5v5? And I guarantee you we'll see more of that.
Should we talk about one fight that's just been made? Alexander Usyk defending his titles against one of the Daniel Dubois, who also has a world title, but he kind of gave it him. And now he wants it back.
Give me it back.
The press conference.
Rematch, baby.
I don't know if you've seen that press conference, bro, but we've seen a lot of it centered around this low blow.
The low blow.
And how basically they're calling him a cheat. They're calling Usyk a cheat. What do you make of that?
I think it's overblown. I think that, honestly, the low blow itself, I thought was not a low blow. I thought it was a legal shot. Now, am I going to sit here and be like, oh, Usyk wouldn't have answered the 8? No, if that ref was in Usyk's face with the 2, 3.
Do you think he cheated? Do you think?
I think that he took advantage of what I think was not maybe a low blow, but looked and maybe felt close enough to get
You
a
think
little
he
bit.
cheated?
Fighters do it. It's playing the game. It's playing the game. I didn't think it was a low blow. So, of course, I have to, by my own logic, go, yeah, I think that Usyk took the time because he was allotted it, right? Now, does that mean that he's a cheat and give up your belt? No. I think that he, just like any clever fighter in that moment, that maybe needed a break, maybe not, whatever.
Did you see what Daniel Dubois' coach said, Don Charles? Who credit to Don Charles. He's done great work with Daniel Dubois. We've seen him, the revolution
nice
of
left
Daniel
hand
Dubois.
there. Oh, that was early.
But he starts going to Usyk going, you're no man of God. Like, I don't know what
crazy.
God... And he's basically calling into question his religion and stuff over this low blow. What do you make of that?
Well, I was going to flip it on you. Do you think that's just fight build, fight height? Because in the same breath, you got Usyk and Dubois, facing off in Wembley, and you see the weirdest push that I think I've ever seen from Dubois, and yeah, what's up? It's good to see you again, huh? Yeah, now I'm the big man. It's like,
I think
because we're building a fight.
I think from Dubois, Dubois is a serious man. I did an interview with him. It's not come out yet. You know how it be. We'll see it.
Previews, exclusives.
Will we see it before Grand Theft Auto 6? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. But it's out there in the ether somewhere. Now, he come across as a guy who you think to yourself, I don't think I'd like to upset you. But equally, he's got a sense of humour, but there's a switch. And I don't think it's the same as other fighters. There's an edge that he is in right now, where a fighter is in his prime who has that bloodthirst.
Yeah.
And it's sort of emanating off of him. When you're around him, you're like, you could just fuck everyone up in this room right now if you just felt like.
And I like it.
Yeah. He's on the edge.
He needs it.
But I think with him, he understands the game. He's just here to do the. I can't wait to knock this guy out.
Do you think
Don Charles means every word of what he is saying,
okay,
by the way.
Fair.
I think he is a little bit. That's not okay. Is the best word.
I'm looking at Dubois like that. I'm looking like maybe he does know the business, but every interview I see of him, it's like the most awkward interview because it's just like he doesn't get the whole business side. He's there to do a job, and that's it. Demolition job, right? Like that's the whole thing. Demolition. Knockout.
You know that Anthony Joshua pre-fight. It was fantastic because AJ is so great at talking to the media, and Daniel has been notoriously, struggled with that.
Yeah.
And it was such a clash of styles. But this is funny for different reasons because Usyk is also awkward a little bit because of the language barrier.
And he does like to troll a little bit.
And you heard Don Charles basically saying, like, what God do you worship? And he goes, Jesus. And he goes, I'm jealous, Amma. I'm jealous. And I was just like, this is awkward. This is very awkward right now.
That's what I love, though. I need it. By the way, Rito Susumi, unanimous decision. Not an easy fight. Yeah. Tough win for him, but a good one.
Teofimo up next.
Yeah, Teofimo and Arnold Barboza leading off our 3-fight main event. There's the slap-a-rooney. Boom, hold that. Got his head off center, too. Good reactions.
So, yeah, this Usyk Dubois fight.
Jesus.
Jealous.
Me?
It took him a while to, yeah. And I just think you shouldn't be calling that sort of stuff into question over a world title
That's
fight.
what I'm saying. It's overblown.
You don't need to go that far.
It's overblown.
But look, I think that I don't know if you've seen, he also said you deserve an Oscar because of the way you acted.
See, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That's fine. But to go, hey, are you a man of God? Like, that's a little far to me. I think that the rematch is going to be.
He said, Bob, I knocked your boy out with the jab. That was he went, bang, easy,
stop.
Finished. Like, and I was just like, with my right hand. And I was just like,
stop.
What are you saying, Usyk? Like, and it's true, though. And that's the thing you can say is, we can debate about the low blow. What can't be debated
exactly.
is the other however many rounds where your boy was in trouble. I do think Daniel Dubois is at his most dangerous, and I don't think he's going to approach this fight like we seen last time, where Daniel Dubois didn't truly believe he could win that fight.
That's the biggest difference.
Yeah.
It's not a skill. I mean, yeah, obviously Daniel Dubois has gotten better, but to me it's not even a massive skill difference. The approach is just mental. Look at what he's done to some high-level guys, and that confidence has just risen as he's done it. And we're seeing, I truly believe we are seeing a different Daniel Dubois in his confidence level toward Usyk. He wants to dominate this kind of, I don't know if it's a mental game or whatever, but you can tell there's a different level of confidence. He's not just happy to be there.
Bro, I think the biggest mistake with Alexander Usyk is people going in there thinking, oh, if I get this wrong, I know I'm going to get knocked out. They've all had that worry, that fear.
Yeah.
And you've seen the way fighters who, Tyson Fury, right? As much as I've said what I've said about him, I respect the way he fought Deontay Wilder in that third fight. He knew, I'm just going to have to roughhouse you. I've got to go through the fire to beat you. And he was willing to go through the fire. But even he, against Alexander Usyk, was like, I don't know if this is going to work. And he just shut down the offense that would usually be like taking it to him, willing to give everything. He wasn't willing to give everything. And with Daniel Dubois, he's already been knocked out by Alexander Usyk. So he's like, you see the change in mentality against Anthony Joshua, the way he attacked him.
Yeah.
And if he attacks Usyk like that, at least he'll have a chance.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if have you talked. I know you and Tyson are close. Have you talked to him since announcing he's potentially back? I know your boys like that.
Do you know what? It's a weird one, but I do think Alexander Usyk said, in my last fight after I fight Daniel Dubois, I'm going to fight the winner of Fury AJ. It's basically the way it was. It'll be AJ or Fury, which means whoever wins out of them, I'll fight that guy.
Yeah.
And that'll be him made all the money he can possibly make. Why bother? I understand José Parker deserves a shot, right? He's a great fighter.
Absolutely.
God bless him. What a likable guy as well, right?
And a tear right now he's on.
What a run he's on. But equally, I want the most money for my last fight, and I've already beat these two guys. So let me fight one of them again and sail off into the sunset, back to Ukraine.
That's it.
Buy
That's
a farm
all.
or whatever.
That's
Be
it.
great.
Now listen, that fight you're talking about, Usyk Dubois, July 19th. We're seeing it on screen now. That Saturday. Who knows where we'll be? We keep traveling, man. I don't know.
We're taking the show on the road, man.
Right now, Edgar Berlanga in the ring, and I think I know where we're about to see. Yep. He is facing off with
my God.
Hamza Shiraz, baby.
That's some stare down. Hamza Shiraz.
By the way, he is massive.
He's
Hamza
the James Bond of boxing, Hamza
He is
Shiraz.
so big. I walked by him, and I was like, oh, you fight at what?
160.
160?
He's just moved up to 168.
168 now, yeah. Super middleweight. You're 200 pounds, it looks like, dude.
I think this is going to do Hamza Shiraz the world of good, right? I think at that lower weight, that last fight was a bit tricky for him.
Yeah,
There was a lot of
Dallas was
speed
tricky.
in front of him.
Yeah.
This is going to be guys who are going to be a lot more there to be hit, and I think that'll bring the best out of him. With that massive reach he's got, his good punch selection, and I think we're looking at someone who could be a multiple weight world champion.
I thought you were going to say we're looking at someone that's an O.J. Simpson lookalike playing the drums. I didn't know what was going on.
Is that what it?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
You just don't know what you're going to say in New York, do you? It's been a really interesting time, I will say that.
Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't get to talk about it, but your first time in New York, how you feeling? What do you think?
From Newcastle to New York, it's been it really is. Do you know what? It's a weird one because I don't want to. I really appreciate this moment
For sure.
but the idea of living in a place like this,
It's incredible.
I mean, we're surrounded by skyscrapers.
Yeah.
It's mental, and
is wild.
it's such a busy place. It's amazing to visit, but I like living in the middle of nowhere.
I'm the same. We're the same.
Quiet. And it's so intense when you're here. Like London.
I'm probably going to get roasted, by the way, for saying that, because that's a famous drummer that I just said was an O.J. Simpson lookalike. Yep.
London is bad in terms of like just being overwhelming at times. This is London on steroids times 10.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
I was actually looking in the buildings to see, because this is in the middle of Times Square. We look over our left shoulder and we can see the ring right here. I'm wondering if anybody has stayed a little bit later at the office.
No easy way out.
Yeah, I'm saying
There's no easy
I'm gonna
way
get
out.
killed for that.
I
Sorry,
don't know if
everybody.
you guys can hear it on the feed. I think they've got the same audio
Yeah,
as
they
we
do,
have.
they do.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't get copyrighted for this because we're fucked.
If we do, cut it out. YouTube's good with that these days. You know what I mean? They're good with the old snip, snip.
The old snip. Too early for that for me, boy.
Now listen, we have our first fight.
The old dog yet.
We have our first fight coming up. Teofimo Lopez, Arnold Barboza Jr. I haven't gotten a pick out of you. I'm taking Teofimo. I'm going to say Teofimo. It would be okay if I'm going to say he's going to have the best performance of the night. If he stopped Arnold Barboza, that would be the best performance of the night. But I think I'm going to go decision.
I worry about him.
I'm going to go decision.
I got my note. I wrote a few bits down before.
Go ahead.
Because I don't want to. I just don't want to chat. Rubbish.
I just think this moment is so big for him, and he's already been through the trial of if you don't show up a game, you're going to get exposed. You can't fight just half-assed at the top level. You can't do it.
He does. He drops his hands when he leaps in.
Yep.
That was one thing I noticed, and I thought, you really can't make basic mistakes against an Arnold Barboza. He will, to some degree, you're going to get punished in this fight if you do that sort of stuff. And that... Can
I give you a counter?
He breaks the rules a lot, and I like that.
Thank you.
And it's beautiful. And I love fighters who are brave enough to do that.
Yeah.
But Arnold Barboza is all about the rules. He's such a typical rule follower.
He is. He's an A student. He never...
Yeah.
No. Teofimo being a rule breaker is why I like him in this fight. How many times do you walk into a gym and see the same combinations from the same stance, in the same high guard, and the same defense? Teo doesn't give you that.
What about Sandor Martin fight?
I know.
Right.
Everybody talks about it. I know.
Sandor Martin, that was a very difficult fight for Teofimo, and it was because he used his quick feet and his long reach.
Yeah.
And if there are two things that Barboza does really well, it's those two exact things. So here's the question, Teofimo Lopez, have you learned from that fight, or did you just get through it and go, all right, that's done?
It's a good question.
Because if Teofimo, and also the Kambosos fight, for God's sake, is he overconfident again? There's a lot to find out about Teofimo. He's still so young, and I think we all believe in his potential. But, bro, hey, we really are in New York, right?
It's crazy.
The
sirens are going off.
And
this is something that the fighters are going to have to deal with, by the way.
Yeah,
imagine being
happening
in the middle of the street.
It's Liberty City, basically.
You're in a busy city. People, by the way, New York has come out for this fight.
Yeah.
But let's be honest. This is a city of, I don't know how many, 3-4 million people. They got other shit they're doing, too.
Yeah.
So imagine trying to fight in the middle of that.
Something's
happening over
bro.
there.
Have you seen
We're going
this?
over here with this. Ambulance sirens are going off. People are trying to get on the subway, and you got to go and fight. And you got to focus on the guy in front of you, not the sirens. You got to hear your coach. How's that go?
Barboza's reach, by the way, nearly 4-inch reach advantage. This is what I'm talking about.
All right, prediction time. Come on. You've been saying it. You've been going Barboza. Say it. Come on.
I'm going to go Barboza by decision.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
I
Stick
hope
to
I'm
those
wrong,
guns.
though, because Teofimo is
if he wins
a star,
that,
and we need stars.
I will down this undisclosed liquid.
We need stars.
We do.
And
by
no
the way,
offense to Barboza, he's never going to be that. Teofimo
he's
could
not
be
a talker like that.
I just need you to show me, if you can beat this guy, you can beat most boxers that you're ever going to face. You're moving up away.
He's a difficult fight.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's a difficult fight. And if you can get through Barboza, yes, there's other difficult fights. Namely, if he wants to go to 47 at any point, there's a ton of difficult fights. Even at 40, there's difficult fights. But if you can get through Barboza, things change very quickly.
Imagine Teofimo wins, we see him against a Ryan Garcia.
Ryan.
Even now, Conor Ben is
Haney,
in the mix.
Ben.
Conor Ben, what was it like talking to Conor about the Ryan Garcia fight? You had a chat with him.
Yeah, I did have a chat with him. It's not out yet either. Stay tuned. That'll be out tomorrow. But he was salivating. It was like he wanted it more than he wanted to breathe. And tell me, how would you love to watch that fight?
It's a one. Here's the thing.
I know what you're going to say.
I really want Conor Ben to have a successful fight in Korea. And when fighters are just too dog for their own good, it's like he wants to fight a guy who's so much bigger than him in Chris Eubank. He's going to fight him again by the looks of it. It's a 2-fight deal. It's not even a rematch clause. It's a 2-fight deal. So for them to not do it is almost impossible.
Nicole, real quick, do we have the game, the Fatal Fury game, sitting over here?
Yeah.
Can I show the people the Fatal Fury game?
Yeah. Can we also get a couple of drinks, please?
The game, the CD,
lovely.
the CD, the game.
To be honest,
do we have it?
Barboza's coming to this
Will
ring
you check
right
with
now.
The
He
DAZN
looks
people?
like
I just want to show people Fatal Fury.
Possessed.
The
lad.
game.
This guy looks serious here.
Will you check with the other people? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He looks serious, yeah, Barboza. This is not someone who... He's not going to be bothered by where he is right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't see him...
He is
with his
the
level of
only
experience.
guy that has gone into enemy territory as much as he has and won.
This is normal for him.
And won.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Devin Haney's done it. Teofimo's had some success with it, but as many times as he has, no. That's the big difference to me, because Devin Haney did go and get his belts in different places, but Arnold's done it in people's hometowns.
Yeah, Teofimo, he's in the taxi.
No mask, though.
I'm glad.
I think the games are over. Oh, okay, tactical gear. I think the games are over, though, for Teo. He was wearing the luchador mask to obviously reference the Mexican heritage of Arnold Barboza Jr. By the way, there's Dean the Great with him.
What is it? Dean the Great is a funny character. He's
pop
always
in
around,
there?
isn't he?
How
He's
do you
just
pop
always
in there?
around. Except in the ring with Joey Knight. Let's just say that.
Hey,
shout out
come on,
Joey
shout
Knight.
out Joey.
Shout
Come
out
on,
to the Pain
Joey.
Game boys.
Come on,
Love you.
Joey. Get in there. Get up, son.
This is it. I mean, hopefully we could do more with the boys. Maybe for Usyk, Dubois.
Teo has been talking about the takeover. The NYC takeover. It's the takeover. He's from Brooklyn, hometown guy.
Massive pressure.
Massive pressure. Which, again, you talk about Teo and Senior, all they talk about is how they know they're the biggest clowns in boxing. Teo said it. And why would they say something like that? Because they intentionally put pressure on themselves. This is the Conor McGregor playbook. Put it all on yourself, because then you can't say nothing to me. I already said it about myself.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing is you got to go and perform. Because without that, then people stop believing. But if you do win, it's almost like I went to Vegas a couple weeks ago. I only played one hand of anything. I dropped 500 on black on roulette, lost, and felt terrible. But if I would have won...
Mate, I got to teach you a thing or two.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'll teach you poker.
But if I would have won, the amount of just skyrocket liftoff I would have felt...
You know what would have happened if you'd have won?
I would probably have doubled down.
Exactly.
Yeah, I probably would have
and then
doubled down.
guess what? You'd have lost that too.
But here's the thing. If Teo wins, he can double down and keep going. Risk equals reward in this sport. It's a big-time risk.
Is he big enough
here we
though,
go.
to compete with those 147 fighters that
Not
way?
yet. Well, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Guys like Devin.
He does remind me of Conor McGregor, actually. Even in the way he fights a little bit. Just the way he moves ever so slightly. Obviously, in a totally different sport.
Definitely a rhythm fighter.
But, yeah, there's when he throws that jab out, just the way he moves with it, and the level of pressure he's comfortable in putting on himself. It's not normal. I think this is the acid test for me. This is where I'm like, if Teofimo wins, I'm a believer, right? This is the kind of the Chev Clark moment that Vidal Riley had, but
absolutely,
you know, at a different level. Obviously, we're talking.
I mean, you're also talking about Teofimo, who has been a world champion, is a world champion, the Ring Magazine champion, and WBO champ. So it's like he's done it. He's been to the mountaintop. He should have. I mean, potentially,
it's weird though.
Really should have been undisputed, but kind of got robbed from him. But this feels like a bigger moment. Maybe because we're in New York City, maybe because we're in Times Square.
Because this is the turning point for his career, where you it's either supercharged and he goes to the moon and he becomes that household name that he has the potential of being, because we know what a talent he is, we know what a talker he is, or he proves that his level isn't what he thinks it is. Because if you can't beat Barboza, it's not there. It's not what you think it is, in my opinion.
So you're going Barboza decision to become WBO.
I want to be wrong. I think,
yeah. I mean, that's.
And it's not on Barboza. I just, for me, I want to make videos about fighters who talk shit, who make us all entertained, and they're few and far between. And in boxing, as we said recently, we got way more of them than we have in MMA.
For sure.
And I want those guys who are willing to talk to succeed, because there's too many old school boxers still not putting the pressure on themselves, trying to alleviate the pressure. And it's like, bro, this is show business, man.
This is show business. And listen, if
Times
anything,
Square.
Arnold Barboza has, maybe Teo's brought it out of him, but he has been talking his stuff. He has been helping to promote a little bit more here. And sometimes it does take a fight like this to put you over the edge. Listen, boxing is a hotbed in Los Angeles as well. And you want to talk about El Monte, California, they would come out, and they're out here as well.
Yeah.
So Arnold Barboza, he has an opportunity here. We talk about Teo risk and everything. Arnold Barboza said yes in everybody's backyard. So this is a moment for him as well.
Yeah, we go. Shout out to everyone who's in the chat, by the way. Hit the like button, subscribe on Wade's channel, on my channel, and on The Ring. Show your support. We're about to get, I think, potentially fight of the night.
This is what everybody has said should be and potentially will be fight of the night.
Do you know what's funny about Teo, though? Teofimo Lopez against George Kambosos has that bad first round, right? He's come out overly aggressive. And he's been shook, he's been dropped, and it was a solid shot from George Kambosos.
Yeah.
His dad gets him into the corner. He goes, all right, calm down. All right, take your time. He goes, what are you waiting for? Get this guy out of here. And you're just like, what kind of advice is that?
It's always a senior.
Crazy.
It's always a senior that's in the corner.
Dads in boxing, they're crazy.
And by the way, it's an epidemic. Dads in boxing are everywhere. Fathers as coaches are a real deal.
Sometimes it can be a gift, and sometimes it can be a curse. I think Teofimo is, speaking of gifts, he's a very gifted fighter.
He absolutely is.
Can he maximize them against such a tactical, technical guy like Barboza, who is going to try and keep him on the end of that jab here? And let's see who's the aggressor here early on.
Round 1. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. Make sure you guys buy the game, by the way. It was played on stream earlier, KSI Speed going at it. You guys can do the same. Get the game. And obviously presented by The Ring. Right in the middle of Times Square, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want to sync up with us, we're at 2 minutes 32, 31, 30 of the first round, of course. Nice body shot there by Teo. Could I get another drink, please? Anyone? Just another drink? Can someone just Teo looking in them hooks.
Teo, I think, just testing the waters.
Yeah.
You know, not a ton of power behind them, but just saying, hey, you know, don't get too comfortable. Even if it is early, I've still got these heaters.
Yeah.
And what I like, too, is, like you said about Arnold Barboza, right away establishing, I'm not going to be on this back foot and just be scared the whole night or let the fight come to me. I'm going to try to dictate a little bit.
Yeah.
And showing him the hook early as well. I like that.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to basically show his hand too early and
nice right hand, Arnold Barboza.
This is all I've got, right? I'm not going to. And to be fair, against Jack Catterall, we see in Barboza really varied it up brilliantly.
Good jab to the body, Teo.
Holy shit! This is
technical difficulties on the rooftop here.
Can I get a drink, please? Can I get a drink, please?
What I'm seeing out of Barboza right away is a little bit of a hesitation to open up because of Teo's jab to the body. He's going nicely to the body, Teo is, and I think changing the levels nicely to try to hide his chin, hide his face a little bit. And again, he goes there.
He's not dropping his hands as much as... but look, as the rounds go on, that's where he drops his hands when he leaps in like that.
Nice catch counter there from Teo.
I like the level of commitment he throws into the shots. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of criticism last week for the May Conor Ben.
Nice short hook.
Look at
Quick
that hook, left hook,
right
on
there
the jaw.
from Teo.
Teofimo, you know, he commits just the right amount, in my opinion. He measures that quite well.
He's catching that jab nicely with his backhand, tossing it away, looking for a counter jab of his own. This is what Teo does to you, though. Is right away he wants to jump on you. You saw it even in some of the fights he's had some real troubles in. He likes to jump on you early and establish dominance of the fight.
Barboza needs to feint more because if that jab's getting caught, he needs to make him think it's not there.
Look at the feints with the
lovely
combination.
double jab backhand. Barboza taking a shot early here.
I love that. Teo had set him up to the body.
Body shot.
Liver
that
shot.
Really looked like a good body shot.
That was a nice liver shot there. Good poker face from Barboza, but that hurt him.
Yeah.
1-2, 1-2 there.
Jab from Barboza. Good early round from Teofimo Lopez. I gave that to him.
Yeah, that's Teo's round pretty clearly, and it was because of, the level change in the setup. What you do downstairs, Teddy Atlas used to say, you flood the basement and the water rises upstairs. That's what he did, man. That's exactly what a guy that's lived in New York and understands a little bit of the infrastructure in this city would understand. Yeah. Flood that basement, go to the body with the jab, and then off of that, he goes to the liver, back upstairs with the right hand.
Well, he's got quite a long torso, hasn't he, Barboza, by comparison? So there's plenty to hit, especially if he's a mover.
Really quickly, Nicole, are you hearing me? She's not hearing me.
They're saying jab your way in to Teofimo here. Jab your way in because obviously he does like to throw big shots. You've got to touch him first. Touch him and then go for it, he's saying. Find your range, which is actually what we'll be expecting Ryan Garcia to do in the main event,
Honestly,
which is coming up. Ryan Garcia loves to have that hand out before throwing.
Be looking for a big right hand out of Teofimo Lopez here. Jab downstairs, right hand upstairs. One of the basic combinations in boxing, but it's effective when you set it up.
Wow. I can't believe we're here, mate. This is wild. Oh, that lovely.
Oh, look at us.
Oh,
my goodness, Nicole.
We are going to be well-oiled machines tonight.
Look at her, folks.
Son. Come on.
Amazing.
Round 2 minutes, 37, 36, 35 seconds in round number 2 if you're trying to sync up. We're doing this on the fly, guys. We haven't got the graphics up. Apologies for that. I know there's probably some complaints.
Of course.
We're doing our best. We're literally...
We'll figure it out, guys.
You wouldn't believe it.
There's a right hand across the guard. And again, Teo's catching a lot with his backhand. Likes to parry and come back. I do get, like you said, a little worried about maybe anticipating a jab and then the left hook comes around it.
I know if I've seen that repeating pattern, you feint and you come with something completely different. But maybe Barboza's setting them up for that. Maybe he's trying to keep them thinking, yes, this is what I do, this is what I do, this is the pattern, this is the pattern. And then when he finally deviates from it, it's going to be a real bad punch.
Nice head movement from Teo. Tries to go counter right hand there, and he's keeping his head off center line. He's changing levels, and he's keeping himself safe.
Barboza looking a bit better in this round so far.
Again, though, Teo with the jab has been automatic. It's been punctual. Confectionery.
Yeah, I like it.
As one Chris Eubank Jr. would say. Senior would say.
The reach advantage isn't... Ooh,
nice left hook there,
nice
Barboza.
job. Left hook from Barboza. The reach advantage isn't really playing at the level of role I thought it might at this point. Teo's measuring the distance really well here.
I was going to say, the reason for that, at least from what I'm seeing, is Teo's commitment to his jab. And when he stifles Barboza, he goes right after it. Catch, boom, counter, right away.
This is how you fight a bigger guy. The head, he's putting the head low.
Yep.
He's making it hard for that jab to find him.
Get off center
it's
line.
what Conor Benn was criticised for not doing enough of.
How about if Conor Benn started his fight like this?
Yeah.
Jab heavy, then set up some big-time power. Because we're only in round 2, and it's felt like I've seen so many jabs already out of Teo to set up everything coming next.
He's not like, look, just because I'm the smaller guy, I don't think you're just going to do that to me. If anything, I'm going to beat you on the jab.
Which I think he has. I think he's controlled that range.
Nice body shot, but Barboza comes back with a 1-2. I couldn't see how badly it connected, but it looked good.
But now we're getting into the minutia of boxing. Right now, Barboza has seen Teo catch counter. He's playing the game to go, okay, you want to counter me? I'll counter behind yours. Now we're getting into the chess game.
It's the question of how fast Barboza's feet are. Because normally they're very fast, but you're dealing with a bit of a super athlete here in Teofimo. He's a freak. Oh,
there's the big commitment.
Teofimo, 1-2, and then goes around the side.
That was a big commitment there from Teo. He didn't quite get to the range to land heavy, but that was a big commitment with the hook. Right hand behind it, roll underneath. I think we're going to see more of that as he finds distance.
I feel like Teofimo should be really happy with these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, solid 2 rounds.
I thought technically that he may, just with how defensively clever Barboza is, he may make it frustrating for Teo, but he hasn't really managed that yet.
No, and his coach is telling him kind of what we've seen. The problem that Arnold Barboza is having is that he's throwing one shot at a time. While Teo is throwing one shot at a time at times, but he's going back to the well. He's going 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah. He's getting hit with little stuff in pockets that are combinations frustrating him, and he's only throwing a hook back, or he's only throwing the right hand back.
We're seeing scenes from the crowd.
Look at the New Yorkers out, baby. Come on.
Up. God almighty.
Got their copy of the Ring magazine.
This just
the
makes
Bible of boxing
so huge.
Come on, man. Like, when we, in our lifetime, we look at old videos and stuff like this.
Never been.
You know what I mean?
Unreal.
And now it's happening for us, man. I love it.
I love it.
Big shouts to the Ring. Round 3, 250, 249, 248 in our first fight.
Teo jabbing to the body early in round 3.
Beautiful hook, son.
Check hook. As Barboza comes in with a jab to the stomach, Teo just lets that hand fly on the chin.
Everything so twitchy, good reactions. I think Barboza's got the right game plan, right, to try to stifle Teo a little bit and push him around, but there's not enough volume on the end of it.
Not nowhere near. And do you know why? Because he's scared of what's coming back. I can only assume that what's coming back is enough to keep him in check, because whenever fighters, in my opinion, they start throwing single shots, it's because they're scared to overcommit because they're going to get caught and they don't like what's coming back right now. That's the only time I worry about a fighter mentally is when it is a bit like this. Barboza's got a good chin. We've never seen him beaten. I've never seen him look like he's struggling to figure a fighter out like this in all the fights I've seen him in.
Right now, yeah, definitely the chess game is going in Teo's favor because he's doing a lot of the leading off the back foot even. He's walking Barboza onto stuff.
Yeah.
And on the front foot, he's able to back him off with just feints.
We see Barboza fight Ramírez, who's fighting Devin Haney tonight, and he just looked in control.
Yeah.
And similarly with Jack Catterall, who I do rate Catterall, but he just took control of that fight the more it went on. He needs to do that.
Nice right hand there from Barboza. Solid right hand there. And a
nice
2-1.
1-2 Barboza.
I like a switch up right there.
Yeah.
Usually you'll
he
see
moves
a 1-2
with it as well.
2-1 to switch the things up because, again, every boxer sees a jab
That's
right
one
hand.
of his favorite, the reverse 2-1.
Love it, man.
It's one of his favorites. And the fact that he stepped in with both feet and moved with the punches, it's very hard to get out the way of that.
Just a good rhythm switch.
Yeah.
Boxers are used to, and really everybody, if you're throwing hands, you're throwing kicks, whatever it is, combat sport, you're used to the rhythm of left, right, left, right, left, right. If you can flip things right, left, or double right, double left, or right, left, right, this is a nice switch.
Again,
there he goes again.
I think Teo was ready for it that time. I want to see more, and that's it. He's doing it. He's going back to it over and over.
With it. I like that. He went
left hook.
Right hand to the body, left hook upstairs, did Barboza. Last couple seconds, finds another left hook there, and he pivots out.
Teofimo feels like he's losing this round.
How about that? Barboza with a right hand, left hook again.
And he's making a miss now, and he's making him pay a little bit. Barboza, this is his best round. He's coming back into it here. Oh, and he catches Teo.
Very good round.
That round.
He knows it too.
Yeah.
Gives the fist pump. Very good round there.
I know I lost the first
now
one, but I got
something.
that one back. Yeah. He knew it.
That's a physical manifestation of I got one back. And I think he did. I think that's 2-1 to Teo, but I think Barboza has found something with a little bit of the rhythm switch there. Teo got used to being able to catch counter, catch counter, catch counter. And Arnold Barboza said, that's cool. You can have that. But I'm going to come back with this right hand, left hand, and right hand, left hook with no jab setup because we know the jab is important. It's the most important punch in boxing. So when you take it away, you take that rhythm of showing it away, things open up.
I wonder what happens here, bro, because usually in the fights I've seen, when Barboza starts to take over, it's hard to wrestle that back from him. And Teo is not the type of guy to just accept that.
Right.
This is where things could get interesting.
I am being hand-delivered.
The Fatal Fury game.
3 separate. Go ahead. Because you got that. I got 2. You got 1. You got 1. I got 1.
I just dropped it. Sorry. That is such a me thing to do, though.
By the way, folks, pick up your copy. PlayStation 5, Fatal Fury. Make sure you guys, the City of the Wolves, make sure you pick your favorite character. We actually have one of the guys on set right now. My man's that is posted up with the hand wraps on, got the hair going on.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you pick your favorite character. You can play with your friends. You can play online. Check out Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
And I've got to be honest, right?
Rated T for teens.
I'm a gamer, big PlayStation 5 head. There's not a lot of great games out on the PS5 right now, so check it out, because we've been starved. We've just heard Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't for another year. All the more reason, right? Get yourself on this. Have a blast. Enjoy.
We are in round 4. Yep, round 4. 209, 208, 207, 206, 205.
And this is getting interesting now. Barboza's starting to try and oppose himself on Teófimo López, who's sort of accepting not taking the center of the ring and having to sit on the ropes here.
Nice counter right hand there from Teo, but this is what you worried about, accepting the way the fight is going versus turning the tide. And when Barboza starts to get going, it's hard to push him back. It's hard to flip the script on him.
Even Ramírez, who is a pressure fighter, a come-forward fighter. He just had to take it, right? And and a nice shot there. I think Barboza got the better of that exchange.
Both guys sat down on right hands. Yeah. It looked like both landed, and Barboza potentially got the better of those.
A left hook from Barboza there.
And this, by the way, this is not a good look for Teo. As much as he's slick right now, and that's cool, shoulder rolling and all that, What's not a good look is being on the ropes, trying to defend yourself versus combinations.
You know the judges, they do pay attention to where you are in the ring, right? Lovely body shots from Teofimo. I think I want to see more of those.
Where did it go? We had that in the first 2 rounds. Where did that go? Now we're headhunting with the right hand.
It's not desperation, but it's a sign of I need to get you off of me here a little bit. You're getting a bit too comfortable staying in front of me, and I need to back you the fuck up.
It's so crazy because these are the highest of high-level boxers. And
beautiful, isn't it?
It's amazing to watch. And when they're in the heat of the moment like this, sometimes even their training goes out the window. And that instinct takes over.
They're having to figure out new shit on the fly because this is elite level chess, and it's not a chess game where you get a warm-up match against this guy. You're having to figure him out. Yes, you can watch tape, but this is in real time solving puzzles, with brutal consequences. And right now, the length and the reach of Barboza is starting to take effect in this round 4.
Teo goes back on the jab for the double there. But again, I think Barboza has had a very good round. Nice shot to the body there, Teo.
The fitness of
Barboza. Did you hear that, by the way?
What's that?
That referee is warning Barboza about the measure, which is, obviously it's not. It's a bit of a gray area in boxing, and I don't see it called a lot, which is very interesting.
I've never seen it called, for a long time. I can't
the
remember.
Long guard is effective, and you guys know that I'm a big fan of the long guard. By the way, Emily Austin standing by with Conor Benn. Let's see what he has to say.
I don't know if these of our guys can hear this interview.
Yeah, if you guys can't hear it, you're hearing us. That's okay. Yeah. But essentially, I don't usually hear referees warn about the long guard.
Check this out, right?
He warned Barboza about it.
Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. had a fight that was a very close fight, and I think that Chris Eubank Jr. rightly got the decision. But I did feel like at the end of the fight, the more thunderous punches were landed by Conor Benn.
It's not even a question that's the case.
And that's been acknowledged. Usyk has said he thought Conor Benn won the fight, and a couple of others.
A lot of fighters will come out and say that because fighters understand the difference between damage and points.
Yeah. Well, Conor Benn has hopped on a plane to New York, and he was jogging the next morning after the fight, saying, I can't wait to fight again. Chris Eubank Jr. was in the hospital for multiple days. It's a good look for Conor Benn.
It is.
To just be out here. We're back in round 5, 247, 246, 245. But Conor Benn getting his face out there in New York, getting his presence felt on the big stage. He's really had the best coming out party. And actually, as much as Eubank won that fight, it did a lot more for Conor Benn than it did for Chris Eubank, because Chris Eubank's towards the end of his career, he's just struggled to fight a 147 guy, and now his options are fight him again or fight Canelo Alvarez, who, that's a hell of a matchup.
We'll see what Canelo has tomorrow, by the way, in Riyadh. Check that out, Canelo versus
William Skull.
8 rounds, my boy. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Put him down on the ropes in 8 rounds. Check that fight out tomorrow. But in this round 5, Teo has gotten back on his front foot. He's got a little fiery. He's bringing it to Arnold Barboza Jr.
Yeah, a bit more aggression here.
Yep. But you're right, though. You're right about Conor Benn. And with acknowledgement, obviously, I believe, Geordie believes, it is the right call for Chris Eubank Jr. to win that fight. But I've been on the streets with Conor. We obviously did our interview, and I saw the reaction from people here in New York. Conor, oh my God, Conor Benn. He's gaining fans from that performance, and I think it just helps him.
He did a lot. Even though Chris Eubank had the moment, had the entrance, had the win, I think Conor's stock has risen tremendously, because a lot of people look at that and go, you're the smaller guy, and you did that. It just impresses people, even with the weight, hydration, and all that shite.
I don't know if you just saw it, but did you see that they put the AI judge on screen there?
What's it saying, bro?
It's 4 rounds to 0, Teofimo, which I don't believe. I think that at least Barboza won round 3. But have you seen the AI judge before, its physical appearance?
Yeah, it's weird, right?
It looks just like me, dude. I'm not even joking. It looks just like me. I'm going to try to find a picture. This guy
is getting scrappy.
It is getting scrappy.
Yeah.
This guy that they've got looks exactly like me, and it's a bit shocking. And unfortunately, it's a neck thing, too. He's got a long neck.
Mate, there's nothing. Do you know you and Conor had a bit of a neck off earlier? I don't know if you've seen that. Both got quite impressive necks.
Hey, yo.
If you've not seen the photograph, enjoy it. It's on Wade's story. Have a look later. Who won the battle? That's what we want to know. Get in the comments.
I don't agree with the AI judge, though. I do think that Teofimo is winning this round. I do think Arnold Barboza potentially won round 3, maybe round 4, but I can see that going either way. But this round 5 has been Teo back on his game.
Yeah, I think Teo's definitely got more aggressive in this. And here's the thing. For Arnold Barboza to get the last couple of rounds, potentially, you could argue, energy is expended, right? And now you can see he hasn't had that level of energy in this round 5.
Hey, Teo's starting to feel himself. Body work there from Teo.
Oh, Barboza's not. He got annoyed there. Barboza lodged a 1-2 at him. He's like, don't you be fucking dancing around the ring with me, pal. I'm serious.
Teo went right hook, left hook to the body, and gave it the old tap of the feet.
Just a reminder, if you've only just tuned in, Ryan Garcia is our main event. ROLLY Romero. Up next, we got Devin the Dream Haney back in the ring after the demolition against Ryan Garcia, trying to reclaim his identity and get a win, a much-needed win under his belt against a very solid test in Ramírez. And this fight right now, we're watching Teofimo Lopez, who's, I think he's up on our scorecards, but against a very serious test. And Arnold Barboza.
Some of these are close rounds that Teo is pulling away with, maybe at the end of the rounds or maybe with his jab. And you heard Teo Sr. there say, you're better at distance.
Yeah.
Use your jab, which, again, we saw in the first 2 rounds he used effectively, highly effectively. I think in round 5 he came back to it. So let's see the adjustments here.
Time, Wade?
256, 255, 254 in round 6. Let's see the adjustments from Arnold Barboza Jr. here.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Oh, we got Mike Tyson here giving a bit of analysis.
Us versus Mike, guest commentary spot. How about that?
I'll put myself against him in the vocals. That's all
I like that.
You heard my singing? New York.
That was pretty good.
New York.
You want to give it? Yeah, go ahead. Give it to the people.
I want to wake up in a city that never sleeps. Hey, mate.
It's not bad, right?
I love a bit of karaoke.
The guys in the back like it.
Especially later this evening. If you keep going the way you're going, boys, you're going to be in for a real treat. Let's just say that. 2 minutes, 17, 16, 15 in round 6. Arnold Barboza needs to grab a round back here. I think you could give it, at best, for Barboza, 3-2 to Teofimo.
Here's the problem, too. Yeah, here's the problem is that Arnold Barboza, if he does get down on the cards, which it looks like he is, doesn't have the one-hitter quitter.
Yeah.
So this can't flip in a moment. He's got to be able to get rounds back, and he's got to start doing it right now.
Ooh, I like the explosive punching of Teofimo. He just missed with that. But he hit people like Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, when they commit like that and they throw everything with light speed at their opponent, it's a sight to be seen, right? Like, we all love the heavyweights. You just don't get this sort of flashy speed in the heavyweight division. It's unbelievable.
When you combine that speed with the power in the hands, and Ryan Garcia has that, Teofimo has that, but you're seeing him right now box at range, use his jab like his father told him to in the corner. And I think it's a good idea because Arnold Barboza is such a... right hand from Arnold Barboza.
Right hand from Arnold Barboza. And that looked serious. And Teofimo definitely got hurt a little bit there. He backed the hell away. He never backs away. He's got back on his jab here. And another right hand from Arnold Barboza. Teofimo does not look great here.
No, his feet are not under him. It's clean, right? He's not moving around. He's planting those feet because he can't move them.
He has to plant them feet.
Right hand from Arnold Barboza.
He's trying to shake this off right now. It's very rare you see Teofimo hurt like that in a fight.
He sat down, and it's what you talked about earlier before we started this fight. They both sat down on right hands. Teofimo dropped that lead hand by his side, and it was wide open, and Barboza capitalized.
And Barboza's a bigger guy, right? Like, yeah, we've seen Kambosos drop Teofimo, but Teofimo, he wasn't expecting that shot. It was like a flash knockdown. It didn't really look like it hurt him. That looked like it hurt him a bit, like proper hurt him.
That one definitely woke Teo up. It looks like he's shaking it off a bit here, but that was a massive right hand from a guy that we don't consider a power puncher, but hey, maybe we should start, maybe we should rethink this.
Teo's coming up the weight classes though, isn't he?
Both guys trade right hands. Teo has got that lead hand so low by his hips, man.
He leaps in with that hand right down.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that.
You can do that against a lot of fighters. Arnold Barboza is not on that list of fighters you can do that against.
There it was, short right hand.
They're the worst as well. Because,
look at that shot.
Because the power is so pent up before it lands and it detonates short. The short hands are sometimes the worst in my opinion.
That one hurt him.
It went straight through his chin.
That one absolutely hurt Teo. Again, we can say everything we want to say.
And they've got Lopez up on the scorecards for DAZN here.
Giving Barboza the last round. That's Mike Covington.
I think Barboza
Our
has
guy,
at least 2.
Our man's.
Gotta love him. Gotta love him.
That's our guy, Big Mike.
Shout out Mike. But
you say what?
Two rounds, bro. 2 rounds for Arnold Barboza at minimum. I don't think it's fair to give him 1 here.
Yeah. I think the third
You
round.
could give him 3.
I think the third round was his. I don't know. Maybe we were just missing out on what was happening.
Let's call it 4-2.
Yeah.
But you could give him. It could be 3-3. I don't
now
think
remember,
it is.
folks, we're in.
We've seen worse.
We have seen worse. We're in round 7 of a fight that is for the WBO and Ring Magazine belts. 242, 241, 240 in round number 7. Yeah, I think Teo's got to win some respect back a little bit here. But also, you don't need to get outside yourself. That was a nice right hand. But again,
Bob
of Teofimo Lopez are a risk. They're a great addition for his offense because the jab is hard to see. But you're playing 50-50s when you get close with that thing.
Do you know what, though? To get away with that, the speed and the cleverness, but mainly the speed, to get out of range, to get your hand back up when you need to, it's hard, especially like
nice right hand counter.
You've seen him coming in there, did Teofimo. Like, I can't fight like that.
Beautiful jab downstairs, then up in a right hand from Teofimo.
Mate, I walk around with my hands up. I'm telling you now, none of this shit.
Nice
Teofimo looks like he's finding his feet again here. Barboza.
How about a cross guard there from Teo? That's
he
interesting.
does that a lot.
He has that in his bag.
That's old school,
George
right?
Foreman stuff. Yeah, man. I love that.
You know, Vidal's dad used to do that to me a lot. Very demoralizing. Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead, Jabby. Yeah,
difficult times.
What are you saying, food?
No, I don't want food. I'm fine, thank you. Cheers, bro.
Drink?
I would like, yeah. It begins with Mo.
Okay.
If
we can.
Yeah. Sounds like Dorito.
Yeah. Maybe.
It sounds like Dorito.
2 of them's good. Same deal. Yeah. Jesus, I might not make it through stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Barboza's trying to put this pressure.
Water too, Nicole. Water too. Thank you.
Barboza's putting the pressure on Teofimo against these ropes now. I think Teofimo's already done a lot to steal this round here. Mate, you're going to...
I'm good. We're done.
Well, if you want to hang with the big boys, this is part of the game, right?
I think I just threw 3 chest hairs at once.
This is
3 of them like this, yo.
Rocky said it best.
I've never had any chest hair. They just went like this.
How hard you can hit.
They went like that.
It's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. We're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my goodness.
Hit me.
35 seconds left here in round 7 in our first of 3 main events of the evening, folks. Another back and forth round, though. One that I think Arnold Barboza's done better with. And again, Teofimo Lopez has had a good round himself, and I think he'll probably win this round.
Mate, I'm surprised at how comfortable Teofimo's looking after taking that shot in the last round. He's regained composure, regained control. I'll give you credit. You said about his IQ. I think he's showing that in this fight a lot. And the fact that he's doing it against a bigger man, longer reach, it makes it all the more impressive because right
at the end of the round,
nice exchange. This is a man who's never been beaten before, and when a man hasn't been beaten before, it's very hard to get that win against them because they don't know how to lose. They don't have it in them.
Exactly. Yeah, it's hard to shake Arnold Barboza's confidence.
The same way another guy, man.
No, because he's never felt defeat. He's never felt that. And when you watch the last round there, what I'm seeing is Teo getting, again, comfortable with his range. He doesn't have to be an inside fighter. Getting under the left hook, avoiding the right hand, catching, countering with the right hand, and slipping out.
Can I just say, we're on a rooftop bar in New York. There's a whole bunch of people over there. They're having a party for the ring.
Yep.
They're enjoying themselves. They're all watching out on screens. Let me paint the picture. I mean, there's leaves and trees and all of this on top of this.
The FDNY, a lot of them are up here. I saw
this
James
is the coolest shit ever. This is the coolest thing ever.
It's so sick, yeah.
Right? Shut out the ring. There's a way of doing things, and this is it. This is it.
It does not get better.
It doesn't get better. We're getting brought drinks to us. iPhone on the 9 and board. To the top, baby.
To the freaking
top, man.
Baby. Come on.
Come on, bro.
Round 8.
Round 8. 2 minutes, 51, 50, 49 seconds here. And Teofimo Lopez looks to be on his way to one of the most important wins of his career, in my opinion.
And again, all behind the jab. Upstairs, downstairs, right hand's behind it now. And not overreaching behind it.
Bro, I've never seen Barboza look more timid and look more unsure of I can't judge where you're going to be because Teo breaks the rules. Like you said, he leaps from range, and it's like you think you're out of range, and boom, I'm right in your face out of nowhere. And he's really struggling with that, as you can see right there. He's not predictable, Teofimo, and that's part of the problem
I was
here.
going to say, what you're having to do if you're Arnold Barboza is continue to play the chess game. You think you've made a move that's winning you the chess match, like maybe in round 3, maybe in round 6 with the big right hand, and then all of a sudden Teo changes. And he puts you in a position to have to refigure him out again. You
know, the question we have now, though, bro, is in his head, he has to answer that question of, what do you want to do? Do you want to let this fight go by and take your loss? Or do you want to roll the dice? Because I'll tell you what, right? We've got 1 minute 39 seconds left of round number 8.
That's a good idea right there.
And this kid is 33 years old. In 40 years' time, he's going to be thinking, what if I just rolled the dice?
Yeah.
What if I just let my hands go and nailed the little sucker? Because obviously when he did let his hands go, he hurt him early on a bit.
Yeah.
We noticed that, right? Do you want to roll the dice?
Ooh,
because
big right hand right there. Just barely missed.
This is the fight to roll the dice. You're in the middle of Times Square, surrounded by the world's media. If you're ever going to make a name for yourself, you want to KO the loudest mouth guy here, and go for it, man. And this is that point that we all see, and we see in Eubank and Conor Benn get to that point early in the fight, and they both answered the question of, I'm willing to die here, like bollocks to all of this. But he needs to answer that now.
Yeah. The thing, too, is you wonder, because I've seen Arnold Barboza go back to the corner. Nice right hand to the body there from Teofimo. I've seen him go back to the corner a couple of different times and shake that fist and be like, my round, you know.
I need to say it.
My round. But we are not seeing that. So
There's not enough punches being thrown. You said he's thrown singles earlier. He's gone back to singles now.
Yeah. So I just wonder, in their mind, do they know, right? Do they think they're down? Because Teo obviously knows he's winning some of these rounds. We know that Teo is winning some of these rounds and going ahead on the scorecards. Yep. But, again, you've never lost a fight. So maybe you've never been down, or at least not this many as we think he is. Maybe they don't think that, and that's maybe part of the problem as well.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows deep down. You've got to know. What, like all of this celebrating.
Like that right there.
Nah.
Even that.
You're
just the right hand. You're getting out of range from Teo, and then you're not able to follow up. So could it just be for the cameras? Could it just be to boost himself up? Probably.
Question for you about Teofimo, though, bro. He's in the lead here.
Yeah.
But, you know, he wants to make a statement, right? Times Square, right? You want to knock someone out in Times Square.
Yeah.
And to say every time you're there, I knocked someone out here once.
Of course. In your backyard, by the way.
And you want to make that statement. But the problem with Barboza is, do you get greedy? Do you risk it when you're in the lead here and you're probably going to win this decision? Not comfortably, but like fairly
comfortably. Yeah. I would say, had he not gotten cracked in round 6 with that right hand,
probably go.
And we would maybe see him a little more aggressive right now. Let's see how these next 2 rounds play out, and then from rounds 11 and 12, we're still there. Then we might see Teo open up a little more, because you're hearing Senior right now. You can effing kill him. You can kill him. Go get him. You can kill him.
I really like his dad, you know, as crazy as he is. That's what I want to hear in my corner when I've got a superstar like Teofimo Lopez. Kill him.
Right.
Don't mess around with this.
Right.
Go for the kill. And I mean, look, it's not him in there, so it's easy to say that.
It's easy
right?
to get fired up. Yeah, exactly.
But I want to say that because we love knockouts, right?
Of course,
we love knockouts. But this is the time to shine. You're in Times Square. What an opportunity!
And even if it isn't the knockout, it's just the ability to go out and box on the front foot and take control of the fight. Yes, there's something to be said for being slick. There's something to be said for high-level defense. But to the naked eye and to what is going to make you a superstar, even with all the belts that you have and potentially will have, a fan favorite is someone that goes out there to fight.
I'm surprised at how comfortable this is starting to look here.
Yeah.
A little disappointed in Arnold Barboza. I mean, he's getting cracked with
big
that
time right hand right there from
wow.
Teofimo. 1-2-3 downstairs. Actually, 1-2-1 downstairs.
Where is Barboza's reply, mate? Come on, he misses there. You know, you've got the longer reach, you've got the longer limbs, you know, you've got quick feet. Don't just stand there and take this.
Yeah, I think that Arnold Barboza needs to, and it looks like he's trying to get on that front foot and try to turn the tide here. But like you said, it's not going to happen with a jab or a hook at a time. It's going to have to be set up, go. And that means risk. That means risk, people.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted
This
to
is what it
video this
means.
right
If
now.
you're up here
Bro,
in Times Square on the
we need to show
rooftop,
people, like, I'm going to have to post this at some point. So.
you got to risk it for the biscuit.
This is
in front of the people
Bro,
of New York City.
I just need to
Fatal
document
Fury.
this moment right
Buy
now.
the game,
What the
watch the
fucking hell is
fights,
going on?
watch us talk about the fights, and have a good time. Because right now we're seeing an entertaining one from Teofimo as he Philly shells and essentially makes Arnold Barboza miss every shot there.
I can't believe how this is Arnold Barboza here. This is a world level top fighter, world champion, and he's just
another 1-2-1 downstairs from Teo, and there's
it's
no
looking
reply.
So easy.
There's no reply.
It's getting worse, not better.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be a trigger moment where he goes, nah, I'm not having this life.
Look at this. Teo's starting to grab the ropes and do the Macarena, and then he shields a jab away again, and then quadruple jab behind it. Talk to them.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, of course. We have to, by the way. What are we talking about? Thank you. Thank you. Yes. That is what I need.
I'm really enjoying the night.
We're having a good time, man.
Right. We've got a couple of fights left. Imagine. Just let's see how that goes.
Oh, my Lord.
Damn. I'll be goddamn.
I'll be a son of a gun.
I seen the video of Wade when he was young playing American football recently, and that boy didn't sound the way he did now. Let me tell you, he sounded country.
I did. I had a little country accent to me.
Country accent there, boy.
Now right here, Teofimo Lopez just finished a round with a nice left hook.
My God,
that right there was pretty sweet.
I'm shocked at this. Like, it's annoying because on the one hand, I'm wanting this to catch fire. I'm wanting to, and. Do you know when you watch the Titanic sing, in the movie, and they're just sort of doing the violins and they're just accepting it? That's what's happening to Arnold Barboza right now. We need the violinist, and that's very possible with Turkey Al Shakearound. Anything can happen.
You never know.
We need the violinist, and we just need to accept.
Like Leo might jump in the ring and reenact.
This man is solemnly going down with the ship like the captain of the Titanic. His hands are on the wheel, and he's waiting for the water to burst through the fucking doors. This is not what I expected, bro.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Now, the problem, I think, for Arnold Barboza is he's getting stifled. What he does to guys, he's having done to him. And that's something I don't think he's experienced before, because most of the time, Arnold gets up on the cards early on you, and he doesn't have to fight from behind. And now the desperation sets in a little bit. And again, we still have 3 rounds. We're in round 10, 254, 253, 252 of round 10.
Where do you think Teofimo goes after this? Because the mega fights are starting to open up, surely.
Yeah. I mean, I think he'll probably look to grab up the belts here at 140.
His CV is looking incredible.
He has the best. Like, people forget, and Arnold Barboza made a point in being like, oh, you were protected at Top Rank. I was like, have you seen his resume? that's not a guy that's protected. I get it from Arnold.
They literally threw him in there with Lomachenko when he was a baby.
Yeah.
He was a baby in that fight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I think, obviously, becoming undisputed, even though he hasn't had the title yet, right? He should have been undisputed, but he doesn't have the title of that. So maybe doing that at 140 is in his future. But then I think he's coming up to 147. Sooner or later, he's going to make that jump.
He probably shouldn't, because he's not the biggest guy. But the mega fights are right there, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'd love to see him versus Haney.
I was going to say, him and Devin, it just makes sense.
I really hate Haney, and I think he would. I hate him. I think he would go at. You know what? I'll be honest. I hate his dad.
Bill, okay, yeah.
I hate his. My favorite bit of that fight when Ryan Garcia whooped Devin Haney was the moment where they come to Bill Haney and they go, "How do you think the fight's going?"
Yeah,
and Bill
that's
goes,
crazy.
"Well, he started well, but," and then all of a sudden Bill goes silent, and then within 5 seconds Devin gets dropped, and it was like he knew.
Yeah,
my boy's taking a whooping here.
Yeah. And listen,
the best thing that ever happened to Bill Haney was that goddamn ostarine test positive thing. Because he was like, thank God I've got something to say for an excuse for that whooping that my son took.
Someone said he got mad when Ryan stopped his open workout because he was filming it for notes. Bill got
Do you know the funny thing about Ryan is everyone's saying, oh, he looks different, he looks different. It was it was one of those angles that they took the pre-weigh-in picture, and was it a bad angle? Then everyone's like, "Oh, how come he's gained weight and yet he looks smaller?"
Right.
Then he gets on the scales.
Jacked.
He looks better than ever.
Jacked, yeah.
He looks shredded. You can see he looks strong. You can see he's not living that crap lifestyle anymore.
No, he's locked in. There you go, Arnold. Oh, and then Teo trolls him a little bit, looking outside the ring. Yeah, no, that was a little bit disingenuous, the whole online persona of like, oh, Ryan looks different. They used a picture of him cutting weight and then a picture of him in the fight.
I mean, we looked into, I was talking to you about how I watch these like YouTube experts breaking down this ostarine thing and how it's not a naturally occurring substance. It's not something that people who are experts in this field would recommend you take, and it was a fraction of the quantity that it would take to actually do something to you. And guess what? He passed a whole bunch of drugs tests before that. It just doesn't feel like your stereotypical Jarrell Miller, big baby, big farmer Miller thing. So I look at it and I think, as someone who, I'll be honest, has been known to overindulge in the darker side of life, I also know the benefits of when you stop doing that.
Yeah.
Like, not long ago, I decided, right, I'm going to look after myself. This is a bit of a treat tonight. I'm going to look after myself, right? Started taking vitamins, started looking after the way I felt like Superman, right? I'm working out. I'm like, this is what it feels like to work out without a hangover. I could have done this the whole time.
It's amazing, yeah.
Mate, I felt like Superman. And I think that what we're going to see from Ryan Garcia tonight is it's going to terrify Devin Haney, because he is going to realize, I couldn't beat you while you were out on the town enjoying yourself, smoking and drinking like a fool.
Yeah.
And how on earth am I? Are they the actions of someone who's so scared that they can't beat someone that they need to take performance enhancers? That he was boozing on the week of the fight, for God's sake.
Right.
So I just don't think people, if they are hanging their hat on, he was on drugs last time, he'll not be on drugs this time, bro. You're in for a really bad surprise, in my opinion, because it's only, don't get me wrong, Devin can learn to protect himself a bit better.
Right.
But they're going to get a better version of Ryan.
Oi, come on now, Teo. Round 11.
I really believe that.
I like the way you put that. I don't think that Ryan knowingly took the ostarine. That's just my opinion on things.
You've been very critical of Ryan.
And
right?
absolutely.
We trashed him at times for some of the things he said. He's been out of order. But I do actually believe him.
And I saw Ryan this week and backstage. He goes, you know what? He came up to me, and it was, I had no animosity. I didn't know how he would feel. He said, I was going through a rough time, and I shouldn't have talked to you that way, and we shouldn't have done it that way. He was super apologetic, and I was the same. I was like,
like him for
I get it, and now I respected the hell out of it.
Doesn't that make a difference?
Absolutely.
Because,
look at this.
We talk about fighters a lot, right? And we piss them off.
Of course.
Right? Because we're given opinions, and you've seen I've been through it with many fighters, but especially Tyson Fury and Conor McGregor, both aren't my biggest fans. If you're going to go at them, though, you pick the good ones.
I'll tell you what, Conor McGregor has an all-timer on you, bro. That voice note will never go away.
Do you know what? My favorite line I've ever said to a fighter was, actually, I probably shouldn't say it on this stream, but I've women bigger than you, pal. Yeah. He'll never live that down. What are you, 5'8"? Anyway.
Round 11.
Do you know what, right? It's 1 minute 18, 17, 16 in round 11.
Yeah.
Barboza's trying to step on the gas. It's not amounting to anywhere near enough, in my opinion.
No.
Teofimo's in good shape here. I think he's comfortably in the lead. On the fighter thing, when a fighter's an arsehole to us, and then they come and they have a bit of humble pie and they're like, you know what, fair enough.
Yeah.
I give them a handshake and say, yeah, fair play. I'm not, like, there's no point in holding animosity. Do you know what I mean? Like,
and it's never.
And also, especially, Ryan Garcia was going through a dark time when I don't think he's lying.
And that's a big part of what I think is important for him, the understanding of, like, yeah, man, I was not in a good place. I wasn't saying things I should have been doing, or I wasn't doing anything I should have been doing, or I wasn't saying things I should have been saying. I respected it a lot.
He's got kids as well, right? Like,
right.
It's just not a good situation.
Got a great family. He talked about his mother, shout out to her, just survived breast cancer. That's amazing. Just beat breast cancer, by the way. Shout out to all survivors.
Did you see that situation where Logan Paul obviously had a child? Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Happy for him. And Ryan Garcia on the comments goes, "Congratulations," and Logan replies, "I'm still suing you." That was wild.
Like maybe we'll drop
that was wild. And Ryan goes, "Yeah, okay. I was just saying congratulations."
yeah. Sorry, all right.
That was a wild.
Jeez, man.
Mate.
Logan holding that grudge. Logan said he's not fighting the Argentinian bodyguard.
Yeah.
He called him out. They said 15 mil. What's up?
Yeah. Did Messi say I'll foot the bill, did he?
He said 15 mil. And Logan's like, I'm good. I'm a pro wrestler now. I said, hey, fair play.
Do you know what? He's a good pro wrestler.
He is.
How was WrestleMania, by the way?
It was fantastic.
Yeah?
I got to see, shout out to Chris Van Fleet. Got to see him. It was awesome, man. I got to see John Cena. The John Cena-Cody match was a little bit lackluster, I will say.
What was Stone Cold Steve Austin like?
I didn't get the front row view of him crashing that ATV, but he absolutely obliterated some poor lady in the first row.
He was my guy.
She sold it too. Did you see her?
Yeah.
He hit the barricade and she flew back.
I
was like,
she should have stayed on the ground and said, "I want to be airlifted out of here, motherfucker. Where's my neck brace?" All right.
That man did it.
Genuinely.
Jeez.
I still love Stone Cold. We're going into the 12th round. Yeah, Teofimo, I got to say, he's really impressed me.
Yeah, man.
The technical ability, like you said, the ring IQ, everything that I had my doubts about, and I've had every right to, because there's been a couple of fights where he's blowing hot and cold. He's turned up the night, and he's made it look scarily easy.
You know, the whole message for Teofimo coming into this thing was the Teofimo takeover. That's what he's done in this fight. He has taken this fight over and taken it away from Arnold Barboza. That's really what it is. Like, both guys wanted to go out and grab it.
To a world-level fighter, he just span round, did a little gallop back and forward. He's toying with a guy who really takes most people to school.
He's such, like I said, he's such a comfortable fighter in so many different facets of the fight. He can fight you forward. He can fight you backward. This entire fight is what I told you it would be. It would be his fight IQ. Not some big power, and that was a nice right hand right there from Teo, and I think it just pissed Arnold off and tried to get him to come on, but it wouldn't be power, it wouldn't be, just shot selection, it would be the total package, and he's shown that here.
Barboza's trying to light him up a little bit here in the final round, but it's too little too late, bro, man. Your chance is gone, bro. Like, this is what I said in the 8th round, the question was there. It was like, this ain't about trying the 12th round, mate.
And again, Teo on the ropes here, but he's controlling the fight even off the back foot. Arnold, fair play to him, has never stopped trying. He's just, right now, he's getting outclassed, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way at all. It's just
not tried enough, has he?
You're also seeing the levels here too, and I hate, everybody uses levels, but you really are, like, Teofimo Lopez is there's good fighters, there's great fighters, and then there's elite fighters, right? There's world-class fighters, and Arnold Barboza is a world-level fighter. Teofimo Lopez is showing he's a world-class fighter.
I really want to see him beat Devin Haney up. I keep thinking about this. Imagine Devin Haney comes out and just gets smashed.
Or the other way. Imagine he comes out and throws it down.
That would be annoying.
You wouldn't be happy for the man?
No way. No, Devin's a weight. This is the thing. Devin's been putting that weight on because you can tell.
He looked big.
He switched the scales off when he stood on there. He was like, I don't want anyone.
Huh? He turned him off.
You say that?
I saw that.
So basically, for those who don't know, you do your proper weigh-in where you weigh in at your actual weight that you're supposed to weigh in. And then later you do a weigh-in for show. But your actual weight will come up on the scale so people can see what you're weighing now before the fight. He didn't want anyone to know. That's because he's put on a ton of weight, probably. Yeah. Probably put on 20 pounds
That's a
minimum.
Veteran move, though. Fair play to him. That's a veteran move.
To be fair, yeah.
And that's happened before. I've seen some other guys do that. I think that your boy Eddie Hearn did that for Chris Eubank Jr. when they were weighing in the ceremonial. He tried to turn it on, and Shalom ran over there and turned it off.
Shalom's funny, isn't he?
I think Eddie was just trying to have a rib, and Shalom said, nope, turned it off.
Do you know what? I would love to see Eddie Hearn and Ben Shalom on a Misfits fight. I would love to watch that.
Eddie would.
Eddie's massive, though.
I don't know if Shalom has any boxing experience, but Eddie does. And he doesn't talk about it, so people don't know.
I've seen Eddie, him and Frank Smith had a little spar.
He could scrap.
Frank struggled a bit. Shout out to Frank. I like him.
Big shouts to Frank.
Yeah, that was a mismatch.
Eddie can scrap. I don't think Ben wants any part of that. But that is the end of our first fight.
We're going to find out the result.
By the way, I butchered the truth. Pumalela Kafu's name yesterday. I called him Pumalala. Disrespectful.
I think we can forgive that.
Shout out to Pumalela Kafu. He's going to be fighting Bam Rodriguez in, I think, a doubleheader on July 19th. That's the same day as Usyk and Dubois. But, okay, this fight's over. I think that we can safely assume that Teofimo Lopez has won this.
I got this so wrong. I thought that there was a chance Teo would be not as committed and the cold version I've seen of Teofimo.
Right.
In which case he would have lost the fight. But this was a sharp Teofimo who used his athleticism, all of his gifts that he has over 99.9% of boxers to full effect. He was in and out. He put his combinations together. And he made Barboza second-guess himself to a point where Barboza was really throwing single shots and nowhere near the level that I've seen Barboza at against Jack Catterall or whatever. He mentally broke Barboza as the fight went on.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't give up, but, I mean, he's on someone's shoulders now with a flag, and I'm like, mate, what are you doing? He got outthrown by 130, 40 punches.
He got outlanded in every department. Power, jabs.
Punches.
He got outthrown in every department. This is going to be a clear decision win for Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah.
Clear win here. You know what? It's my time. You did this to me the last one. You went first. This is going to be my time. Let's use the bathroom first, okay? I'm going to be back.
Hey, you go, bro.
I'm going to be right back.
Just say if you're a lightweight.
Nicole, can you help me with this?
They're going to do their decision.
We're just going to the toilet, so I've got to hold this down, right? We've got the decision.
Just quickly, though.
Arnold Barboza versus Teofimo Lopez.
Sullivan has it 118 to 110.
118 to 110.
All three to the winner by
Yeah,
unanimous
it's over.
decision.
And still,
ring in WBO
Teofimo Lopez. Can we cut the other? Who's on the cameras? Is anyone's vision mixed in here? Yeah, let's show camera 3. Is that okay? Let's have a little look at the other angle. Is that possible? Ah, bollock. If you can't do it, it's fine. Someone's on the phone. They're on the phone. 1 second. Teofimo Lopez absolutely schooled this guy. A real mismatch. I'm surprised at how comfortable this was. I do want to talk a little bit about Tyson Fury, the comeback of the big man, who has basically said he knows that he beat Usyk in the first 2 fights, and he will come and kill him in the 3rd fight, and everyone knows it apparently. Now, with Alexander Usyk saying that he will take on either AJ or Tyson Fury in his final fight, that makes sense, right? You want the money fight. I do think that Tyson Fury is going to have everything to play for when coming in. If he comes in and fights Anthony Joshua, he really wants that trilogy fight. You can tell. It winds him up. It pisses him right off. 2 seconds. It pisses him right off that Alexander Usyk got those 2 wins over him. And I think the worst thing that could happen to Tyson Fury
Yeah, you're the Ring Magazine champion.
Is him losing to Anthony Joshua. He really cares about his status in the UK. It's one thing being bested by Alexander Usyk. Everyone's been beaten by him. But to lose against Anthony Joshua, when the fight on the line is a fight against Alexander Usyk to regain your belt, in the final fight Alexander Usyk's ever going to get, it's your last chance. We've got to make this fight, and now is the time. We're seeing images of Anthony Joshua training. I think he's been in Africa, he's now in Dubai. You're not doing that for no reason. There is no fight lined up, right? And we're seeing the talk of Tyson Fury back with his old coach, Sugar Hill. Clearly, this is going to be made. And as big as Conor Byrne and Chris Eubank Jr. was, that is the biggest fight in the UK, maybe in world boxing right now, in my opinion. Let us know in the comments who you think would win that. I've got to be honest, before Anthony Joshua lost the Daniel Dubois fight, I would have made him the favourite in that fight. Now, it's 50-50, because I do think Fury, he lost against Usyk, but he looked good doing it. And I do think AJ probably will never fight as bad ever again as he fought in that Daniel Dubois fight. Hands down, looking extremely basic, struggling to do what we've seen him do automatically in the past. And I just think to myself, do you want that get back, AJ? Do you want to take that Dubois fight again? I think if Dubois loses to Alexander Usyk, and Fury doesn't come back, I'd love to see AJ fight Dubois again, because what else is there to do? You're either going to fight Fury or Dubois. You can't really go and justify a Usyk fight without fighting someone before that. And I would love to see Anthony Joshua. I'm an AJ fanboy. Some of you might know this. I'd love to see him come back, put the fundamentals together, keep your hands up, do the basics that you used to do so brilliantly, properly, and go out there and be the best version that we can see of him and beat Tyson Fury and finally cement himself against Alexander Usyk. I think the Usyk fight is a stretch. It's hard to believe AJ will win that, but I think he could beat Tyson Fury. Let us know what you think in the comments below. I was just talking about Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. That is some go-to shit right there.
We need it. How long have we needed it? As a man that has been tracking that fight, it seems like for a decade, right?
I mean, what will we get first? Grand Theft Auto 6 or AJ
right?
versus Fury? It's a fight I'm desperate for, and I think there's a good reason why Tyson Fury retired. I think he knows we're desperate for it.
Yeah.
And I think that is one way to hike his price up. And fair enough, but equally, you've just lost 2 fights back-to-back. And by the way, the fight before that against Francis Ngannou, you didn't look great, mate.
Right.
So your price can't necessarily be the same price that you got against Usyk. But then again, with the level of views they're going to get, it probably is a bigger fight.
It's a massive fight.
Yeah.
This is why I think the fight is so big, because we don't just need belts behind it. I don't care that Tyson Fury lost twice to Usyk. I don't care that Anthony Joshua
Ben Eubank showed that, didn't it? Belts aren't needed.
I've been saying it, and you have been saying it, and shout out to Showbiz the Adult. A lot of people in the boxing YouTube punditry space have been saying it. Let's get away. Yes, we can respect greatness, right? We can expect greatness when you have that O, right? When you keep that O, but you're fighting tough guys, that makes the O even more important. But when you're just chasing an undefeated record, when you're just chasing wins over legacy, and I mean legacy is in the names that who you fought, how tough were they? Because we know that Muhammad Ali was a heavyweight champion, but we also know who he fought to get there.
Exactly.
And that means more to me. So, yes, I want to see Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, because they can win. They could lose 3 more fights, and I'd still want to see it. That's the fight I want them to make.
You want some food, bro?
I'm bringing it in. Now, I just want to give a shout-out to where we are. I don't know if we should say where we are, but shout out to the place that we are at for the local cuisine here.
You'll never get him. They don't let riffraff in.
Now, I will say, you yesterday had trouble with a shrimp cocktail.
I didn't have trouble, but let me
You
tell
didn't know
you
what it was.
So, obviously in the UK, we have what is known as a prawn cocktail. Okay, so
A what cocktail?
a prawn cocktail. Now this
Reverse
is
the letters, or
this is a very
that's what.
it's a staple in the
Divulge
British
that on the
diet,
weekends.
man. Right?
Yeah.
We have a little bit of prawns in there. We have the prawn cocktail like sauce. We have some lettuce, cucumber, maybe some avocado if you want to go for it. So I'm about to have a prawn cocktail and a steak. Okay, and they bring this shrimp cocktail to me, and it's just some shrimp on some ice, with something to dip it in, and I was just like. And it wasn't even like prawn cocktail sauce to dip in. It was wild. And that's another thing in America where the food's different. A lot of Americans hate UK food.
Yeah. Oh, no, trust me. I am the American that hates UK
Yeah.
food.
But equally, I don't know.
Don't get crazy right now.
I'm not saying it's bad here by any means, but it's just different.
It is different.
I'm acclimatizing to it.
For sure. You need to have Southern food. We need to get you some biscuits and
That's
gravy.
what I'm talking
some
about.
greens, some okra.
I'm a
some
goddamn
grits.
carnivore, man.
Come on, baby.
All right.
Now, granted,
Devin Haney, Jose
Yes.
Ramirez on our screens
yes,
right now.
Yes, I was going to say a prawn cocktail sounds like something I'd get in trouble for looking up on the internet back in my day. But we have our second fight of the evening. Ring Magazine presents Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez. Catch weight, 144 pounds.
Why?
I don't exactly know, but we'll call it welterweight because that's what it is. Jose Ramirez rolling up in a diamond star-studded.
He looks like he's talking
taxi.
to his taxi driver. Bro, where the hell can you get
This
me
is a
out
New
of
York
here?
thing. This is a New York thing.
Can you get me out?
Can you speed up through all this traffic?
Bro, can we just shout out to our taxi driver on the way here?
Oh, yeah.
All right. He heard what we did. We were talking about YouTube, right? As you do, right? We're just like talking about YouTube, and he's like, "Oh, really? Is this what you do, huh?" Well, I've got a business. I'd love you to promote for me. Next thing you know, and inadvertently, I'm promoting it right now.
Right,
Little
you
does
got
he
you.
know.
You got you.
And he sells like gin and stuff like that, and he's like, but it's a family recipe. That's the secret.
Shout out to
and I
him.
thought to myself, probably not go anywhere, to be honest, mate. But I'll give it a mention anyway. So shout out to
the taxi driver.
our taxi driver. Shout out to you.
Now, one guy that doesn't fight taxi drivers has fought tough competition over his
He's
career.
legit, yeah.
Is Jose Ramírez and Devin Haney, by the way. Devin Haney has taken some tough battles. He is, just like I talked about with Teo, just like we talk about with Ryan Garcia, this is why we love the younger guys in the lower weight class. They're willing to challenge themselves.
They're a little bit old school, these guys. And look, I give Ryan Garcia the most credit because I think out of all of them, he is the one who says yes the fastest. Yep. Whenever a fight's offered to him, he says yes.
We did,
Devin
by the way,
Haney.
We did hear Teofimo Lopez call out bout tennis after his fight. I heard it while I was,
wow, that is a mega
in a
fight.
different place.
That
He
is a
says he
mega
wants
fight.
that fight.
Ramírez, I'm a bit worried about in this fight because I think Ramírez at his best, he could have given Devin Haney some problems. I just don't know what version we're going to get of him. Yes, he's 32, but he's not a 32-year-old who takes a fight a year, right? He's not Terence Bud Crawford. He is active, but to a point where you're kind of a bit like, this is worrying me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
How
by the
active
way,
do you want to be?
selfish plug here. I got to speak with Terence Bud Crawford this week. How about that?
Really?
Oh,
How was
yeah.
he?
Find out on the YouTube channel, big boy.
Guess we'll find out.
Hey,
Guess we'll find out.
Talk to him on the outro.
Honestly,
But yes,
I'm used to it.
by the way, speaking of, we're live on the Pain Game. We're live on the Weight Concept. We're live on the Ring Magazine's channel. Hit the like button, subscribe, and we have 2 more bangers coming your way. They
Yeah.
are taking a while to get him to the arena here.
Yeah, what the hell is going on?
This
with-
is some New York stuff, dude.
Like, this is mental.
They said, listen, you're coming to Times Square. We're going to give you the New York experience.
We're going to
Hurry
give you
up and wait.
traffic. We're going to give you. I hope his driver's like offering him some sort of alternative service.
There was a guy in the middle of the road, God bless him, yesterday, screaming out to what I assume was the heavens, "Help me!"
We've all been there.
And I was like, is anybody going to help him? And we just walked, like everybody went by.
Yeah,
I was in a car for those asking. It wasn't like I walked by him.
Devin Haney on the way. He doesn't look great in the face here, does he?
I mean, it does look stoic. I don't want to, have the accusations of
No,
nerves.
neither
because
guy
either
looks.
guy is like, what are we doing?
Neither guy looks amazing. I can't believe we're in a situation where we've allowed 2 main event fighters.
Is that a truck?
This is the co-main event, yeah. And
Big Bank
they're in.
is the name of the truck.
I like it.
I was going to say, we talked about this.
Bro, I love trucks. I want a truck.
So being from
I've
the UK,
decided-
you don't get
in the
this.
UK, we've got some
Look at
pussy
this.
vehicles.
Look at this.
Pussy
This is
vehicles.
a lifted dually truck with the monster truck tires on it. Son.
I want one because these cars
Imagine
in the
rolling
UK,
through London in one of those.
pathetic. Devin Haney, he may come out and have a masterful performance here because
Yeah.
he's in there with a guy who, if I'm being brutally
You can
honest,
bring it out of him.
he may be a bit past his sell-by date, but he looks a little bit nervous. He looks a bit like, oh, bloody hell, what's happening here? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's smiling to the camera. It's the least natural smile I've ever seen.
Hey.
Do you know that school yearbook photograph smile that you give when your mother wants a good photograph and you're like, he just gave it that. You know what I mean? It's a bit worrying.
Fair play to the guy running beside Devin's car,
Yeah.
by the way. There's a guy sprinting behind it. What was that van we saw? That was none of the fighters there, but look at him. Look at him go, baby. He is getting a nice jog in a suit beside Devin's car. I love it. Now, this is a bit of an extravagant entrance here.
Bro, this is the thing about, since we started doing all this work, the thing that never ceases to amaze me is the concept and the idea, and then watching people struggle to execute that. And you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Behind the scenes, I always sort of marvel at the tech teams and everyone who's got to struggle to make these dreams a reality, because, I mean, has he got some women in the car with him there, Ramírez? It's always just such a difficult thing that they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
And I, as someone who's lucky enough to be on camera, just have to sit back and go, you look like you're stressed. You look like life's a little bit hard right now, and I appreciate it. Respect to everyone who's doing their jobs here. It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's definitely not. Oh, my Lord.
You need something to take the edge off, and that's why we're well-oiled right now. We're looking after ourselves.
I have been a part of production teams while all the chaos is flying. Yesterday at the press conference, at the weigh-ins,
Here comes
Mike
Romero.
Tyson's mic's not working.
Yeah.
I'm hearing every direction and every word, potentially, that you could curse. in the world in my ear, while also being like, hey, Mike, good to see you. Meanwhile, someone's having an epileptic seizure on the other side of words.
It's interesting.
So that is, but the behind the scenes of showbiz. Like, we're looking on the screen right now as Jose Ramirez makes his walk, and this is a beautiful walk, and the music.
Imagine.
And the pageantry. And I can imagine what's going through the production team's mind. I see our guys, listen, my mom has a phrase she likes, sitting fat and sassy. In other words, we're chilling. And right now, all of us, our production guys,
all right?
this is not a body shaming comment. We're all fat and sassy right now.
Right now,
Yep.
I'm fat and
You know what I'm
sassy,
saying?
baby.
My man
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
gets it.
Oh, yeah. Ramirez is in the ring. Thank
He
God.
made it.
He made it. He made it. It's all right. It's all right.
Over under
all right.
a minute here for Devin Haney to make his ring walk.
Devin Haney with the leather on. Has he learned anything since the suede,
I think.
the brown suede boots he wore last time?
Oh, yeah.
that
I don't know what
were
was going on with
ridiculed
that,
by
yeah.
every single
Look at this.
boxer in the world.
The fan zone, again, maybe this is perception over reality, has this as a 50-50 fight.
Bro, by the way, the DAZN boys who you recognize, one of them came over.
yeah.
One of them had leather pants on. I thought, not on my watch, mate. We can't be doing that.
Showing out, baby.
Bro,
it's fight night.
Mate, we're not doing leather pants, are we?
I mean, it's New York.
Devin Haney can do
They're
leather
having the
pants.
Met Gala on Monday. Maybe he was, submitting an
We got to have a
amateur
word.
application.
We got to talk about this presenting etiquette. All right, we do not do leather pants.
What do you think about my bomber jacket? I don't usually be wearing this stuff.
Bro,
It's
I
nice,
love
huh?
it.
Yeah, not
But
too
you
bad.
know what? It's understated. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
that's
right?
what I try to be.
We're
With
casual.
this big Ring
right?
magazine
We
shirt
did the
on.
suits for the last event.
That's right.
Shout out to everyone who liked that, by the way.
Yeah, we got dressed
I
up.
wasn't that comfortable. I thought, I can't be arsed with that next time. But we made the effort. And Devin Haney's made the effort. He's right in the ring right now. He's got a leather jacket on. And this is what I'm talking about with the jewels, the diamonds, the leather. It's what we like to call in the UK all fur coat and no knickers, right? Which means all style, no substance, right? Here's the thing. Yes, you can wear the jewels. Yes, you can wear the diamonds. You can look like a superstar. But can you behave like one when the fire
Say it
comes
again?
for you, bro?
What did you say?
It's all fur coat and no knickers.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Shouts out to the UK. As funny as our phrases are to you, yours are to us.
It means
It's hilarious.
she be wearing a lovely fur coat, but there's nothing underneath that.
Okay.
And let's be real here. Is there anything underneath Devin Haney other than the jab?
okay,
What happens
okay.
when
Bring it all
Ramirez
back. Bring it
brings
all
the
back.
fire to Devin Haney? Because this man hasn't been in a proper fight for a year. And the last time we seen him, he was humbled like we haven't seen like many fighters get humbled that badly when they think 50-50 fight, I might win this, or at least I'll put on a go. He was humbled.
This was a lot of people, myself included. Devin's going to outbox Ryan. Look at the mental state Ryan's in. Look at the physical state Ryan's in.
We were saying he shouldn't even be allowed to fight.
We gotta
We
check in
thought
on
he
this
was
guy.
in that much of a bad mental
Seriously.
state. And do you know what? Even now, there was some real cause for concern there. And guess what?
It wasn't
a guy
unfounded.
who'd been living like Snoop Dogg for a week for the month or two before he fought you, beat the crap out of him.
So what are you saying? You saying Ramirez with the W?
I really want I think it's a bad stylistic matchup for
I'm gonna
Ramirez,
say-
but I'm picking I want to pick Ramirez just based on I hate Haney.
Yeah. I'll take Haney potentially in a late round stoppage here. I know that's not the popular pick, and everyone's going to say Haney decision. Give me a late round stoppage.
I want Haney's lifeless body to drop in front of
Oh.
his daddy and his daddy to throw the towel in.
I did not. That was true, Geordie, that say that.
I don't want him to die. I just want him to go limp.
I had
just
heard
to
the
be
words
clear.
lifeless
Lifeless for a second.
for a second.
And
I
then
think,
he regains consciousness. He goes home
Okay,
to his family.
okay.
But for a second, humiliation.
I think he has served his humiliation ritual in the Ryan Garcia fight.
Not enough. Not
Maybe
enough
not.
because
Maybe not.
he's done a lawsuit. He's blamed it all on drugs. I want him to imagine a guy who, don't get me wrong, we know who Ramirez is, we respect him, but the vast majority of people, they've never heard of him. If he gets beaten up by him, that's
It's
a
a
real
bad look.
blow.
It's a bad look.
blow.
It's
Because
a
he's
bad-
got a multi-million-dollar fight lined up with Ryan Garcia if he
Exactly.
wins this.
Oh, look! I knew there would be New York. It wouldn't be New York if people weren't resourceful enough to find a way over the barrier.
Legends.
So they're standing on what looked like a cleaning cart to look over and watch the fight.
We used to have this in the UK when we have the old football stadiums, which we didn't close them up, so they had big gaps, and people in the high rise, like, flats would be able to look in and watch the football for free. There's basically a free show.
It's so crazy. I could turn and look right now over my left shoulder
and we can watch
this thing from up here. It's so crazy. Okay. Officially, you're going.
I want Ramírez to win. I don't think he will, but I want him to win.
Okay, that's fair. I think Devin
Bill Haney just gave his son a hug like it was the last time he'll ever hug him.
That's this guy, bro.
You know what I'm saying, though? It was an awkward hug, that, wasn't it? Like, he's in war mode. Dad, get off me. I'm trying to fight a guy.
Round 1, anything can happen. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, Ring Magazine.
You know what?
Featured on DAZN, 248, 247, 246.
Of the first round. Now, my favorite version of Ramírez is the fast-starting Ramírez.
It looks like he wants to.
Whenever he, is... I hate Haney. He's already holding. We're half a minute into the round and he's holding already. Have some self-respect, man. The fast-starting Ramírez, when he gives you a bit of time, he can let you build into the fight. He needs to step on it.
I was going to say, I'll tell you what. Devin is taking a very conservative approach here.
Devin Haney is jumping 10 feet when Ramírez just breathes. This guy looks terrified in there.
Devin is...
a
jab hit him in there.
The jab rocks his head back. Let him see the sky-rise buildings. Take a look at New York, baby.
Hold on a second.
Take a long, hard look.
This is a real problem for Devin the Dream
Devin Haney looks scared shitless.
Yeah, this is a problem. Okay. So what we're learning in the first minute and change of this fight is that we're not seeing much different from Devin Haney at all.
Devin Haney looks worse than before. He looks way more scared. And you know the funny thing is, right? You sparred. When you're in there with a guy who is overreacting to everything you do, you know that the level of energy he's expending is 10 times what you're expending.
And again, I don't mean to nitpick here, but we just seen the first punch from Devin Haney, and it was an overextended, over-labored jab.
It was a scared punch, man.
Yeah,
he hasn't even been hit yet. He's been hit once with the jab, but it's not like... What is Ramírez waiting for?
Yeah.
He's giving you the green light, bro. Go for it. Smash into him.
I was going to say, if I'm Ramírez...
If I seen someone this scared in a boxing ring, it's green light.
But the more you let Devin settle into this fight...
You should have roughed him up from the first minute, you idiot. What are you waiting for?
We have 50 seconds left in round 1.
Double jab from Ramírez.
Very cautious Devin Haney to come out here.
It's embarrassing.
This is a bit...
What are you doing?
I won't say shocking, but it is a bit alarming for Devin to be this tentative.
He looks terrified.
And he hasn't thrown but 2 punches.
Imagine putting this scaredy cat version of him in the ring again with Ryan Garcia. Mate, that would not be a good idea.
The jab
you
to the
see
clinch.
The mental scars all over him here.
And again, it just doesn't look like we're seeing much different. So far, we'll see. The fight is still playing out, but we're not seeing a very different Devin Haney than we saw.
I think we're seeing a worse Devin Haney.
Yeah.
The last Devin Haney I seen was a get behind the jab. All right, apart from Ryan Garcia, where for some reason he thought he was a brawler. Devin Haney gets behind the jab, and the minute, he's got a lightning, stiff jab on him. I'll give him his credit. His jab's fantastic. But what he does is he jabs in, he clinches, so that or you might double jab right hand or whatever, but he gets a hold of you and he stops you from replying, which they should deduct points for, in my opinion. It's a joke that he gets away with it as much as he does. But equally, what are they looking for his boots for?
I'm not sure.
They're looking at his boots.
They're taking a look at his shoes, maybe to reference the last fight with the shoes and maybe how he changed them up, got some high tops.
I'll turn the volume up on my little thing
here. We are not going to get broadcast, but we are getting Bill Haney, and Bill essentially said, excellent work, excellent work.
Excellent. What was excellent about that, you bloody fraud? You fraud. The whole point that Bill is making is, he's got to get set to punch. He can't hit you if he can't get... You never stop moving. Are you telling me you're going to do 12 rounds of this?
Yeah.
He's a runner. He's a track star. Remember that one?
Round 2, Devin Haney, Jose Ramírez. Honestly, 252, 251, 250. I don't know how to score that round. It was Ramírez on the front foot. He landed the most impactful shot.
What did Devin throw? I don't think he threw a single punch.
2 jabs, yeah. So, I mean, there was a right-hand left hook out of a clinch that I didn't know if it landed or not. But Bill's message to his son in the corner was, relax.
Relax.
But he's got to hit you with his feet planted. So freeze him and attack. So let's see if he can do that in this second round. I was very, I won't say surprised, but I was alarmed by that first round from Devin Haney.
I've never seen a fighter who is as high a level, in a fight like this, expected to win against Ramírez. Let's not make any mistake about it. These fights tonight are set up that they are higher level enough to challenge the likes of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. But they're there to showcase their skills, to give them a tough test, but for you to be the favorite in that fight.
Yep.
I've never seen a favorite to win a fight come out looking this scared in my entire life. I've never seen anything like
hesitant, so tentative.
People said Anthony Joshua was tentative against, Daniel Dubois. He was nowhere near as bad as this.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty telling of what, Devin Haney went to Big Bear, and he worked with Shane Mosley. And, Shane had come out, and Shane has said a lot of things, but he said, I fixed his power. I fixed his power, so we're going to see it in this fight.
Maybe he has, but he doesn't look confident in the power.
No. He looks, again,
scared to take a punch.
Yeah.
Let's be real here. That's it. He looks scared to take a punch. And before, Devin Haney was scared to take a punch, yeah. But it wasn't like he was scared to get wet at all.
There was the first left hook from Devin Haney and Jose Ramírez, and
Ramírez looks like shit as well, to be honest with you. He should be sticking it right on this kid right now. He's letting him work into the fight. He's so punchy, Ramírez. Come on, man. What are you waiting for, lad?
Ramírez did throw the first left hook, and Devin answered the phone.
Yeah.
Defense was there, but we're going to need to see more from both fighters, I think, to really establish anybody taking advantage of these rounds. There's some combinations from Devin Haney.
He's letting him work into the fight. It's annoying because Ramírez should be laying into that body the way Ramírez does best, right? His best work is his body shots, in my opinion. He hasn't even touched the body yet. What are you waiting for? He's running away from you against the ropes. Blast him.
And we talked about it. As soon as we saw that tentativeness in the first round, that's your opportunity. And you know who took that opportunity? Was Ryan Garcia. I hate to just replay that fight over and over, but 30 seconds in, he had Devin wobbling. Yeah. But this is the problem you have. If you don't make Devin pay for being as tentative early as he is, the confidence that they were talking about in fight week, and nice right hand from Devin Haney. When I dust your boy Ramírez, I'm coming after Ryan. It starts to build throughout the fight, and now you're seeing Devin get more confident and build it. Look at him. Now he's looking at Ramírez at the end of the round like, okay, I got you figured out.
This couldn't be any dumber if he tried. Ramírez's first 2 rounds, it's the exact opposite of what you'd want him to do if you're his coach. He's letting the unconfident fighter grow in confidence. He's letting him settle. He's not piling on. You're a pressure fighter, mate. It's literally all you're good at. You're not good at range. This is the only way you win this fight is if you close the distance, you smash him into the body, and you drop his hands and you get him backpedaling. You're not doing anything you're good at right now. I don't get it.
The thing is, too, Ramírez is taking up space, right? He's doing the right stuff with controlling the front foot, but he's getting to no explosion.
He's getting to the place to unload, and then he's doing nothing.
They keep looking at Devin's feet, and I'm trying to think what they're looking at. Potentially, maybe there's a strap loose on his boot. How about that?
Holy shit.
This looks like an intro to a movie. That looks like Avengers Endgame. That looks like Avengers
Day, whatever.
Doomsday. Whatever. By the way, I need to see that new. Okay, we got time. Hold on.
There's something wrong.
So they've taped Devin's shoes. I think that the strap that he had on, the Velcro, was coming loose.
It's because he always goes for that fancy bloody fashion wear.
Is that your big deal with Devin? He's too fancy with the the drip? Is that what it is?
Well, last time he went for suede shoes. Who are you, Elvis, mate? Come on.
We're in round 3, 237, 236, 235. I think Devin would probably want to be like Prince or like Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying?
But the point is it's always so. Extra.
I mean, look at the punch stats. It's
he should have learned from the last one. Just keep the boots need to be basic. Wear whatever you want on your shorts.
Nice left hook there from Haney and a jab out.
Ramírez looks terrible here.
As you have it through 2 rounds, I can see 1-1 left hook Devin Haney.
But Ramírez answers. Do you know what? He responded well to that, right? Because I thought Haney looked like he hurt him here, and
he's coming forward.
And yet Haney looked like he hurt him, and yet Haney's the one running away here.
Here's the thing, though. If you're Ramírez and you get too aggressive without punching, and what I mean is you're going to walk yourself onto something. If you are not jabbing, like I like this is great for Ramírez, the double jab right hand. You're taking up space. By the way, look at that little AI. Doesn't that look like me? I hate that. He looks like a little, version of me.
They give the first round to Devin Haney. What the hell for, me?
I have no idea.
What the hell for?
But this is
Ramírez is starting to throw now. This is what I'm talking about.
But if he walks into range without that and does what he's been doing, Devin Haney can counter with right hands, left hooks like that in the pocket, and it's going to get him hurt.
I would be so happy if Devin Haney got dropped. It's going to be amazing. I hope this happens.
Round 3, 116, 115. Again, presented by The Ring and Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. Make sure you guys get your copy today and play with your favorite characters and your friends. But yeah, this third round is starting to see Devin Haney open up a little bit. Same for Jose Ramirez. He's been on the front foot the whole time.
Ramirez hasn't been the way I've seen him fight, though. I've seen him fight way more aggressive than this and letting his hands go. I don't know if he's worried about the 12 rounds, like trying to conserve energy, but like, come on, mate. I mean, you're letting him work out of these corners. You're doing everything to get him into the corner, and before you can unload the clip, he's gone under you and he's out.
Double jab right hand.
And Haney looked good there, to be fair, for a second.
Double jab right hand from Devin Haney. I think one of his most punctual offensive attacks so far. He's been able to land in spurts, but that was his best combination, I would say.
Can we get another drink, please?
Nicole is somewhere around. So yeah,
we'll
do two of them. We got to have them. Yeah, we got to have them.
Thank you.
Because it is Cinco de Mayo weekend. We might as well bask in the glory and celebrate with our friends, south of the border.
South of the border.
By the way, speaking of Cinco de Mayo weekend, as we end this third round, Canelo will be fighting tomorrow against William Skull in Saudi Arabia. I expect that to be,
He's making his Riyadh season debut. The pressure is on because we all know what fight is lined up next. Terence Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez, apparently going to be in Las Vegas later this year. And this fight is all about, introducing Canelo to the Saudi audience, but also knocking the ring rust off, getting him prepared for the super fight of super fights, possibly the biggest fight of the year. Crawford fan. We were at his last fight. Didn't quite go the way we thought. It was a tougher fight than what we thought it may be. But Madramov's a tough guy. And
although Virgil Ortiz,
it's one of those fights of boxing fans' dreams, right? To find out pound for pound wise who is the top dog out of those two. And Terence Bud Crawford looks massive at the moment.
I shook his hand. I'm telling you right now, if they stood next to each other at this moment, granted Canelo's fighting, Terence is bigger, taller, hands bigger, stronger. That weight difference, that size difference is not going to be as big as you expect, but it will be an experience thing. It will be the toughest test for Terence Crawford. I talked to him about it. That podcast coming out on the Weight Concept this week.
Can't wait.
Round 4, 254, 253, 252. And again, Ramirez is doing a good job of controlling the ring. But ring generalship, it's always a subjective thing.
You've got to use it. You've got to do something with it, hasn't he? And he's just sort of, he's getting there, and then he's just taking photographs of the guy instead of smashing him one.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's the fear of Devin opening up. Maybe when Devin caught him with the left hook early.
Devin's got a massive punch on him.
I know. Maybe the left hook early,
Come on.
There's some shots from Ramirez.
Where's the body shots? He's fast as fuck, right?
Where's the jab?
Slow him down. Go to work on the body. It's your best asset, your body shots.
You want to corral a mover. Yes, you want to pin him in the corner, but you want to stick your jab in his face. And yes, it's a difficult thing because Devin is so mobile.
And he just clinches every time you come near him.
Through round 4, just so you guys know the amount of activity we have, through round 4, or through, I guess, 3 rounds and a bit of round 4, Devin Haney has landed 9 power punches to 4 from Jose Ramirez. So
it's not like the Teofimo fight where there was a lot more power activity going on here. But look, Devin, you'd think he'd have a bit of shame about the way he's fighting right now. You're at Times Square. This is it, your chance to, show what you're made of, show you've learned, show you've improved. And it's just, it's more negative than it used to be. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
It was always negative. We hated it. And look, maybe he's like, well, if you hate me for being negative, I've got nothing to lose.
I'm going to double down on it, right?
Full negative. But it's just terrible, man. And Barboza's letting him do it.
It's not a very aesthetically pleasing way to fight, but then he has moments like that where he opens up and lets it go. And I want to see, it's hard because I don't want to say, I want to see more of that because that's not Devin's game, Regardless of what I want, there's another combination from Devin Haney.
He doesn't look like the Devin Haney who we've seen against Lomachenko.
Nice counter right hand.
Caught him coming in.
Beautiful counter right hand from Devin Haney there.
If you could say to a fighter, I want you to fight this way and make Devin Haney look good, this is how you want him to fight. He's fighting like a moron right now, Ramírez, in my opinion.
It was a beautiful...
Face first, just so easy to catch on the way in.
A beautiful counter right hand there from Devin Haney off his back foot. And here's the other kind of crazy part of this rooftop watch party that we're having. We're about 15 seconds ahead of everybody else because they're watching the DAZN feed on that, and we have the actual broadcast
We're going to spoil
feed.
the party.
So we might spoil some things. If we start having to throw hands over here, folks, just know it's because we spoiled the party for the rest of them. Sorry about it.
It would be a shame.
But Devin's doing a good job here. I mean, Ramírez just looks like he's reaching, lunging in for stuff.
He looks terrible, Ramírez.
He looks slower to the
Ramírez
step.
should retire after this. He doesn't look up to the job, man. He's too slow to be fighting guys at this level now. He
does look slower to the punch, and Devin is using his feet. I mean, again, we talk about Devin Haney's best qualities.
Can you believe that there's literally
jab.
taxis driving past this boxing ring right now?
This looks like a movie. This looks like a scene.
Do you remember when we used to play like the old fighting games, ironically, Fatal Fury on PlayStation, and the backdrop would be unbelievable?
Yes.
Here we go. We got some.
Oh, for Cinco de Mayo weekend, here she comes, Nicole once again.
Thank you.
Doing great work for us. There's a cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Shout out to everybody that celebrates and that will be celebrating on Cinco de Mayo. This
I
one's
didn't
for
know
you.
I celebrated Cinco de Mayo until today.
There you go.
But here it is. It is amazing to see, taxi drivers going straight past this boxing ring.
It's crazy.
In Times Square. Bill Haney is talking to his son right now, giving him a few stern words.
He's essentially telling him, we need to freeze this guy because when he freezes, he's available.
He's terrible.
When he plants his feet, he's available to hit, so freeze him, feint him, and then deliver.
If this fight happened 5 years ago, it would be completely different. But Ramírez is he's just looking worn, man. He doesn't look the same guy anymore.
And both guys up a weight class from the last time they fought. And Devin really, up a couple weight classes from where he's normally fought. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it as well, but
it's mad how Devin can grow so much into a weight class and still be massive at the weight class.
He is so big.
It shows how badly he's been weight bullying, Lomachenko and them.
At 135, it was crazy to see him make that weight, but we're in the middle of round 5 here, 227, 226, 225 for those that want to sync up. And Devin Haney on the back foot here once again, boxing from the outside. And Ramírez is playing catch-up right now. No mustard.
He looks like shit.
Yeah, it
doesn't look good at all.
He's chasing Devin.
He's chasing shadows, and he's not throwing punches.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for, my guy? The guy is running away from you. You got to unload the clip, son. This is shit.
And that's coming from someone from the UK who doesn't. They're not allowed to.
I'm just a hater of Devin Haney. I don't even support Ramírez. God knows what his fans are saying. They must be so disappointed. He's
in America. He wants to get those clips off.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is the time to do it. So,
Nick, can you believe how little he's throwing punches? Devin Haney, he's not throwing many punches,
right.
But this is a disgrace right here.
Yeah. So it's if we're talking to the AI slump face Wade there, who is scoring this fight also, it's 3-1 Devin Haney, which I can see because of the lack of activity.
Unreal.
You could give one round to Ramírez, but if you are a fan watching this and you're Devin Haney's team, is this there's a nice right hand. Is this the improvement you wanted to see?
It's definitely nothing that's going to make... Here's the question. Is this version of Devin Haney going to give Ryan Garcia problems? Absolutely not. This is not enough for me to go, oh, that fight's different this time.
Right.
And look, don't get me wrong. If your plan is to just run away the entire time, yeah, it's going to be harder for Ryan to catch you.
Right.
But it's a pathetic way to fight. When we watch fighting, it's because we want to watch people who are braver than us do things that are admirable, like what Eubank and Ben did last week. Put their heart on their sleeve and go after it. And I'm not saying we expect every single fighter to fight like a madman and show no technique. But there's a bare minimum level of aggression that we all want to see from a fight. Because we have a little bit of bloodthirst. We're not normal. Fight fans are just not normal, right?
We're watching a fight. We're not watching a game. We're watching a fight.
We're not watching a game with a ball, right? We're watching people punch each other in the face. There's a certain level of expectation of aggression that I'm expecting here. And the level of negativity and just generally scared behavior I'm seeing from a professional fighter at the top level. This is not Floyd Mayweather, right? Floyd Mayweather was considered...
People will make that comparison, by the way. They will.
Yeah, but Floyd was slightly negative. I get that. But Floyd was negative in a way that he was working. He was throwing punches. He would catch guys. He wasn't just running. This is just running. Some of the rounds he's worked a little bit, but there's nowhere near enough work getting done by him here to earn the kind of money he's getting paid here.
Carl Anthony Towns, by the way, rocking the war hat. I don't know if that's War Chisora because Derek is in the crowd somewhere, or potentially a Marvin Hagler shout. I don't know. Either way. But shout out to the Knicks.
We all got hats, right, bro?
There you go.
Make boxing great again.
There you
That's
go.
what we're here for.
Tio was rocking that all week. He was rocking his Make Boxing Great to get hats, but that's the center for the Knicks. I don't know if you know. You don't be watching a lot of basketball.
I don't have a clue.
That's
who
Carl
the
Anthony
skis
Towns. He had a massive game. Or he's had a massive series. Shout out to Jalen Brunson for the series clincher against the Detroit Pistons. But yeah, man, listen. I agree with you that this may not be what fans and Devin's always had the accusations of being, quote unquote, a boring fighter, right?
Devin's only hope is to fight exciting fighters because he can't sell a ticket to save his life like this. People, and also now we've seen him get chinned. The whole thing of I want to see him lose. We've seen you get beat the shit out of him. So we've seen that. It's quenched our thirst. And don't get me wrong, as satisfying as
I was
going to
say it didn't seem like it quenched your thirst.
I'm up for saying it again, but I've seen it now. The level of ticket selling is a lot harder when we've seen you. The illusion of this guy's a skillful boxing chess master. He can't be hit. He's a defensive genius. No. He isn't. At the right level, he will get smashed. That's what we've seen. We know that for a fact.
And there's a little trade right there. It is, though.
Neither of them
evident.
landed on each other.
It's evident. It's round 6, 205, 204, 203 in round 6, and I saw the power punches landed. Devin Haney has landed 15, and Jose Ramirez has landed 6 in round 6.
It's a disgrace, isn't it?
And so, you have to be honest with yourself as a person that's watching this. If this is what you want to see out of Devin Haney, fair play. This is the sweet science at the end of the day, right? It's hit and don't be hit. He has not been hit, except for that first round where he got tagged with a jab. He hasn't really been hit. So if that's your
he's not stopped
flavor of
moving.
boxing,
He's not. He's never stood still for a second, does he? He looks like shit when he does throw them. Like I'm not watching him and thinking. Do you remember the razor sharp Devin Haney with that piston jab? And you were like, that's a hard thing to break down. When he's throwing hooks there, he looks very available to be punched.
Ooh,
it's just he's in there with a bit of a shot fighter who's nowhere near the lad he used to be.
Right.
In Ramírez.
Yeah, this is a. I don't know if it's more of a indicator of where Ramírez is at, or how Devin Haney is potentially in the same mental state. Like we haven't seen the evolution that we had heard may happen here.
This
but
is
it may
actually
be a combination of both.
If I'm Ryan Garcia, I love this. Do you know why? Because the mistakes Haney is making are not being punished. I don't want them to be punished. I want him to think that went well. I want him to think, don't need to make any changes here. Because this version of Devin Haney will get smashed by Ryan Garcia, in my opinion.
Let me play devil's advocate. If he fights like this, will he get smashed?
You know what? I get your point. It's hard to land on a fighter who never stops moving.
Yeah.
But we're in round 6 now. Ryan Garcia's got quicker feet, quicker hands, and it'll be harder to do this against Ryan Garcia. And Ryan will chase after you and unload shots where he's putting everything in with much better speed. And you can't just keep running in the way Ramírez's slow hands aren't going to catch you. And Ramírez is having a little bit of success here, a little bit.
I do wonder because, listen, we talked about Devin Haney had the terrible game plan for the Ryan Garcia fight. You shouldn't plant your feet and throw with him, and he shouldn't. But if he goes the complete opposite way and does this, it will be, regardless what you think,
hard to beat.
It'll be a tough fight because it just makes it's a negative fight. It makes you look worse.
Horrible. Do you know what I hope happens? I hope he fights Ryan, he gets smashed a bit, and we never have to sit through one of his snooze fests again. That's what I hope happens. I know. Send them off into the sunset and go, take your chains, take your watches, and all the other waste of money, pawn them in, son, because we're not buying any more tickets for this shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't deserve it. Don't get me wrong, I rate the skills to some degree, and obviously it's not totally easy to do the level of running he's doing right now.
Yeah.
But it's not what fans buy tickets for in boxing, right? We want a bit more bravery than this.
I could see this being, I know that we've had the AI judge and stuff like that. I could see Devin winning every round except maybe the first, honestly.
Ramírez looks like, oh, God,
and people,
brutal.
I think, are going to get fooled a little bit when they see these scorecards by the fact that Ramírez is taking front foot.
You'd think Ramírez, you'd think that Devin Haney had took Ramírez to school. He hasn't. He's just ran like hell, jabbed and ran, and never stood still for a second to take a shot because Ramírez is so slow by comparison. And look, maybe this is a game plan that they wouldn't enact against the Ryan Garcia, and maybe it'll be different next time. I highly doubt it, though. I think this is the new and improved, as they're saying, version of Devin Haney, who is an even bigger coward than he was last time.
I think that what Devin is doing in this fight is establishing, I think it's him trying to get back to what he was before he, I don't know if you want to call it made a mistake, or Ryan hurt him and had him on, had his mind switched off to his game plan. This is a way for him to get back to that. Our feed just went out, and then it came back. We're good.
It's back.
We're in round 7, 152, 151. Nice uppercut there from
Where's
Devin.
the body shots from Ramírez, though? You know what?
Yeah.
Bro, they're his best weapon.
Another lead hand uppercut from
We've
Haney.
seen zero. I cannot believe someone whose body shots. I mean, this guy's a vicious body puncher. He's brilliant at it when he used to do it. I can't believe what I'm watching here.
Well, I will say, and again, it hasn't happened much, but when he does, and fair play to Bill Haney, he called this out early in the fight. When Ramírez does step on Devin's toes but plants his feet, Devin answers him with something. With an uppercut, with a jab, with a hook, and then he gets out. So maybe, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Maybe that's why Ramírez is like, I don't want to take too many risks in there. But at this point, maybe he doesn't know it. I think we do. He's down big time. I think he's down 5 rounds here.
This is one of the worst performances I've seen in a big fight in the last 10 years.
Right.
From Ramírez.
No,
honestly.
It's tough. Because,
Ramírez is as negative as Haney is being. Ramírez is making it as easy as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And he's not being anywhere near as brave as I thought he would in this.
You know what I'd like to see out of Ramírez? If he's not going to be the one that leads the dance, throw something out to get Devin to plant his feet.
To react, yeah.
To react.
Yeah.
Let him counter.
Feint. Where the fucking feints,
Right.
mate? Come on, lad. This
Like
is an embarrassment.
You know that he wants to be ultra defensive, so give him a little, a little slow jab, something to throw out and say, "This is, I'm slowing down."
To get him to zig or zag and just time him for the next time. You know what I mean?
Like, you almost want to play possum on the front foot. Like, yeah, you're right, Devin. I have lost some. Here's a slow jab. Because right now he's throwing everything with such effort that Devin's caught his timing.
Guy should retire.
He's caught his timing.
He should retire.
So everything that he's throwing at the same speed, right hand over the top, Devin's seeing it. Nice combination there from Haney. But Devin's seeing the same speed. How did Ryan say he beat Devin? He threw
Slow
off
down,
speed,
sped up.
and then he threw it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He
The
caught him with
rhythm was
timing.
unpredictable.
Yes.
He fought in spots where he would be explosive, and then he'd let Devin Haney think, I'm on top. Few rounds, take a breather, boom. And with Ramírez, it's all so predictable. There's not enough feints. There's not enough switching up and going to the body. I mean, he could. If you said to me, what's the worst game plan? This is it.
This fight's right into
Terrible.
how Devin Haney loves to fight. Yeah, chase me the whole fight. Go ahead. Don't show me any level change. Don't show me any fighting in pockets. I don't know. And again, we're two guys that aren't pro boxers, right? But you would think the game plan has been set.
I've been hit by a few pro boxers.
We've been hit by a couple.
Do you know, I deserve that at least. I've taken punches from the British champion.
True.
Shout out Vidal Riley.
Shout out Vidal Riley,
And you
man.
know what? I think he was holding back, and it still hurt.
I had the body pad on, and I think I got
Shout
the
out to
bubble
Lawrence
guts.
Oswecki. He's hit me a few times as well.
Big shots to
you know,
Lawrence.
You and I, we're not professionals, but we throw ourselves in there and we try and learn. And we know enough of watching this sport for decades now to know when someone's doing the wrong things. And this is all wrong from Ramírez. It's a terrible way to fight a guy who's this negative. You're just letting him off.
Yeah. Round 8, 232, 231, 230. And Devin has shown great lateral movement. I like that right there from Devin Haney.
fair
Lead
enough.
right hand, left hook. That was dangerous.
Fair enough. That was decent. Yeah.
That, if I saw more of that out of Devin Haney, you want to talk about me getting forward in my seat a little bit?
No, I agree. If that was happening consistently in the fight where he was going side to side, boom, boom, side to side, boom, boom, that would impress me a lot more than what I've seen
That's
so
a
far.
Lomachenko
There's not enough
way
of
of
that.
fighting. That's a Loma way of fighting. And honestly, again, this may be, ignorant, non-pro boxer, but I think if Devin had a little more of that we may not even be in round 8 right now.
Yeah.
that maybe the show would have been closed and he would have made the statement he wants to make.
He's
if we're going to
nowhere
offer,
near that mentally, though, is he? Yeah. He's as far away from a fighter finishing a fight as you can be.
And if you look back, that is kind of the way he fought Regis Prograis. And you want to say, you know, that was a nice right hand on the exit there from Ramírez. Regis may not have been prime Regis, but that was Devin coming into a new weight class, stepping right up for the belt, and he fought well. If that was the Devin Haney we got, and again, fair play, he has figured out what he does best, and he is sticking to it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that if that's who you are. We said the same thing about Arnold Barboza. We know what he does best, and he stuck to it. Didn't work out for him tonight because he was in there with a guy that showed him that's not enough, right? Ramírez can't show Haney that's not enough right now.
Is the toilet right the way at the back?
Yes. Nicole should be over here. She can lead you, but you got to go boom, boom, and then hit her right, left.
I'm going to let you commentate.
Yes, I'm here.
Because we all know how this is going to end, unfortunately.
I
am not happy about it. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 seconds.
Round 8, 48 seconds, 47-46. And again, yes, is this a backward, off his back foot fight for Devin Haney? Sure, absolutely it is. Have I seen things that are much different? In pockets, I've seen some shots that Devin has thrown here that, okay, he's sitting down on a right hand, left hook. But for the most part, Devin is doing what he does best, which is box you with his feet and with his lead hand. Even though right there, beautiful right hand to the body, lead step in uppercut, and then an up jab, counter left hook. Devin's looking good right now. And I think, again, it's all about who you're fighting as well. Ramírez trying to turn it up a little bit in this round. Devin's answering accordingly. Again, the right hand, left hook. That lands. Solid round for Haney. And listen, Geordie gets fired up because he wants to see, as we take a look at His Excellency Big H.E. in the building, sitting next to Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya and other VIPs here at this once-in-a-lifetime extravaganza here in Times Square. I still can't believe I get to live this life, and it's because of you guys at the Pain Game, you guys at the Weight Concept, and obviously the Ring Magazine. We appreciate you. I know Geordie does as well. Thank you guys so much. I know my Pain Game people, I know you guys don't like the American accent. I'm trying my best over here. I appreciate y'all for sticking with me. And listen, does Geordie have good points? For sure. Because what he likes is, I think, what boxing fans at their core like. Someone that is willing to risk a loss, risk getting tagged, risk damage to create moments, right? To create a win, to go for what the ultimate end is, which is a knockout. Not everybody fights that way, but I can sit here and say I'm the most entertained from a Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. fight. Devin Haney, not the most aesthetically pleasing style as a boxer, but it's effective, especially in this fight. Round 9, here we go. 242, 241, 240. And honestly, you know, as much as we keep talking about what Devin Haney isn't showing in his evolution, we have to give credit to, obviously, his defense, but we got to take away from, like Geordie said, Ramírez is just not bringing it on the offensive side. He's not giving volume to Devin Haney. He's not giving different looks. Again, we talked about the different changes in tempo. There's no way. That fast?
Hey, bro, it's not hard to find.
You didn't do it?
I said it's not hard to find.
Oh, it's not hard to find.
Toilet.
So you did?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
That's insane.
Yeah, I'm like the Flash.
Did anybody keep time on that? It was like 30 seconds.
Do you know what? When I put my mind to something, it's happening, right? And
that's right, kids at home.
We're not seeing the same level of determination from these two gentlemen.
That was incredible.
I've also ordered the strings.
Oh, Jesus. All right, I got it. Okay, let me just...
What have I missed, bro? Fill me in.
Some things never change. And in round 9 of this fight, Devin Haney has dominated.
I hate this guy.
With his footwork. And he's had some moments.
I used to like him a little bit. I hate him now.
Can you... Again, oh, nice left hook there and a jab. Can I play devil's advocate? Can you respect his willingness to take risks, even though Ramírez is, as we're seeing, maybe not the Ramírez of old, but to take risk in the Ryan Garcia fight, to take risk in the Loma fight, to take risk even in the Prograis fight, because Prograis is a puncher as well. Can you respect that element of it?
Yeah. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
This is the most negative I've seen him against the easiest fighter to beat in the last few years.
He's landed a couple solid
He's
left hooks
hardly,
here.
even Kambosos, who is not like the best in the world. I like Kambosos as a man. He's pretty good. But Kambosos showed more than this, way more.
Yeah, I mean, Kambosos comes in and goes for it. He comes in and goes
even
for
that, in that rematch, you could see he was like, all right, I'm going to give it a real go here. This has been pathetic from Ramírez. I think we would have had a much better fight if Ramírez had smelt that blood, that mental weakness early on that we've seen.
Now, we did like the Teofimo Lopez, Arnold Barboza Jr. fight. Let me ask you a question, though. Could we have switched opponents here, and it would have been maybe a different, a more interesting matchup?
I think Barboza. Are you saying Barboza? Yeah.
Barboza and Devin Haney.
I think Teofimo would have lit Ramírez up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Barboza would have been a lot better in front of Devin Haney to just pose more of a threat here.
Yeah.
This has been an embarrassment. You should retire. Ramírez should retire the minute this is finished. He's got nothing left, mate. He's got nothing.
And Ramírez is shaking the fist, but that's not his round either.
What are you on, mate?
I what in the world?
We
That's
got a
some West
lowrider
Coast stuff
here.
right there. Lowrider with the hydraulics. They're trying to get it upright. I caution the view. What's happening?
We don't know what the hell we're seeing from frame to frame here is mental.
Out here shaking itself out. That's a Batmobile.
Dude.
That is Michael Keaton's
original,
Batmobile. Yeah.
The original one, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Are you
Michael Keaton, yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're not too far
Wait,
apart.
is it Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one.
Joker, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Michael Keaton. Shout out to him. Shout out to Batmobile. Again, big HE, just, I want the Batmobile here.
I really love Jack Nicholson as the Joker, by the way. I just want to put that out there. Let me know who your favourite bad guy was.
Over Heath Ledger, huh?
Do you know what?
Heath played
We
such
can't
a
beat
more...
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
It's
that
just,
was
he's goated.
Do you know
You're
what
telling
we
me
can't
Jared
beat?
Leto is not the best Joker?
Huh? Fucking hell, mate. We can't beat Ramírez's performance here. This is just... You know how bad it is, right? I'm having the best time. I'm having the best time.
We're having
right?
a blast up here, by the way.
I'm on a building
What are we
that's
doing?
bigger than anything I've ever seen, and yet there's more buildings around me that are even bigger. I don't know how we're here. And there's lovely little fairy lights all over, a lovely little cocktail bar in the background. There's a whole bunch of beautiful people enjoying this moment.
I
There's
still can't
screens
believe
everywhere.
you used the bathroom
It's so sick,
and then
though.
ordered drinks and still got back here in like a minute.
It's amazing.
This man's
And
already
yet-
he's
and yet
already
I'm
a New
still
Yorker.
pissed at this. And yet I'm still pissed at this. This is amazing. This is one of the best nights ever, right? I'm
Yes.
having a great time. One of my brothers, right? Me
Yes.
and him,
Yes.
mates for years.
This is my guy
I'm
right here.
still pissed at this fight, right? Like, it's just... This is your chance to shine, and I'm really surprised that both of them have thought...
Who is in your mind surprising you more? Like in a bad way, I guess.
Ramirez.
Okay.
I'm so disappointed in him.
There's a nice right hand from Devin
I
Haney.
expected him to get outboxed, if I'm being brutally honest. I didn't expect him to bottle it. He's bottled this. And Ramirez is never lacked bottle. In all of his fights, he's been a aggressive, bite down on your gum shield, work that body, just dog it out.
Yeah.
Where the hell have you... I mean, literally, you were never a great boxer, but you were a fighter. And you've lost a fight here, so what the hell is left? Nothing. Why are we... What's the point in carrying on?
I'll be interested to hear...
He's 32, 33, 32. He looks 40.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I'll be interested to hear his corner in between here, and hopefully we get to hear more from Bill because I want to hear his thoughts on the performance. I think Bill is going to really enjoy what Devin's doing. There's a nice jab from Ramírez, but again, it's one at a time. And when I look at, there's another nice jab. That's an up jab from Ramírez. That's nice work. Shout out to BJ Flores who taught me the nuance of the jab. By the way, a little up jab there from Ramírez.
Shout out to the guys tweeting us right now. Yo, True Geordie wants to see Haney get flatlined just because of Bill Haney. He kills the man. It's true. I can't lie. It's true. I'm sorry.
That's a nice and Devin has gone to this right hand left hook multiple times in this fight, and it's worked every time. I am a little surprised. This is where I thought we'd get to. Round 10, 40 seconds left, 39, 38. I thought we'd get to this point and Devin would start to open up a little more.
Yeah, he's not.
And really put the punctuation mark on this
it's
fight.
literally no different to the first round.
There's a nice left hook from Ramírez. Hold on a second here. They're
Come
encouraging
on.
him, and he's
Mate,
going
I'll go
forward.
crazy.
2-1
I will
from
go
Ramírez.
crazy if we even see a wobble from Devin Haney. I swear to God. Come on, son. Come on!
He's trying.
Haney doesn't look like he wants it at all, does he?
Right hand
Come on,
Ramírez
son.
to the
Get
body
it
with the
going.
left hook. A little bit of momentum here for Jose Ramírez at the end of the 10th
It's like
round.
he's remembering who he used to be all of a sudden.
He can take some confidence from that last 30 seconds. I still think he lost the round, and he's down big time in this fight. But you got 2 more rounds, and like you said, he's got to be a fighter, and there's the Hands of Stone himself. And how about that? Don't we call the Hands of Stone Roberto Duran? Don't we call him one of the greatest ever? Did you see the losses on his record?
Oh, yeah, man.
He had 16 losses. Does anybody give a flying fuck? Excuse my language.
He's a
no.
freak. He's a freak. Can we just take a second to admire the tweet from Conor Ben to Devin
What
Haney?
we got?
It's a guy.
Can you guys
falling
hit the
asleep.
zoom one time? Is that okay, cameras? Can we show this? Show that tweet right
I
there
don't know.
from Conor
Probably
Ben.
couldn't see it.
It was essentially Stanley from The Office taking a snooze fest.
Yeah.
Connor, he wants to show you again one more time. Show the people one more time that one.
Ready, and
there it is. That is Conor Ben, who potentially, and again, you guys will see this interview that I have with him coming out tomorrow. Should have came out today, but we're working on it. You'll see him talk
we had a chat about that.
Yeah, we did. We're gonna get some things fixed up, but we had a chat about that with Conor, and he had some very pointed things to say about Devin Haney.
I mean, I'd love to see Conor Ben versus Devin Haney. Now, I would like that a lot more than the Ryan Garcia fight.
Really?
Yeah, because Ryan Garcia, for me, and Conor Ben are proper fighting men. And I kind of want to, I'd want to wait
them apart. Yeah.
Almost let them build that. You know what I mean?
Devin almost landed a nuclear right hand right there. But this is the question I'll ask you.
Imagine Conor Ben just throwing everything at Devin Haney. He'd shit himself.
I see that. But what if this Devin Haney shows up to a Conor Ben fight?
It would be a pain in the arse for Conor, yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is.
But you would see Conor in this position where you see Ramírez right now.
Conor would be breaking him down. He wouldn't be watching him.
Throwing punches,
he wouldn't just be sitting there taking a look at him.
Right. But then again, it's so tough because what Devin has done here, as much as again, aesthetically, it's not great to watch for some fans, especially if you want to see a proper scrap. Devin has almost swept Ramírez on the scorecards here.
Todd Grisham has tweeted, our good friend, can't wait to hear how Bill Haney spins this one.
We heard it in the corner already. Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful. What's beautiful about this, Bill? Shut up. Oh, God, honestly.
So the online reception is, this is, and to be fair, Devin has gotten this reception a lot throughout his career, but it's magnified now.
This is really bad. You know what this was supposed to be? Your return party where you're like, here's him showing how he's built himself back up and now he's a new and improved version. No, this is worse. This is worse than we've ever seen it.
Yeah. I think when Devin goes back and watches this, you always just wonder, with the minute 3, 2, 1 left in round 11, you always wonder how a fighter perceives what they're doing. And for the longest time, there was an illusion around Devin and Bill about the Ryan Garcia fight specifically and how that matchup would go. I hope that they haven't fallen further into it based on the performance tonight. Like, yeah, this is us getting back to what we do.
Do you know what this is? I can't take a punch. Here's what he thinks. Lovely.
Thank you so much. My goodness gracious.
He thinks he can't take a punch anymore. Cheers, bro. He thinks he can't take a punch. So he's gone insanely negative now.
So this is the pendulum going the other way, completely. A complete 180 and turning and going the other way here.
This is the worst thing we could have seen.
Yeah. 15 seconds in round 11.
Bloody hard, isn't it, mate? Such a slog.
I'm going to be interested to see what Devin thinks because, yeah, of course, Bill's going to spin.
They're going to talk absolute bullshit. They're going to talk bullshit. They're going to be like, I'm a defensive fighter. It's going to give it all of that sort of bullshit. Floyd Mayweather type shit. No, you're not. You're not Floyd Mayweather. You're just a guy who goes running when it's time to fight, bro. That's what this is. There's no other way to spin it.
Yeah.
This guy, Ramírez, you've got the speed advantage. You've got the footwork advantage. You've got a better jab than him. Why are you not taking the fight to him? What is wrong with you? Sick of it. Why is Bill Haney giving advice, by the way?
He's the lead corner.
How was he
He's the lead.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Head trainer. No, I get it.
He's not a legendary boxing father or whatever. Like, I don't understand. Like, is he really that guy? Like, we look at other boxing fathers. A lot of them have got a huge record of fights. Vidal Riley's dad has like 50 amateur fights, for example. He's been in the game.
Yeah.
What? I don't know. I thought he was in the street. This guy is a gangster or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. The profession that Bill was in is not is frowned upon by many, but at some point. But round 12, 244, 243, 242 here. I do want to see Devin. I don't think we will see it. I want to see.
He's still on the back foot.
Some aggression here. I want to see him go after it, but he is also up 10 rounds. What's the
We've seen a lot more aggression, from children in school playground fights than we've seen from Devin Haney today. I had a fight when I was 8 years old once. I punched this kid in the nose. I splattered his nose.
Yeah.
I showed way more aggression that day. And even when I was dragged into the headmaster's office, still kept that same face on me. Didn't give up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Devin Haney's not showing the balls that I showed that day. I'm saying it now. It's amazing. But he is a skilled fighter. But this guy is...
Yeah.
Ramirez has shown, I've got nothing for you.
Yeah.
Hit me. Go for it. Fill your boots. I've got nothing.
It shows me is that they have... This is Devin Haney.
Imagine a guy who's not a power puncher to the chin... in Ramirez. Ramirez has shown, he struggled, he's taken some licks lately. I've been a bit worried about his chin coming into this fight. This is the best fight you could get to showcase your skills.
Yeah.
And yet, even still, he's fighting Ramirez like he's fighting Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
And he's a million miles away from Ryan Garcia, this guy. He's, so slow by comparison. And yet you're biting on every feint, and you're just running away at every opportunity. It's mental.
I like what you said. He's fighting him like he's fighting Ryan Garcia.
Maybe that's why...
He clearly took this as a way to prepare.
Yeah,
he took this as a bit of a walkthrough. I hate to say it like that, but that's what he's doing right now. You know what
this
I mean?
is a driving test before, it's like a practice mock exam.
Let's tell all the people at home, if you expect Devin Haney to fight Ryan Garcia the same way he fought him in the first fight, this is how he's going to fight him.
This is the evidence.
This right here is how he's going to fight Ryan Garcia in the rematch if Ryan is able to get past ROLLY tonight. Expect it, and I got to be honest, as much as it's not aesthetically pleasing and you're getting the snooze emojis online, it's effective.
Can we tap True Geordie in instead of Ramirez? This shit is boring. Do you know what it is, right?
Go on, son.
Give me 1 minute.
Go on.
Give me 1 minute and then a break. I'll do a lot more damage, I guarantee it. I might get disqualified, but Man, this is wild, man. Ramirez just landed a punch, to be fair, but it's nothing significant. And this is the thing, right? Imagine, right? You've put this whole event on Times Square, New York City, right?
Right.
And
there it is.
And Devin Haney shows up and he's like, would be a shame if someone spoiled it.
Again, playing the villain role.
Yeah. To spoil the greatest party in boxing history, right? We're in Times Square. This is WrestleMania of boxing to some degree, right? It's your chance to show your best moves, your most entertaining entrance, to showcase who you are. And you know what Devin Haney showed? Absolutely nothing. That's what Devin Haney showed. In my opinion, he showed the same thing we've seen before to some degree, but not as good. More negative, more scared, more defensive. If you hated Devin Haney before this, you hate him a lot more now, speaking from experience. They're showing Daniel Dubois versus Alexander Usyk on our screens right now. It's going to be an amazing rematch. I give Daniel Dubois as good a chance as anyone, given the aggression he's shown in the recent fights. I'm really excited for that. Canelo Alvarez tomorrow night as part of Riyadh season. Canelo now fighting on a Riyadh season card, setting up that Terence Bud Crawford fight. Can't believe that's going to be happening this year. And who knows, we might get Tyson Fury AJ. I'm really hoping for it.
Now, this is going to be an interesting post-fight interview because
I want to hear what he's got to say.
We talked about Devin being a villain, and he fought like a guy that wanted, like you said, to spoil everybody's party here tonight. I wonder if he gets on the mic and is like, oh, y'all thought I was going to be something different?
He needs to do that.
I think that would be the way to go with it.
You have to spin it as best as you
can. I'm going
to
do this every single fight, and I'm going to take all your... do that, and I'm... Okay. Now I want to see you lose.
He's got to be arrogant about it. He's got to be cocky about it. But you know what? I think deep down inside...
Look at the scorecards. I said I dusted him. That kind of thing. I'm on board.
This is the sport of brave men, and he will be ashamed. And do you know what's different about this fight than every other snooze fest I've sat through with Devin Haney? I can shout at him over the balcony.
True, we could just look over and give him the old, hey!
Devin, you're a shithouse!
And you said it the best, though. You said it. You're like, listen, Devin is going to need, just like any other fighter, but more so for Devin because of his style, he's going to need someone, and this is where I will give it a little bit of a Floyd comparison to a degree, someone that's going to come after him. Because if you get two negative fighters in a fight with Devin Haney, it's going to be a rough one for fans to tune into.
Bill's going to be like, perfect fight to prepare us for the rematch of Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Do you know the truth?
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was the worst. Because you need to be put through the fire a little bit. You need to have your chin tested a bit. You need to come through something to really build confidence up that you can truly defeat Ryan Garcia. I don't think he got enough from that.
What happens if Ryan touches him with the left hand again, mentally?
You're not ready because, again,
Not to say you want to go like, let you have it, but
it's going to happen.
It's
you're
going
to get away with 12 rounds with Ryan Garcia.
I'm
not going to get touched.
No, I don't think
you have to be prepared for that, and there has to be a bit more of a natural response in the moment than just running away.
Yeah.
Still undefeated. What a load of shite.
Is that still undefeated?
What a load of shite.
Oh, yeah.
Undefeated, my horse. What a load of shit. Joke, man. Absolute joke. Bill Haney.
Let's see, though. Let's see if they can spin.
They're not going to acknowledge it, are they?
The spin zone.
I'm
So
not
we got DJ Majestic and Salvatore Ganacci on the turntables. Ganacci.
Oh, God. Come on, then, Bill. Let's see what you got to say, son. Let's see what you got to say for yourself. What the fuck was that? Come on.
I want to hear Bill more than I hear one of your
I
Devin
don't give a
right
shit
now.
about Devin.
Bill
Put Bill on. Put Bill on the phone. I need to hear what you've got to say for yourself. Speak about this performance from your son, because it was a shithouse performance. Let's be honest.
They just ran the promo
They
for
ran
Ryan
the promo,
over.
they were like, fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Mate, who gives a shit? We all know you didn't like that. Let's move on.
They didn't. I mean, maybe they'll give him one,
They didn't even give it.
but they didn't
Yeah, no.
so far give Devin an interview
They didn't give a shit.
after his fight. They just ran the Ryan Garcia ROLLY promo. Maybe they'll come back to it. They might come back to it.
Jokers. Absolute
I
fucking
can't.
jokers.
That's crazy.
Jokers. Ryan Garcia is a bona fide superstar, ladies and gentlemen. This is someone who he says the unexpected. Sometimes he's very offensive, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
he's very, very funny.
Yeah, you're
that
absolutely-
Rolly Romero,
Hilarious.
face off was unbelievable. And like, let's be honest here, the guy's a handsome dude, right? He's a good-looking kid.
Yep.
Right. He's chiseled from stone, and he has been gifted with something that you just don't see in boxing. I think you could go as far, and Wade might correct me, but pound for pound, he may be the fastest hands in a boxing.
I think he has the best left hook in boxing. I think he does.
So quick.
Yeah.
So hard to get away from. And it's not a one-trick pony. That's bullshit, in my opinion. He sets it up cleverly. He's not throwing everything at the same power, right? He lulls you into a bit of comfort, as he did with Devin Haney before he unloads the clip on you. And I think Ryan Garcia has the talent to go all the way. It's just whether or not up here matches to that talent. Because
Right.
as we've seen, you get famous young, you go off the rails.
They legit did not interview him.
No, he doesn't
That
deserve.
is
He doesn't deserve an
crazy.
interview.
No,
He doesn't
It makes a
deserve-
lot of sense. It does. After that,
People don't want to hear from you.
No. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Massive opportunity. Teofimo delivered. You shit the bed, mate. You shit
Wow.
the bed. But Ryan Garcia,
Main event time, baby.
he's got all the talent, all the ability to go all the way. And what I love about Ryan Garcia is he wants all the smoke. He is willing to boil himself down. People talk about Chris Eubank boiling himself down. He fought the same way he's been fighting for the last 6 years against Conor Benn. Ryan Garcia really, really boiled himself down to fight Gervonta Davis. And you know what? Gervonta won, credit to him. But does that happen at 147? I think it's a very different fight.
Different fight.
And I think that Ryan has got the balls. A lot of people look at him and say he's a pretty boy. He's actually not. He's a proper fighter. And he showed it against Gervonta, who was the real boxer going in there, who really wanted to have a scrap that day. And that was enough to take him through that fight, in my opinion. And you can erase the zero but we all remember what happened.
Right.
And this fight, as much as Rolly Romero is not the best fighter Ryan Garcia will ever face, mate, he's certainly a former world champion.
He's
been in there with some good guys. And he is dangerous.
Hammers in his hands.
Yeah.
Awkward as hell. He's got the judo background, so he doesn't throw like other fighters.
Really weird punches, isn't it?
And Ryan is a flat foot fighter. We know this. His feet will be planted
Chin up as well.
when he
Chin
throws.
up, Ryan.
Chin up.
He
He's
lets
a tall
you-
guy. He stands stiff legs. He's not really any bend in his knees. Ryan's an awkward fighter for what he is as well. So two guys that have developed their style essentially on their own. And by the way, look at this shot of New York City. They have literally shut down Times Square. It feels
It's
like
crazy.
New Year's Eve, Geordie. I don't know if you know that we dropped the ball out here.
I heard.
So this is I mean, that's what it looks like.
Mate, I hope Ryan Garcia drops the hammer on Rolly Romero, because we need, I'll be honest, the last two fights,
We
the
need a
first
bit of a-
one, technically, was
Yeah.
very impressive from
Right.
Teofimo Lopez.
Right.
But we need some dynamite now, and that's where Ryan Garcia, I think, can deliver. But he's got to be careful. Like you say, Rolly Romero is a really awkward fighter. His style, it's stiff. It's not fluid movement, as you say with the, Bud Crawford, for example.
Right.
The ones who are loose with it. It's very stiff. It's a little bit arm punchy, but he's very strong when he does throw those punches, and he puts a lot into them.
Yeah.
And the thing with Ryan Garcia, like you say, flat-footed, chin in the air. If Luke Campbell can drop you, he's not. By the way, he's now gone into politics. He's just been elected.
I saw
How
that.
mental is that?
Awesome.
If
Shout
Luke
out
Campbell,
to Luke Campbell, by the way.
who's a politician, can drop you,
Yeah.
Rolly can drop you. He's the perfect build-up fight for this fight, because he's just dangerous enough to make you take him seriously, train from hardly, and he's obviously, Ryan, he's got away from the bad stuff, the drugs, the drink, thank God for him, and he has to take this seriously. And if Ryan, here's the thing, to set up this Devin Haney fight, if Ryan goes in there and smokes Rolly Romero, and you just went and put on a snooze fest against Ramírez, it's not going to convince anyone that Devin Haney is going to win that fight, and it's going to make Ryan a heavy favorite.
I'm going to tell you something right now. People are going to listen. You can't compare this next fight we're going to see to anything that we have seen, because to say it's going to be anything
They're
like
banging, aren't they? They're banging.
they're about to go after.
Yeah,
it. This
yeah.
is not going to be a fight that I think goes 12 rounds.
This ain't a chess match.
No, we're not going to
Thank
see
God.
a Devin Haney style chess match. By the way, right now we're in a bit of a commercial break. They're showing the promo for Ryan and Haney, even though Ryan's got to fight. But they're featuring Fatal Fury, and you can get your copy today. Make sure you guys play Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, PS5. Play with your friends. Play with your favorite characters.
Get on it.
Rated T for teen, by the way. So make sure you're of age. This is going to be a fight, man, where legitimately both guys, and this is why I do worry a little bit for Ryan, because he's not a guy that is going to take that back step first. And that means he might get clipped with something.
The thing is, the reason Ryan can be dropped early in a fight is because of how he attacks the fight.
Big ass balls.
There's no feeling out.
Nope.
There's
Goes straight away.
I'm throwing hard and fast ball
He did
punches.
that to Tank before guys did that to Tank. He did that to Tank before Rolly did that to Tank.
Yeah.
Tank got a little bit of a game plan Rolly got a little bit of a game plan on how to
He showed
fight
him no
Tank
respect.
from Ryan Garcia.
Yeah. And
He
Tank
walked forward on
Davis,
Tank because of Ryan.
Tank Davis said, after fighting them both, that Rolly Romero hits harder.
Yeah.
How true that is, Tank's a funny one. He's a bit like Floyd. You just can't take anything he says seriously.
Right.
But I think it's an important thing to acknowledge of, like, this is not a power puncher versus a guy with pillow fists that's just going to get knocked out. Despite people, the reason people think that Ryan's going to win by knockout is because of the chin of Rolly Romero. But if Rolly lands first, the whole thing could go to fucking...
Absolutely. You want to talk about upset Friday night where Rolly comes in. And by the way, we haven't talked about the spar because it's been talked about and talked about.
About 7 years ago as well, right?
And it's 8 years ago. And
This
it's
fought
like,
a long time ago. Rolly got the
roughed
better
him
of
up.
it.
He
And
manhandled him.
He clearly got the better of it.
Yeah.
He roughed Ryan up, but this
Yeah.
was a young Ryan,
Yeah.
And Ryan said, now I'm bigger. And you're in for some shit. When they won the face-off, there was a lot of chat about this sparring session, and I like the way Ryan was sort of like, I've got you now, mate.
Here's the thing. Ryan gets so upset about that spar because Ryan truly believes right now he's on such a different level from Rolly Romero, and the fact that that's out there pisses him off. Yeah. This could be the comeuppance for Rolly Romero, or it could be the moment where Ryan gets shocked by
Is
something.
that a baseball?
How about this? The Empire State Building, Yankee Stadium, I think right there as well. If I'm wrong, New Yorkers, I'm sorry. And then Big HE. The reason this event is on, obviously brought to you by The Ring. And, folks, it's time for our main event. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero. I want to see people in chat, both in the paying game and over here at the Weight Concept and at The Ring.
Hit the like button, guys.
Hit the like button, subscribe, and tell me right now. I want a 1 for Ryan Garcia. I want a 2 for Rolly Romero. I'm going to be checking chat. Who wins? Let me know.
And the reach advantage for Ryan Garcia is 2 inches. They're roughly the same height. Ryan's slightly taller by an inch. The weight, 146, 146. Ryan Garcia still only just 26 years old. That is
Feels
wild.
like he's been the last decade just on our televisions.
Michael Buffer is here to read out their names and all of that good
Overwhelming ones right now.
Really?
Not even like ridiculous amount of ones.
We'll see. Romero in the car on the way. This is wild, isn't it, man? This is so wild.
Let's hope we don't have like this 10-minute drive up that we had the last time for the last fight.
I always find it really interesting to know how fighters are going to look because this is such a different, entrance.
Yeah.
And I feel like when I said to about you, Haney looked off. He looked negative. He looked a bit iffy. He really fought iffy. Especially initially.
First round.
How is Romero looking to you in your opinion here, bro?
It's hard to read Rolly, even on stage with him. He shows you what he wants you to see.
He's a weird guy as well.
He's a very
another drink, please. Excuse me.
He's a very tactical person.
Excuse me.
Nicole,
Can we have another drink, please?
my man would like another drink
Thank
if we
you.
can get it.
Thank you.
I don't know if y'all saw that at home.
It's main
Smashed
event
it.
time. He's like Mr. Miyagi, this guy.
Yeah, you saw that? Rolly, he shows you what he wants you to see. So he could be.
Oh, was Ryan Garcia coming
my
in the
Lord,
Batmobile?
we have a Batmobile being backed up, and they
way.
might put Ryan in it. In the Batmobile.
No
It wasn't
way.
just a prop, it looks like.
No, it's not a prop. It's a real car.
Yeah, it's a real, actual car. They're about to drive through here. Here
No
comes
way.
Ryan Garcia. And you can hear the crowd down
Ryan's
there.
getting in a Batmobile.
He's getting in the Batmobile.
That
You can
is
hear
sick.
the crowd
That
down
is
here
so
going
sick, bro.
crazy in the middle of Times
and
Square.
Ryan Garcia's getting mad love from the crowd, by the way. He's wearing the all blue with the gold trim. Looks cool.
He looks like Oscar did
Yeah,
on
the
his
pretty
way
boy.
up, man. He really does. He's got the.
It's funny because they've given Ryan the Batmobile, and Romero's not getting the same level of treatment, is he?
No.
Let's be real. They didn't give Romero a different Batmobile.
No.
They just gave him a car.
I want to see, though. Maybe it's a little Batman and Joker. Maybe they've done something here potentially to kind of offset, because Rolly has been clowning a little bit. Oh, they gave
He's
him
in the
they gave
lowrider.
him the yeah, okay.
Rolly's looking a bit nervous. Ryan's looking like he's
They gave him the hydraulic West Coast. Is that an El Camino? I don't know.
Do
what
you
that
not
is.
think that Rolly's looking a lot more nervous than Ryan is?
He does look. I don't know if he looks stoic. There doesn't look like there's a lot of happiness in that face.
Ryan's
A lot of looking around.
Ryan looks like he's on top of the world. Yeah.
Ryan looks like he's been here before.
Yeah.
Right? And if we're, Rolly's been in big fights. He's been in fights with Tank Davis and others. But Ryan has been on the biggest fights, on the biggest stages. And even if this is a little different, nothing prepares you for this moment like experience. And Ryan has all of the big fight
Rolly
experience.
does not look. Rolly looks like his mom's dropping him off at school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah. It does look
He's-
a little different. There's no way they're having, what are we sitting in traffic for? This is our main event fight.
Rolly
get it
looks like
going here.
shit, man. I don't get me wrong. That doesn't impact. He could come out swinging.
Body language expertise is
but he
something
just
that's hard
doesn't look
Right.
like he's happy to be there.
Right.
He's not like, oh my God, I'm loving this. I'm about to have the best experience of my life. I'm going to knock this guy out. I'm going to win the title. That's not what I'm seeing from those eyes. It's can we just get there, please? Can we get there? You know what I mean? He's up a height.
He doesn't. He looks a little scared. But let's see after he exits the car here if that changes. That could just be like, get me out of this car. Oh, that didn't look great.
It looks like he knows he's going to take an arse kicking. I hope
That's
we're
a
wrong.
bizarre
and I hope he comes
look
out
on his
swinging
face, though, isn't it?
Because I don't want Ryan to just walk through this guy. I want it to be a good fight, right? I want Ryan to win.
This needs to be a test. We talked about Devin Haney having a test. This needs to be a test.
It doesn't look like he feels in the moment and like he's excited and happy. He looks nervous.
And to be fair, the elements of this fight are nothing like you experience.
Oh no, this is the weird one-off.
This is
right?
crazy. But again,
Even experienced fighters will be like, what the hell on this? Yeah.
Of people that have experienced crazy stuff. Ryan, in the Devin Haney fight, was coming to open workouts and weigh-ins on a white horse. The ultimate showman.
He is the craziness. This isn't crazy. He's crazy, usually. So
it could just be Rolly trying to get comfortable. As he's gotten in the ring, you see more pep in his step. Let's see here from Ryan.
In the Batmobile.
That's crazy.
Coming down the road. I need to have a fucking look over the balcony here. Give me a second.
Right?
What the fuck
I think it's coming from the opposite direction of where we're sitting. I don't exactly know where it is.
This is crazy, man. This is so crazy.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Get a little
My
crazy,
Lord,
ladies
have
and
mercy.
gentlemen.
There you are. I'm like 3 drinks back here.
Oh, God, I just love the lemonades. Keep them coming.
The apple juice is great, you know? But as far as this moment goes, listen, it's very easy for us to sit here and write off Rolly Romero and say, all right, we just want to see what Ryan has coming back.
I don't think you can take him lightly at all. I think Romero hits hard enough that you have to give him respect. I just meant, like, facially there.
Right.
I was like...
No. I don't think you're writing him off at all. I'm saying for people that are watching this, it's very easy to do that. I would say let's watch, and again, of course, we have to see it before we know, but let's watch this first round. This first round, to me, will tell me there's a loose dog. There's
literally a dog just walking around with a Batmobile coming towards it. Like,
just following somebody. I don't know.
His dog's got a ball in his mouth.
No collar.
The Batmobile's coming towards it.
What are we doing?
Imagine. This is... And the dog might get run over.
The dog just got shooed by one of the freaking production aides there. Secret Service, it looks like.
There was no animals hurt, to be clear.
So, yeah, no animals harmed. This first round is going to tell me everything I need to know about this fight. If Rolly is able to have success in this first round, we're in for a war. I truly think that. Until maybe the later rounds, and we'll see. But if
My
Ryan
question
comes
after
out,
the Pitbull fight,
exactly,
has his chin recovered?
Yeah.
Because whenever Pitbull touched him, and let's be real, Ryan hits harder than Pitbull.
And Ryan's a natural 147.
He definitely hits harder.
He's a bigger boy.
We've seen how José Valenzuela sort of made Pitbull struggle.
Shut all that down.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. He was able to take the power. The power was powerful, but it wasn't too much that he couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Ryan Garcia.
This is fucking insane,
Mate,
dude.
I can't believe it.
This is
Mate, can I just say something to you, Wade? Can I just say something? You're in New York City on top of a building, commentating a fight. Ryan Garcia is just down there, Times Square. He is coming to the ring in a Batmobile. Right? I don't think I can ever put into words how mental life can get sometimes. Like, it's so bizarre.
I have no idea what we're doing.
Like
I have no idea what we're doing. Guys, again, make sure you guys are locked in at the weight concept of the pain game. We're going to be doing this. Who knows where next? Who knows when? But this kind of stuff
tell me tomorrow we're going to Saudi Arabia.
Right?
Who knows, I'm up for it. I'm down, okay? Here comes Ryan Garcia.
Superstar is the song.
Super focused, super locked in. He's coming out to if you are what
Superstar.
you say you
Shout
are.
out Lupe Fiasco.
Yeah, I like
Superstar.
it. He is a heavy favorite in this fight. And do you know what's awkward about this? You're a heavy favorite against the guy who's shown a lot of power. That's very unusual.
It's dangerous,
you know
man. Here's the thing. We all can act like we're confident, and I'm going to go ahead and predict a Ryan Garcia win. And I think he potentially is going to stop Rolly here, mid to late rounds. And even saying that, I'm not confident in it. Not because I don't think Ryan's the better fighter.
It's
not
just the
because
X factor, isn't it?
It's the X factor of the fact that Rolly can be dangerous to Ryan Garcia.
He's getting in the ring right now.
This was the fight I
Holy
looked
shit.
at as maybe not the most dangerous totality of win-lose fight, but the most dangerous, it can take one to be over fight.
Yeah. And look, if Luke Campbell can drop you, you can be hurt by Rolly Romero. We know that. However, I'm going to say that Ryan Garcia wins by knockout in the early rounds. I think he gets him early.
Ryan had predicted an earlier round stoppage,
Yeah.
I think, in the first 6, and he
I
said
think
he
in the
wanted
first
to do
4.
it with his right hand. So that's interesting.
First 4 rounds, I'm going. First 4 rounds, Ryan Garcia. Maybe even the first. Like, I just feel like he is going to be... You know how I said earlier, when I started living cleaner, I realized I felt like Superman? I think people are underestimating the whole not drinking and not smoking thing.
Yeah.
And the impact that that's going to have. We're going to see a fully dialed in Ryan. And look, sometimes, we've seen with John Jones and crazy
I was going to say, what if he's like one of those guys?
Yeah, some of those crazy bastards, they need the
You heard him at the press conference.
The chaos.
You don't want that crazy side to come out.
No, right.
Don't let that come out.
Some fighters need the chaos in order to be at their best, and I really hope that's not the case for Ryan Garcia, because it's a bit of a gift and a curse where you've got to live a life of basically pain
yeah,
in order to deliver. Like an artist, you know how some artists, musicians, they only give you the good stuff when their lives are shit show. I don't want that for Ryan Garcia. Can I just comment on Rolly Romero's physique? He looks jacked to the tits.
And jacked.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man. Ryan's not the only guy that was having trouble making 140, having trouble cutting weight. Rolly is not a natural 140. He's
Rolly
coming up in weight as well.
The best version of Rolly in terms of physically as well.
And no pressure,
His
by
back
the way.
looks like it's carved from. He looks like a bodybuilder. You know, when we talk about performance enhancers, he looks He looks in them. Look at them traps on the back of him. He looks like a bodybuilder.
If you told me that Rolly Romero had any pressure on him, I'd say how. No one thinks. They may say it like Rolly's dangerous, but everyone's consensus is that Ryan wins.
Yeah. Ryan's the elite talent. Rolly is talented, but he's just not in the same way. You know what I mean?
So fight free is what I say. Fight as free and loose as possible, because what do you have to lose? Okay, a fight.
We just
outside
had
of
the Let's
that,
Get Ready to Rumble from Mr. Buffer.
Yeah, legendary,
live
by
in
the
New
way.
York City.
Legendary.
Times Square. He's now announcing. Rolly is shredded, honestly.
Big boy,
I can't,
too.
Wait
till they square off. Ryan will be taller, but Rolly will be far bigger.
16 wins, 2 losses for Rolly Romero, and the only 2 losses, like, people act like he's a bum. He lost to Pitbull and Tank Davis, like 2 of the best fighters in the world. It's not like they're,
And by the way,
scrubs.
Was having success in both those fights before it turned.
Especially the Tank fight, in my opinion. He really had Tank taking a long look at him. Tank didn't just walk through him. And this is the thing, that if Ryan does do that, considering the way people rave about Tank Davis prior to his last fight, it should not get the credit it deserves. Like, if he does do what I think he might do, which is beat him early, that deserves massive credit when it took Tank Davis several rounds to get the win.
This one right here, folks. This is big time.
I'm feeling it.
This one right here is big time. Main event for a reason, baby.
Woo!
I'm telling you.
Let's go.
Oh, someone got a Celtics jersey? That's crazy. Here we go.
Touch gloves. Let's go. All right. Times Square, New York City. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero.
Come on, brother.
First round. True Geordie and the Wade Concept, bringing you the action in round number 1. 2 minutes 57, 56, 55 for anyone looking to sing.
Remember, folks, the WBA regular title on the line. The super champion is Boots Ennis. You can't tell me they don't want to set up a fight for that.
That's an insane fight. Obviously, if Ryan wins, we will see the Haney rematch after Haney won tonight convincingly. As bad as it was very convincing. Ryan looks quite relaxed here. He's just sort of trying to get Rolly to bite on some feints here. He's not, he's not throwing everything into it early on like I thought he might. He's sort of feeling him out a little bit here.
Ryan's very wary of the right hand from Rolly already. There's some good feints that Rolly's throwing. Nice jab to the body from Ryan as well. I like a patient start for both guys, though. I don't think it's a bad idea, especially for Ryan with the layoff, to come back and see what Rolly has to give him. By the way,
Rolly that body early.
Rolly's got the weirdest sounds when he throws punches I've ever heard. It sounds like a cat getting stung. Hey.
Ryan just stepping towards him, ever so slightly edging forward and trying to gauge the range here of Rolly Romero. Just unleashed a little jab into his chin there.
Both guys really.
Rolly is feinting more than I've ever seen him feint before. Rolly's not good at feinting. If anything, it was one of the things I thought about this fight beforehand. I thought, you need to feint Ryan Garcia. You need to give him something to think about. If he gets comfortable, he's just too athletically gifted. So you're going to have to feint. Rolly is terrible at feinting normally. This is something I've not seen from him a lot.
Some big movements out of Rolly already in this first round, and you can go to that well a couple of times, but the more energy it takes you to feint Ryan and get him to bite on stuff.
Yeah, you have to make a count, don't you?
Right. the less it's going to pay off when you actually throw, because he's seen it.
One thing I will say about Ryan is he doesn't usually bite on feints as badly as others do because he's got big balls. He's actually willing to get clipped if he has to take one to give one.
And fair play for a guy that does stand a little bit more flat-footed with Ryan.
Yeah.
He does have decent enough defense. Whether you can kind of laugh at the Ryan roll, but he doesn't get hit clean a ton.
It's weird because it's silent right now down there, and you can tell that everyone is sort of waiting and knowing this isn't going to be like the Devin Haney fight. It's going to explode. It's a case of when, not if, and it hasn't really happened yet in this first round. And I think partly because Ryan and Rolly respect each other a lot here. There's a lot of respect being shown.
They're so familiar with each other's game, and they know what's dangerous. Again, Ryan knows the right hand from Rolly is dangerous and the left hook. Rolly obviously knows the left hook's dangerous from Ryan.
Ryan unleashed a jab there, and it was at light speed. Rolly's been landing some nice body shots.
That's a tough round. That's a tough round to call. Both guys had success, mostly with the jab.
Surprising. I thought it would be a bit more aggressive than that from both guys.
I think there's a level of intensity in the movement, but not necessarily committal in the shot.
Yeah.
Right? Which I think will open up as we get further, but that was definitely both guys going, okay, it's been a while. Let's get familiar again. It's been a while. Is anything new? See what Derek James is saying here.
He's telling him how to line up that left hand, right? We've seen him physically go like that. I couldn't quite hear what he was saying, but
interesting there. Again, they obviously want to set up that left hook. Derek essentially alluding to the fact that he wants to walk Rolly onto it, set up and deliver, which is, I think everybody knows the game plan here for Ryan.
They call him a one-trick pony, but it's the best trick in the game,
right.
And it's pretty unstoppable.
If you are the very best at something, there's no reason to deviate. And we say that about Ryan. It can be true for guys like Devin Haney as well, as we hear a big roar, but we are a little bit behind, so something's happened
2
here.
2 minutes 47.
And a big left hand
Garcia
from
goes down
Rolly.
in the first round. Rolly Romero has just dropped Ryan Garcia. Oh,
and you
my
knew it potentially
God.
was coming.
Oh, my God.
We heard the roar
We did
first.
say we had to respect this guy. Rolly Romero's power is not something to be taken
And a left
lightly.
hand from Ryan Garcia. If we didn't know if it was opening up in the first round, it's opened up now, ladies and gentlemen. And
Ryan
Rolly.
might be a bit of trouble here.
Yeah,
Bloody
he's still.
hell, son. And he's trying to unleash that left hand.
And that was the biggest shot that we wondered who was going to land first, and Rolly lands first. And there's a jab to the body, Rolly.
Wow, Rolly is looking sharp here. Give him credit where it's due.
Unbelievable
And he's
scenes as
varying his
Ryan
punches
goes
up.
down in the second round, and now he's going to have to get started, Geordie.
Rolly varies his punches up quite well here. He's going to the body, he's going high, and he got Ryan to just switch off there for a second.
And it was the left hook. The same thing that is Ryan's best strength, potentially his biggest weakness, is Ryan snaps off a left hook as well.
Hand now, isn't he? No.
Good.
You know what I will say about Ryan Garcia? When he does get hit, his chin is pretty good. Like, he's been hit by some of the best
pops
punchers.
straight back up.
And he doesn't come out and be like scared, defensive. If anything, he goes, I'm going to get you back for that. And I do appreciate that.
And folks,
he's on the front foot here. Ryan's on the front foot.
Pandemonium in Times Square as Rolly Romero has just flipped the script on Ryan Garcia here in round 2.
It's crazy that we hear the roar.
I know,
and then
I'm plugging
happens.
my ear just because of it now.
Man. This is wild.
Unbelievable. We heard the roar and we went, uh-oh.
Oh, yeah,
Something's
I
happened.
genuinely thought Ryan Garcia's going to knock him down here. Couldn't have been more wrong. Ryan not quite landing that left hand right now. And I bet you Devin Haney's celebrating somewhere right now.
What a moment for Rolly Romero. If you wanted to talk about the pre-fight jitters or the fact that Ryan is the golden boy of sorts, to come out and do that.
That is such a huge confidence builder for Rolly Romero, who has suffered, bad. And this is why, Rolly suffered a couple of knockout losses lately. But this is why Tank Davis took his time with him.
Yeah.
This is why he slow cooked him. He didn't want to rush in and get caught with some shit like that.
Yeah.
But we see Ryan is not that type of fighter. He will try and stand in the pocket. He is flat-footed. He does have his chin up sometimes. This is why we love watching him, because you never know what's going to happen next.
20 seconds here, round 2. And Rolly's throwing heat. Looks to go downstairs. Not quite there.
It's clever, though, because he's getting Ryan thinking about him
It's like,
going
bring those
low.
hands down again.
So when he goes
Bring those
upstairs,
hands down. Yep.
he's not ready for it.
And Ryan snaps off a left hook there at the end of the round.
What
a round to
round,
Rolly Romero,
son!
baby. Oh, my goodness, how the tables have turned.
Oh, my God, that's got everyone rethinking their whole idea of what this fight was supposed to be. Derek James talking to Ryan. Ryan does look a little bit like, oh, shit, what happened there? Like, you know, I'm a bit concerned, yeah. Derek is saying, we just want to win the round.
Keep breaking him down. We want to win the round.
Let's not worry. And that was a left hook that dropped Ryan Garcia.
On the chin.
And I'll be honest,
the first one hurt him. The second one put him down, yeah.
The connection wasn't quite as brutal as I worried it was for him. It was a good connection.
It was a square, yeah.
But actually, he was a little bit off balance as well at the same time. It wasn't one of those ones where you're like, you can't recover from. I fully expect Ryan Garcia can recover from this. But you know what? That's the best thing that could happen to him in one way, because now he knows. Don't get cocky, bro. You're not, you know, just because you beat the shit out of Devin Haney.
Fact.
This kid's a scrapper.
Yeah.
He's not Devin Haney. He's not a little pussy like Devin Haney is. Sorry.
I knew he was going to get the shot.
He's not a little pussy like Devin Haney is.
Look at that right hand. Ryan did say he wanted to land a right hand to end this fight, and he goes for it there.
There's not a lot of feinting.
Again, Rolly to the body with the jab. I like this from Rolly Romero.
Yeah, Romero's game plan is solid so far. And I like the fact that he's going low and he's feinting a lot. He's getting Ryan Garcia to react instead of to create.
Yeah.
You want to be the creator in there. You want to be the one dictating. And right now, Romero's the one who's doing that.
Rolly Romero absolutely taking New York by storm. Ryan lands a nice jab there. And Rolly clinches.
It's a 12-round fight. Lots of time left.
Long time left.
Bloody hell, you couldn't have had a worse start. To be honest with you.
I'm telling you now, that left hook has got Ryan answering the phone and no one's calling right now. That right hand is by his ear.
Yeah.
Constantly now. And it is, in most instances, you see knockouts happen that way, where you're so confident in your left hand and someone clips you with your own shot.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're throwing, they throw it back. That happens a lot.
Ryan is also not as in range as we normally see him, in my opinion.
A little bit leany on the jab.
Just a little, you know, he's leaning on the back foot. He's not as close to his opponent. You see normally how Ryan has his hand out, the rangefinder. He can't. He's a bit wary of doing that here.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near as confident as he was in that Devin Haney fight now, and he's a lot more jittery. He's a lot more unsure of himself.
Now, again, I'm not going to make any excuses here for Ryan, because that could just be because he just got clipped with a nasty left hook from Rolly Romero. And because Rolly's got a good game plan, he's keeping his head off center.
For sure.
He's giving him good feints. He's level changing. Should Ryan have gotten a little bit of the alcohol going this week? You have to wonder, right? You just have to start to...
I need to take him out before this next fight and show him how to do it. Honestly, that left hand as well, the range... It's not quite there. Like I say, that range finder we normally see from him, he's a little bit wary, and he's struggling to land that left hand the way he normally does. It's just, it's not looking the same this time.
Ryan goes to the clinch there. He's also circling toward Rolly's right hand, away from his left hand, which you could say is a good idea based on the fact he just got dropped by it. But it wasn't the instruction that Derek James gave him in the corner. He wanted Ryan to circle to his right, frame, right hand over the top. So a little bit interesting. He's circling toward the power hand to his left. He gets clipped with the right hand there from Rolly.
I wouldn't say Ryan looks any less quick than normal or anything like that. Like, you know how some people are like, oh, he's not on the ostarine. I wouldn't say that. He's definitely as quick as normal. It's mentally that is the problem here.
Yeah.
He's been dropped, and he's now second-guessing his whole game.
See what the corner Rolly has to say here.
They're speaking a different
I don't understand.
They're speaking a different language, unfortunately. But I would imagine they're saying, going pretty good, bro. Pretty good.
Yeah.
More that.
And also, they're probably looking for openings, again, because Ryan does stand so upright. His chin is a little bit high in the air.
Yeah.
And again, the left hook was landed not because it was just a shot that he threw that happened to get through. It was because of those odd feints. The head movement inside and out.
The body work as well, yeah. He's just all over the shop here,
and then
Romero.
the circle around. There's Karl Anthony Towns once again, the center for the New York Knicks.
Love him. Great player.
He's your favorite NBA player, I heard.
Great player.
Yep. You like his work down
I like
low.
his sunglasses.
Sunglasses are good. I think that for
Ryan needs to turn it up now. Like, this is the round. I'm like, all right, you've had a few shit rounds here, bro. You need to you need to start showing something.
Absolutely. And you see, Rolly is also they're making this circle where they're both circling away from each other's left hand, and that maybe is just the wherewithal of both fighters that their lead hands are dangerous.
I'm shocked at what I'm witnessing here. But even though I said he's an awkward fighter, he's a strong puncher, it's just Ryan mentally. He's normally a lot. Even when he got dropped by Luke Campbell,
sitting down,
he got back up. He was like, "Look, I don't care that I was dropped," and he fought exactly the same way, with the same confidence. You'd never have known that Ryan Garcia.
I love what Rolly's doing with his lead hand, man. He's giving Ryan so many different looks with it. Look at that, tap down to the body, circling with the lead hand.
Rolly's showing a bit of IQ here that we haven't really seen from him before.
Big time.
If anything, I look at Rolly normally like not a smart fighter.
Right.
Like,
sometimes throws caution to the wind to go and get it.
Athletic, but not smart. He's showing a lot more IQ today.
And Ryan is still with that backhand. Rolly is getting him to bat down with that backhand. You saw him go jab to the body, and Ryan, again, lowers that right hand to try to push it away. And you know that hook is coming upstairs.
Where
he's going to throw
Ryan Garcia's left hook, man? I'm shocked at how little he's throwing it.
You know, Derek James in the corners told Ryan to box him. And we are seeing a different Ryan right now, and not maybe different from the Ryan in his entire career,
you see the
but
way
different from the
that
Haney fight.
You see the way Ryan bit on that feint there?
Yeah.
He jumped back, hands up. He's very wary of Rolly.
Look at that
here.
big swipe with the right hand.
Even if he's still standing, he really respects the power of Rolly here, clearly.
Now, again, I don't mind seeing Ryan box Rolly here, but we do need to see a nice jab to the body there. We need to see some follow-up from that because...
That's why he's throwing singles, bro.
Yeah.
He's not throwing the... against Devin, he was throwing all sorts of combinations. Yeah. When he would go, he would really go.
Yeah.
He's not going here. He's so wary of this guy.
Yeah, definitely an awareness of the power. 442, 441, 440 left in round 4. And also, though, for Rolly, you can't get... I want to say lackadaisical. You can't get comfortable with that knockdown. Because as much as it won you that round, Ryan could have easily won the last round. It was a toss-up round.
The longer it goes, the more Ryan will get his confidence
Ryan
back.
potentially could be winning this round because there hasn't been a lot of action.
Rolly should step on it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that you got to...
Take advantage.
Right. You need to keep with the game plan, which is jab to the body, jab upstairs. Keep landing your stuff. It doesn't have to be big-time power. It doesn't have to be big-time movements. But the longer this goes at a boxing pace when you're a puncher, that stuff's going to happen. Big-time jab from Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia is starting to take advantage of the range, and he's letting his jab go. And ironically, he's taking a leaf out of Devin Haney's book, which is get behind the jab.
Circle jab.
You're in with a power puncher. And look, this kind of dispels the whole one-trick pony thing. Like, he's showing he has a backup plan.
Yeah.
If he gets hurt and he's in there with a tough guy, get behind the jab, work my way back into the fight with the jab, and then maybe in the next couple of rounds, Rolly might fade a little more, then I'll start unleashing those. Because one thing Ryan does is he carries his power late into a fight. He's not just a guy with fast hands who can...
Eddie, I see you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I do want to tell you, Ryan has an extensive amateur background.
Oh, massively.
This is not a guy that was just a power puncher that, you know, the way we look at Rolly, who didn't have an amateur background, or at least not an extensive one, that is a massive power puncher. That is very much front foot offense heavy. Ryan can move forward and back. Some of his best knockouts off the left hand have come, yes, off the front foot, but a forward counter puncher. Walk you onto one. So you're right. He's showing a different bag here, and we talked about it with Devin Haney as we get into our 5th round here, 255, 254, 253. Devin showed us what we knew he had. Ryan is showing us a little bit of the old Ryan, a little bit of the boxer first, then puncher behind it. And for Rolly, again, I'm wary of getting comfortable.
Have you seen Rolly? How he's just having the rangefinder out there, and
I love the lead hand work from
very
Rolly.
confident.
Love
Very confident.
Nice snappy left hook there from Ryan Garcia, sneaks that one in.
Rolly's got that right hand glued to his chin, though. I'll give him credit.
Yeah, he's wary. He understands the danger, too. But the difference is Rolly has to force this action, right? He has to. To win this fight, he's got to force this.
Shorter reach, smaller guy.
Ryan can stand there on his back foot And I better hear you crucify him the way you did. But he can win the fight that way. He can do that.
I don't mind doing this when you've just been dropped and you get yourself back into the fight.
Yeah.
And I do believe that Ryan will stop, putting his punches together. Right now, it's a smart thing because Rolly is... The one thing I will say is he's looking a little less dangerous than he was earlier on.
Yeah.
Ryan seems to be figuring him out
Another
a
short
little
left
bit more. He's timing him as he's coming in with those body shots. When he drops his head down, he's landing the jab on the way in. Woo. And now Ryan's putting his punches together. There's the confidence coming back.
It's a jab, right hand to the body, then back upstairs. Again, the more Ryan sits down, the more opportunities Rolly has to counter. Look for a pull right hand, counter right hand coming from Rolly, but that was a great combination. That was a nice confidence combination from Ryan Garcia.
He needs to have that belief of, when I throw, your head's going to be where I think it is. And in the first few rounds, it just wasn't there. His range was, and that's a year out of boxing. Is it going to be the way? Ring rust is a real thing, and
For sure.
There wasn't really the allowances made for Conor Benn's performance in the early rounds there. I don't think people really took that into account.
Straight to it. Whereas we're in round 5 here, and Ryan's starting to come alive.
Yeah.
And again, you talk about the ring rust. This does feel like him starting to get his feet back under him. And again, this fight is absolutely in the balance because Rolly is still having success here and there, but Ryan's starting to form a bit of an offense here that's starting to push it his way.
I really feel like the right hand over the top of that Rolly range-finding jab is there. He's looking for the left hook, but I think the right hand, a straight right, as Rolly is just giving it that, come over the top with it, it's there.
Rolly looks to clinch there last 20 seconds, and Ryan has found a bit of a groove here in round 5.
Ryan looks like he's maintaining the distance now. He's in control of the distance, and Rolly needs to start getting on the inside of it more. Rolly's kind of accepting that,
And Ryan's jab is so nasty.
I'm not in control anymore.
Ryan does something very interesting with his jab. He doesn't get over his front foot, but his front foot extends, and he gets wide with his jab. But it's not wide enough for Rolly, who has a reach advantage here, to be able to counter over it. So he's stabbing you with that jab, and by the time he gets back to range, Rolly's way back here, and he can't get back.
So you hear now, I think I heard this right. He says, we're going to just keep going with the jab. He's going to fall in love with the jab, and he's not going to think about what else is coming behind it, right? Yeah. And basically the hooks are where he sees the end of this fight coming for Ryan Garcia.
That scorecard makes no sense, by the way.
I'll be honest, I never ever agree with any scorecard.
Coppinger has it 3 rounds to 2 in favor of Romero. Somehow Romero is down 2 points, though. And one of those rounds is a 10-8. So I'm not sure. Maybe they had it flipped that it should be 48-46 Romero.
It might be a graphic mistake.
But that was probably a graphic issue.
That wouldn't happen, would it?
Yeah, nah, never.
All right, we're in round 6, 2 minutes 54-53. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero. Ryan Garcia dropped early on in this fight by Rolly Romero. Ryan fighting his way, boxing clever into the fight. The body shots of Rolly Romero helped set up the drop. But he's kind of gotten away from that in the last couple of rounds. He's gone back to that there.
Yeah, it was a good body shot from Rolly.
The
and
left
Ryan,
hand almost lands
even
flush.
if Rolly puts that bleed hand or that backhand on his face, Ryan's finding a way
Rolly
with the
had
left
his
hand.
glued to his
It's so
face there,
crazy.
luckily. Took the edge off it.
And Ryan's starting to open up a little bit, and here goes Rolly, who is going to be, I think, if you put him under a bench press, Rolly would bench more weight, so he's throwing Ryan around a little bit in those clinches.
Ryan, you know when Ryan unleashes his punches and you can tell he's throwing everything behind them?
Yeah.
He's not done that yet. We've not seen that from him yet.
We have not to the degree we saw in the Devin Haney fight.
Not at all.
Not even
nowhere
close.
near.
157, 156, and he has been, I want to say reduced, but he's elected to go one punch at a time for the most part until he feels he's entered range enough to throw his combos after it. And that's because of what happened. Round 2, he gets dropped. Very aware. But again, I need to see more from Rolly to be able to counteract this jab that Ryan's putting on him, I think.
The AI scoring has this level at 47-47. I have to say, not time to panic, but we really wanted a stellar performance from Ryan here.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing the level of energy into the punches. I'm not seeing the level of confidence I thought I'd be seeing right now. I'm slightly, as a fan, of his ability, I'm slightly concerned.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah.
I don't want him getting this fight
Good
get
jab
away
to the
from
body
him,
from Rolly.
and it might be getting away from him a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. I
not,
mean, Rolly
not
is...
that he can't win it, but it's about winning it in style. I'm
Rolly
not sure
is-
that we're going to get that now.
Well, listen, Rolly's had a great round 6 here. Stabbing that jab to the body, started the round with the left hook. As much as you know, the scorecards can be variable, you have to acknowledge what your eyes see. And in this round, I see Rolly taking back the center of this ring and taking back the offensive awareness and the offensive of success.
Where is the shots from Ryan Garcia?
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you're someone who's like ostarine, he's not the same fighter.
Yeah.
This is going to help their argument because it's like, oh, he doesn't have the same power. He wasn't, but he's not even throwing the shots the same way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a mental thing because he got dropped early.
1-2-1 from Rolly, and he puts Ryan in the corner.
It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking great.
You asked what Bill Haney would have to spin this.
He's going to have a fucking field day.
Here
on
you
this,
go.
isn't he? Bastard.
Here you go. Oh my goodness, I can already see it now.
He is going to.
I can already see it
be
now.
sitting watching a highly competitive fight, thinking we did our job, and now you're screwing up yours.
Yeah.
I've got to give credit to Rolly Romero, a massive underdog in this fight, and he is really causing problems. We've seen him cause Tank Davis problems. We're seeing him cause Ryan Garcia problems. Tank Davis figured out the equation. He got him to walk onto shots. Can Ryan Garcia do the same? Rolly Romero, according to Copping Jazz,
Now it looks like the way
unofficial
it should.
scorecard,
Yeah.
he's up 3 rounds. That's a serious problem when Ryan Garcia in these mid-rounds, he was growing into the fight. He's just dropped one. Clearly dropped one there. Unbelievable. Disappointed from Ryan, to be honest.
Yeah, Ryan, in this back half of the fight, he needs a massive, massive statement.
Here we go. In round number 7. The second half of the fight starts now. Times Square, the ring. Unreal. Timer is 2:56, 2:55, 2:54 of the 7th
How
round.
about this, though? What a moment from Rolly Romero.
Credit to him, man.
If he's able to pull this off, man, he will shut up. And when I say everyone, I mean absolutely everyone. I don't know. You'll have to go into the archives to find me someone that was saying Rolly's going to win this fight and the way he's winning it.
He's been considered a bit of a joke, which I've always found ridiculous because, yeah, he's a silly guy. Don't get me wrong, I get that bit. But as a fighter, he's solid. He's a very good fighter. All right, he's not. He got chinned off Tank Davis and Pitbull, but like, they're 2 of the best fighters we have.
But in that same statement, if Ryan isn't able to do that, do we then still talk about the Tank fight the way we talk about it?
I'm really worried about what I'm seeing from Ryan Garcia here. It's shit.
Yeah.
It's shit. The lack of confidence. And if you are someone who's saying Ryan Garcia relied on performance-enhancing drugs, you're going to have a field day with this because the level of intensity in the shots he's throwing severely diminished here. And the speed looks there. He still looks just as quick. I'm not saying, but where
nice jab there. It's
jab
the
looks
commitment.
great.
It's the commitment.
Where
That's
the
all it
fuck
is.
is the left hook?
It's
mate?
the commitment.
Where the hell is the commitment? Where is the state of mind of I'm trying to kill you? He looks terrible mentally here.
Whereas Rolly again, that was a snappy
Rolly with a
left
nice
hook
left
right
hook.
there.
But this is the thing. We've seen Ryan Garcia drop before and fight way better than
Now,
this
hold on a
after
second
being
there.
dropped.
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna
not
say.
like he's just shit himself.
Yeah. Again, it's so hard to go. It could be a combination of factors. It could be the time off. It could be ring rust. It could be this. It could just be that Rolly Romero is having a fucking great fight, and he is putting it on Ryan in a way that Ryan's
Where's
not
the
prepared
shots
for.
from Ryan? Where are they, mate? Where are they? I can't believe, the Devin Haney fight was a pain in the arse, but Ryan we thought we could rely on to really show out and go for it here. He's not going for it.
Yeah, he's being stifled a bit here. Again, that lead hand of Rolly is creating a problem where Ryan doesn't feel comfortable letting his jab go.
Where's that right hand he said he was going to knock him out with? When the jab is coming out and it's lazy and it's down here, come over the top of it. It's been there for multiple rounds.
You
now.
saw Ryan right there go immediately to the clinch when Rolly entered range, which is not what you're used to seeing him do.
No, he loves it. He normally unleashes at that point.
He's usually that forward pressure fighter come into my range, and I'm going to throw my shots behind it.
It's a fucking shame, this, because Ryan looks like shit here. Come on, mate. You need to level up here. Come on. Where's that left hook, mate?
You see that lead hand of
Rolly's
Rolly?
got that right. Where's the left hook to the body? Where's the left hook to the body that we've seen from Luke against Luke Campbell, where he made him go high and he came with a flying left hook? Where is it? That is shit. Another shit round from Ryan Garcia. Let's call it for what it is. That's shit. That.
I'm going to tell you, one of the officials warned one of the fighters about a lead hand being out there and stop using your frame. Rolly's doing such a good job with his lead hand, and he's stifling a lot of. Anytime Ryan wants to feint, nope. You see, they're talking about
the
lead
lead hand now. Derek James is saying to Ryan, you need to combat that. Hit him in the arm, chop it down, do whatever you have to do. This is not time for that though alone. You need to tell him, you're gonna lose this fight, bro. You need to turn up. This is bullshit.
This right here, you
just
talked
said bite
about,
down. He just said bite down.
This right here, you talked about panic time for Ryan fan. That red button is sitting in front of you, and your hand is getting close to hitting it.
Because he just said to Ryan, you need to bite. Ryan went, all right.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see.
Yeah.
This was the speech that we all wanted. Let's see if we see anything different. If Ryan Garcia in this round doesn't do some dramatically different things, he is solemnly going down with his ship earlier, like we've seen from Barboza when we said, you know, in round 8, it's round 8 now. Just like we said, round 8, Barboza. Are you just going to allow yourself to lose this fight? Or are you willing to roll the dice and go after it? Ryan Garcia normally rolls the dice from round 1. I don't know what the hell I'm watching, but it's time to go, mate.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that point where this is a close fight. Don't get me wrong. I do think Rolly is winning this fight right now. So it's getting to the point where if you're Ryan
Without
Garcia,
having to do anything amazing.
Without doing much.
He's not doing anything amazing, is he?
If you're Ryan Garcia, you've got to, as a guy that's not used to maybe fighting from behind, you've got to go out and yes, channel that Luke Campbell fight a little bit now because you've been down.
That? Where the hell is that?
And you gotta get that one back at least. If not, get back on your front foot because he's been pushed around the last couple of rounds.
You know what it must be? Romero must hit fucking hard, man. Romero must hit hard because he just kept walking forward and walked Luke Campbell down and didn't give two shits. He really respects Romero's power here. And this might be right. Tank Davis said Romero hits harder than Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Are we witnessing what Ryan Garcia looks like when he's in the ring with someone who hits harder than him? Because let's be real here. He has a massive advantage over everyone he fights. What happens when he doesn't have that advantage? That's when we find out what you're really made of. We've seen Tyson Fury. He has the footwork, the skill, the technique, the speed, all that. He fought Alexander Usyk, who had those attributes over him. You have to find out what you're really made of then.
This is wild to see right now because Ryan is getting outpointed because it's the lack of him throwing. And you talked about it. Someone had mentioned to me, they were like, Wade, why are you so confident in Ryan or, whatever it was this week? I've been hearing it from so many people, and they're like, and maybe it was Rolly that said it, but he was like, when Ryan fights punchers, he really struggles. Punchers hurt you. You don't like punchers. You're the puncher. So this is one of those situations where Ryan, the bully, is getting bullied a bit here.
He's barely even throwing the shots that we normally see from him. It's mentally, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when this is when you're known for that left hook and you're barely throwing it. Looks like shit, mate.
He's really having trouble with Rolly's lead hand, and Derek James told him to fire over the top of it, knock it down.
He's not doing that.
And he hasn't really taken that initiative.
This was the round where we need to say what you're fucking made of, and he's just pussying out and he's letting this fight go between his fingertips. He's not fighting. This looks like shit, mate. Honestly, God help us. If this... if you're in negotiations for Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, the price just went down tonight. They both look like shit.
And fair play to Rolly. If anybody's coming after it, it's him on the front foot.
I like Rolly here. I think Rolly is doing a tremendous
another Rolly
job.
round.
But you know what the saddest bit is? As someone who admires Ryan Garcia's talent, I'm not looking at Rolly going, come on, you look the best version of you I've ever seen. I think Rolly looks okay. I just think that Ryan is like in awe of the power and it's mentally broken him a bit here.
Yeah, Rolly is doing what he needs to do to win this fight. And that's as simple as you could put it. He is doing what he needs to do.
He's not going above and beyond.
Is it overly impressive? No. But he's doing what he needs to do.
If Rolly was having the performance of a lifetime right now and me and you were like, this is unbelievable. We're not saying that.
No.
What we're saying is Rolly looks good, but Ryan looks like trash, and he's not doing anywhere near what we'd normally see from Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
And yes, part of that is the lead hand from Rolly Romero, is the power, the knockdown earlier in the fight. But all of the things that we'd normally see from Ryan Garcia to counteract that, like we've seen against Luke Campbell and other fighters, even against Tank Davis, he didn't show him that level of respect.
No.
It's not there.
He walked right out on Tank. Even after he got dropped upstairs, walked right out at him again.
Who cares? Yeah.
It didn't. We're not seeing any part of that. Round 9, 245.
It just feels like we're in the round 12 and we should just accept this and all go home, doesn't it?
Feels like
it
that.
Feels like
it feels like Ryan has done that. That's why it feels like
Ryan's
that to
mentally
us.
not. He's not checked in here at all. This is the worst loss of Ryan Garcia's career if it goes down like this, because Tank Davis was someone who was considered a pound-for-pound #1 title
Stab
fight
to the
by
body
some
from Rolly.
people.
And another to the body from Rolly. Rolly starting to, at least on the AI scorecards, it's starting to run away with this
Ryan
fight.
looks like shit.
Rolly's just bullying Ryan around the ring. Anytime there's forward movement from Rolly, Ryan shells up, turns his back.
If this was the fight to prove you're not, reliant on ostarine,
yeah.
this was not a good. He just looks like a shell of himself mentally. And do you know when they say like people who use performance enhancers, it's as much mental as it is physical.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I never thought he was on them,
Right.
but we're watching a mental performance from him that's so weak. I don't know what the hell to think anymore.
Just imagine the fact that you're bringing it up and you're alluding to it. Imagine
what, and I'm someone who thought he was innocent. So God knows what the people who think he's guilty are thinking, because this is trash.
I'm looking at these total punches landed and total punches thrown. I don't believe Ryan Garcia is winning this fight, but there is a disparity to favor Ryan Garcia, at least on the ring score there. I just want to keep an eye on it. I just want to keep an eye on it.
I can't believe the lack of intensity, the lack of ferocity from Ryan Garcia. It is absolutely pathetic. It is pathetic. From a fighter whose intensity and ferocity is up here in the world of boxing, is someone who I said on my promo for this fight, you never know what you're going to get. It's always crazy. He always comes out swinging. This is one of the shittest. This is the worst performance of Ryan Garcia's career by a mile. By a mile.
He has not let it go really at all. 43 seconds left, 42, 41. And I think things changed in a very quick way when he got dropped in round 2. But even then, it just hasn't felt like, maybe it was that power that hit him and he went, holy, I can't take any risks here. But the fact is,
believe it.
The fact is, it's not just that he's not taking risks. It's that he's getting backed up. You don't really see Ryan get pushed around a lot.
This is the end of Ryan Garcia mentally. If this is what it takes to break you, give up. Fuck it off, mate. Retire. Just
13
seconds. Because this is nothing. This is no. But Romero's barely like. It's not like Romero's putting it on him.
Right.
It's a bit of a chess match with some nasty punches in between. This is mild compared to what some fighters will do to you.
Is that another Romero round?
If you haven't got it up here,
yeah. Is that another Romero round to you? Because realistically,
this is the saddest thing about it is Romero's hardly like going for broke himself.
Yeah.
So it's hard to even say that. One thing I can say is neither fighter look great in that round.
I was gonna say, realistically, I mean, you can see that the gallery here. Let's say as Turki Al-Sheikh is looking down at his phone. That's probably not a good indicator.
He's a fight fan like me and you.
It's probably not a good indicator.
Turki Al-Sheikh is no different than any of us. He sees everything.
Yeah.
And he knows a good fight from a bad fight. He won't be impressed with what they're doing right now.
It's not. Yeah. It's definitely one that I'm just. You scratch your head at, man, to say
the matchmaking was great.
Fantastic.
I can't here's the thing. Before this fight, if you thought of the kind of fights Romero and Ryan Garcia have, I would never in a million years have thought that this would have been the outcome.
Yeah.
I would never have thought it. Stunned.
Here we go. Round 10, 256, 255, 254.
We need Ryan to turn the hell up desperately here because this is trash.
There's a right hand on the clinch there from Ryan. He's got 3 rounds, and as much as we're critical, and as much as we will give Rolly his credit here, he has dictated the pace of this fight. Still a close fight, 3 rounds to really, if it's got to start now, though. If you're going to save this performance from Ryan Garcia, it has to start right now.
I'll be stunned if it happens because Ryan is not doing the thing that Ryan usually does when someone, tries to go in for the body shot, which is lean back and him dent that left hook
I was
right
going
into
to say,
the
where
side
the
of
left
the
hook,
skull.
the
Where
left
is
hook
it?
has been there early in the fight, and it just went away. And I think it could be a variety of factors: timing, inability to pull the trigger. It could be that lead hand Rolly's just straight up keeping it out there. That referee's saying nothing about it. And fair play, I don't think he should.
Ryan usually does that.
Ryan's is usually the frame guy. So he's getting it done to him, and he can't even get his jab off. Look, he wants to catch with his lead hand. Now, I'm no boxing expert.
This is shocking. This is the AI has given Rolly Romero 5 rounds in a row here, and a 10-8 early on.
The robot me
and
is
Romero's
going
smashing into him now.
the way of Romero.
I can't
Ryan
believe
just
what
has
we're watching.
nothing more right now than a jab.
Ryan should honestly, he's a disgrace tonight. This is a disgraceful performance. I'm absolutely shocked at how shit he looks right now. Absolute trash.
Through 10 rounds, who looks worse, Ryan or Devin Haney to you?
That's a real photo finish, that, isn't it? One running for the hills and one not even throwing punches. I mean, who's worse? I guess you'd give it to... personally, I'd give it to Devin Haney being worse because he's just more of a chicken shit, right? He's a chicken shit. But Ryan just looks like trash here, man.
Just can't let it go. It's mental.
He looks awful.
It's so mental right now for
he's
Ryan.
standing in the middle of the ring,
right?
But he's doing nothing.
Yeah.
God
but again,
almighty.
that lead frame, and Ryan is just allowing it to happen. Nice right hand to the body from Rolly, and he comes over
They've
the top.
let themselves down tonight, these two. They've let them...
And Rolly...
And Rolly putting the work in. Where is the fight, man, Ryan, you pussy? Come on.
Rolly looking to land some big shots there as he enters the clinch.
I can't believe this.
Yeah. And again, Ryan has a couple of shots, and then we're back to range. I think he truly thought he'd come in and outbox Rolly. And now that game plan has kind of gone out the window since the knockdown, he's been a little gun-shy, and he's found it harder to outbox Rolly than he thought.
Well, I mean, Rolly was hanging around the Mayweather gym for years, right?
Yeah,
he's not someone who hasn't had good work. He's not someone who hasn't been schooled.
And we don't want to play revisionist history because that's not fair to Ryan or Rolly, but let's go back to those fights where when Rolly was having success boxing Tank and boxing Cruz, and sure, they found the spot, they found the button, and they hit it. But at a certain point, geez, Louise, thank you so much. It'll be one to end the night off with there. There we are.
What a night. I'll tell you what, that's cheered me up a bit. Derek is, you can see Ryan's not there. Derek's trying, but Ryan's gone now. He's finished now. He's not there. He's finished.
Derek's telling him the right stuff right now.
Derek's saying everything right. Ryan Garcia mentally has checked out of this fight. He is the captain on the Titanic. He's going down, hands on the wheel. The windows are about to burst. The water's coming in. He's not doing anything. He's just standing there. This is one of those ones where you need a slap in the face. You need a slap in the face and go, you're going to fucking lose this, mate. Wake up.
I mean, Derek James said essentially everything and more to that effect. Like, you worked so hard for this. You gave everything for this, but I can't do it for you. You got to go do it. He said, find it, find it, find it. Off the jab, go find it. Go look for it. You're not looking for it.
Here's the deal. You got to knock this guy out, mate.
Yeah.
End of discussion.
Yeah.
So if you're not throwing punches, you're not going to win. And if you don't want to do that, then why the hell are we here?
Round 11, 239, 238, 237 in this fight. And it just doesn't look like Ryan wants to go get it.
It's just tentative, back foot, walking backwards, getting double jabbed, not responding, holding. What do you think you're going to do with that? You're desperate right now. Where's the desperation?
And again, it's not even like we hadn't seen it in this fight. The early part of this fight, granted he got knocked down in the second, but 3, 4, and 5, Ryan came out with a little bit more offensive urgency. And then it just went away, and I don't really have any words to describe it other than Rolly Romero is giving him some problems, and Ryan is just not able to pull the trigger.
The biggest problem with this fight and the Devin Haney fight is Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia want to be paid a lot of money to fight each other.
Yeah.
Neither of them have done anywhere near enough tonight to deserve that amount of money. You have to. This was your chance, boys, to sell your fight, and you both turned up and looked like shit, in my opinion. But in a way, I'm more disappointed in Ryan because I knew that Haney would be
again to the body from Rolly.
Running away, doing the usual thing. He was a bit worse than what he normally is. Ryan, I've never doubted his heart. I've never doubted his fight. I've never worried about that. This is shocking stuff. He's mentally, he's shrinking before our very eyes here. And I did not expect that tonight. I thought, yeah, if Romero catches him, he may go down, he may get hurt. That could happen. But I never thought he'd drop his arse like this.
Yeah, and ROLLY is having another good round here, and Ryan's been virtually non-existent in
Get
this
out
round.
the fucking ring, mate. Put your gloves down and get the fuck out, because this is pathetic.
ROLLY to the body and upstairs, and then he goes 2-1, jab downstairs, and Ryan circles out. But
How many power shots has Ryan thrown? It's been non-existent.
Yeah, man.
Where the hell are they? Do you know, against Devin Haney, he'd throw like 15 power shots in a round without thinking about it. We'd barely see him one a round. This is pathetic. Pathetic, this like.
32 seconds left here, round number 11. And it does look like the beginning of the end, at least in this fight, and potentially what happens next for Ryan Garcia.
This is one of those fights where fans start washing their hands of you and go, bro, we waited a year for this. We waited a year, and this is what you come back with.
I think it's the level of commitment, not just Ryan to the fight and to the punches, but the fans to Ryan. Because he's
been loved.
He is beloved here. And for the reason...
Even when he failed a drugs test, they still loved him and hated Devin Haney.
And look who's watching ringside right now, and Bill is talking.
I know Bill's...
Ryan, you got to pick it up, man, is what Bill just said.
I know
and you
Bill's...
can see they're seeing that
they
fight
know
might
the
be
money's
going
going
away.
out the window.
Yeah.
This is like when Tyson Fury was sat ringside and he watched Anthony Joshua get smashed by Daniel Dubois. It's not about like, oh, I want my rival to lose. It's the money is being fucked
like,
up.
what
right
are you
now.
doing?
Yeah, you're ruining a fight that was supposed to make
as much as you'll go after Bill, you agree with him.
No,
there.
I really agree with Bill.
You agree
and
with
I
that.
hate saying that.
You agree.
That's how angry I am at Ryan Garcia.
You agree with that
What
motion.
the hell, bro?
And I do too. Like, this was them taking care of business, whether you like the way they fought or not. And Ryan is just, and look at Devin.
Devin Haney shaking his
Devin.
head. And he's laughing, but he should be kicking himself because this boy has a win over you. Still.
You can see it in Ryan's eyes, man.
Ryan has shit the bed tonight. This is a shithouse performance.
That right hand he just touched ROLLY with was the right hand, the only right hand I've seen him throw in the last 3 rounds. To touch gloves to begin the 12.
Touch gloves. That's the best shot he's landed, for Christ's sakes.
That's the first left hook he's thrown in 3 rounds.
Mate, it's an embarrassment. Truly an embarrassment.
2 minutes, 45 seconds left down round number 12.
This is the kind of fight where you go, do I give a shit if I watch this next fight? This is how bad this has been. There's people in the UK watching the Pain game right now. They stayed up to watch this. They paid the money to watch this.
Yeah.
Are they going to pay the money for the next Ryan Garcia fight? How on earth can Ryan Garcia go, I'm worth X amount of money off the back of this? It's a shocker.
And ROLLY just continuing to do what he's done this entire fight and stifle Ryan Garcia with his lead hand. And off of that, he hasn't really faced any punishment for it. If you leave that lead hand out there, it's a great strategy to have, and it's a great weapon to cover the eyes, cover the backhand or lead hand, and stuff everything. But if you leave it out there and it goes unpunished with a left hook or inside move up jab or right hand across the bow, then why wouldn't you?
Garcia's scared right now, and he's been scared this whole fight because you can tell by how few punches he's thrown back to back. Normally he's a combination puncher. When he lets his hands go, he goes for it. And also how few power shots he's thrown.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's constantly on the back foot, constantly adjusting to what's coming forward.
Yeah.
Even when Romero's barely throwing a power shot, he's genuinely scared of getting hurt here. That's the truth of the matter.
Yeah. Time is running out for Ryan Garcia, but on the other side of things, the credit that we will and should give Rolly Romero, time is of the essence, as he is just putting together a game plan that is built for success, and he is washing Ryan Garcia
easily.
Right now. Washing him.
I can't believe this.
This is going to be a potential 3, 4, 5 rounds up win.
I think it could be worse than that. I think this could be 6 or 7.
You could see 117, 111 here.
How many rounds do we really give Ryan Garcia?
I don't know.
God,
maybe the mid 3,
max.
4, 5.
I don't even know if I give him 3.
So this is shocking to say the least.
He's barely throwing punches, man. He's shook. He is shook.
I don't think that any explanation can save this performance. And you know what's funny about
I'm
the whole
done
thing?
with Ryan Garcia after this. Ryan Garcia needs to show me a rematch where he is a totally different person in order for me to give 2 shits about his next fight, because who the fuck wants to spend money on this guy after this? He's not worth it.
You know what's funny? Rolly Romero, throughout this whole build, and again, credit to him, has predicted everything that it was happening and was going to happen. He said, I want this fight at 145, and I'm going to beat him. He said he would knock him out. But he also said, yeah, when I beat Ryan, he can go and fight Devin Haney.
This is one of the worst things.
And that's probably what's going to happen.
This is, in terms of performances, right? We see good fighters give bad performances. It happens sometimes. But in terms of the level Ryan Garcia can fight at, and in terms of the level that Ryan Garcia fought at tonight, this is one of the all-time stinkers. I expected it from Devin Haney. I expected that cowardly performance from him. I don't expect any different. I never expected Ryan Garcia to take a shot early on, to shell up, to become a shell of himself, to barely throw enough punches. It was one of the most disappointing performances I've seen from a fighter in years.
It's shocking because it's not who we know.
Shocking, mate.
And you asked the question earlier about, the people that question him. And look at this, as Turki Al-Sheikh starts walking out of Times Square there.
Mate. Has he?
I just saw it, yeah. Not sticking around. To be fair, they do need to go to Saudi Arabia to watch Canelo.
That is very true. It's a very hard flight to make that. I've got great tweets coming in. Shout out to all of you guys who are watching. Like the video, hit the subscribe button for both of us. People are saying, whose performance has been worse? Someone said, I'd argue Haney has performed as expected.
Yep.
Ryan was horrific.
Yeah.
From Tottenham Talk. Shut up, bro. I mean, I think that's a fair point. Haney, we know he's negative. And yes, it was a little bit more negative than usual. But Ryan, the level drop was from a cliff. It was like from one of these massive buildings we're surrounded by. It was such a drop-off. I don't remember how I've ever been this disappointed. Struggled with Ngannou.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of shit. Where fans were like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, when you go through the history of fighters and you look at performances based on what you expected versus what you got,
it's low down.
There's not many that come to mind, and I hate to put, it could just be recency bias, but now again, you're looking at the numbers of this, and Ryan is leading the numbers,
no, he's
but
not. He's down by 60 punches thrown.
Landed, right, exactly, right. Yeah, so I look at that and I go, are we in for a surprise here? No. Because what I watched was a Rolly Romero win. And he thinks it. I think a lot of people think that. I don't know,
because it said jabs landed, though, and jabs was a completely different number. So
the power was definitely. And look at this. Devin comes up to dap up Rolly.
And Ryan knows it.
Yeah.
He should be. I don't mean this in a. I want the guy's mental health to go off a cliff, but for his performance level, his potential, his talent, he's done a disservice to himself tonight. This is one that. We're all boxing fans. We all dream of being blessed with the level of talent that Ryan Garcia was gifted in those fast hands and that left hook.
Yeah.
He's disgraced himself tonight. He's so much better than that.
Yeah, let's see what the scorecards read, because we may overstate it and say this is 117, 111 Rolly, 116, 112, but here we go.
Where we go.
That's what I think.
To the judges' scorecards.
Scorecards read as follows.
Judges Tony Brello and Tom Schreck both scored it 115 to 112.
115 to 112. Closer than I thought.
Has it 118 to 109.
118 to 109. More like what we thought. Unanimous decision, Rolly Romero.
Rolando Rolly.
Ryan Garcia.
He knew it.
What the hell?
He knew it.
Of course he knew it. I can't believe it, lads. I can't believe it.
Like, this is legitimate shock on our faces.
Easy work.
We should not.
It's easy. It's not even that the result is shocking. I'm not going to lie, but the way it went is the worst bit about it. Ryan went down without a fight.
I would have rather seen the fight stopped in round 2
with a
and Rolly with a knockout than that. Yeah.
And then mentally we can go, well, they could rematch. It might not go the same way again. We've seen a mental quit there. Ryan quit there. He quit in round 2.
I just want to
He may as well have given up.
Anything, I owe this all to the Lord.
He's not the best.
And our Savior, Jesus Christ.
You know, you're one of the biggest punchers in boxing. In round 2, you went on left hook, you dropped Ryan Garcia. How big was that to winning this fight?
We've seen a superstar take
knockdowns
big time
always help
here.
the
This
fight.
is,
You know,
this
I mean,
is
he's a warrior.
Ryan
He got
Garcia
up
has
and,
fallen from a
he finished
great
the
height,
fight.
and also on the biggest stage
We all
of the
know Ryan
all-time
Garcia
square.
was headed
This
towards
was
the
set
rematch
up
with
to be
Devin
the
Haney.
crowning moment
You
of
and
his
Haney have
career.
exchanged a lot of
And
words
instead
over
we've got
the
Rolly
years.
Romero
Who
giving
you fight next?
his acceptance speech here.
Man, I ain't even thinking about what's
And Rolly's just so
I think
casual
Devin
with
and Ryan
it.
should get their rematch.
He barely looks like he's
Make
been in a
big one.
fight.
Rolly
Not a scratch
Romero,
on him.
congratulations on the biggest victory of your career.
I mean, Rolly
Enjoy
just
it.
said,
Thank you.
essentially, I mean, what kind of...
Thank you.
That interview, again, I don't have...
We're here with
like,
Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, we go
Fair
Ryan
play to-
Garcia.
oh, yeah,
Let's see what he's got to say for
Ryan,
himself, because that
what
was a
went
shit
wrong in
show.
there?
You know, just Rolly's, man. He fought a good fight, caught me early.
Rolly fought
no
a good fight,
excuses,
caught me
man.
early.
Congrats
to
him.
Rolly.
He did a great job, and that's that.
And he did a great job.
We know it was a long layoff for you,
Shocking.
1 year since that Devin Haney fight.
Absolutely
And
shocking.
you didn't seem to really be throwing a lot of punches in there. How much did the layoff affect you?
I just think that whole year just took a lot off my body, physically and mentally.
Unbelievable.
I'm just happy that I made it to the ring and went 12 rounds. So thank God for the opportunity.
I can't believe it.
I want to thank Jesus Christ for my losses and my wins.
Ryan's just...
And hats off to Rolly.
He's just
He did a
mentally
great
gone.
job.
He's mentally quit there.
And
He quit.
You were dropped in round 2, of course.
Do you know that's
the same
the,
rounds
do you know
were
they called
dropped
him a
against Luke
quitter
Campbell,
after
and
Tank
that
dropped
you
him?
rallied to
And
score
with
the
the body
knockout in
shot,
round
and he was
7.
like, oh, he
This
quit, he
time
quit.
around,
Do you know
it
what,
doesn't go
though?
your way.
I can
What's
accept
next
that
for
because
you?
it's like,
You
Tank
just gotta
Davis
go
is
to
a hell of a
drawing
body
board with my
puncher.
team. We'll talk it over.
But you
and we'll
quit
see,
mentally
what
without
we do
even...
next.
You went out
Ryan
without a
Garcia,
fight.
one of the biggest stars in boxing. Thank you, Ryan.
Shit show.
Man,
Shit show.
that's
He
a
looks,
rough one.
He looks gone mentally there. He
That's
looks
a rough
gone.
one, yeah. That interview from Ryan, I mean, listen, humble in victory is Rolly Romero.
He's respectful.
Respectful, and you know, Rolly's not the best. Would I love for Rolly to go, yeah, fuck all that, let me get Devin Haney? I would have loved that. But Rolly is a humble guy in his own right, and listen, he called this
Rolly
to a
didn't
T.
even fight great, did he?
It wasn't the best night for either guy, but Rolly did exactly what he needed to do. And before we go and just obliterate Ryan here, we do need to give the respect that Rolly deserves, because he ultimately, with all the pressure we talked about on Ryan, to be fair, everyone wrote him off. 2 losses, 2 big-time losses against big-time fighters, and I know that Twitter is going to be blowing up right now. I haven't even looked at it, but I know what it's going to be. Meme Central, Ryan this, Ryan that. But Rolly was a big part of that. He dropped Ryan early, and Ryan came back and won a couple of rounds there on some judges' scorecards. But Rolly had to come back and win that fight, take that fight, and I thought he did what he needed to do. The lead hand was crucial, but with that being said, again, massive respect to Rolly. Congratulations, but
Look, big respect.
what is that, man?
Big respect to Rolly. We're going to have to digest this. Look, it doesn't stop there. Next up, it's Canelo Alvarez, who fights tomorrow in Saudi Arabia on Riyadh
Kingdom
season
of Saudi Arabia.
against William
Skull,
Skull.
my boy.
I can't wait to see the debut of Canelo in Riyadh season to set up the mega fight with Terence Bud Crawford. But you know one thing tonight taught us?
I'm worried about these setup
One thing
fights.
tonight taught us is these setup fights, they're not what you think sometimes. And Turkey Al-Sheikh is a little bit too good of a matchmaker sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. We're going to close the show. Big love to Wade. It's been a good time, hasn't it, bro?
It's been a great one. Another one, man. You're
Smashed
over
it.
on my side of the pond. Thank you to the Pain Game. Thank you to the Way Concept community. Thank you to the Ring Magazine.
Big
Thank you
love.
to Fatal Fury. It's been amazing here in New York. We've had a blast of a week. We'll probably be coming back to your TV sets very soon. For True Geordie, for myself, for the Ring Magazine, thank you guys. We'll see you next time.
Big love. Catch us later.